Chapter 1. The Supreme Effect System. Qingzhou, atop a desolate mountain. Chui cradled his head and slowly sat up from the ground. Surveying his surroundings, the scenery was breathtaking, resembling a celestial paradise. Wasn't I just playing with some dubious powder in the dormitory? Where am I? As soon as Chui spoke, a tumultuous wave of memories surged into his mind, and he realized he had traversed into another realm. This was a brutal world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong dictated the rules and dominated countless lives, while the weak were as inconsequential as blades of grass. The original inhabitant had perished while cultivating, which allowed Chui to take his place. Now, he was a nameless rogue cultivator, without parents, possessing merely the pinnacle of qi refinement. In the vast expanse of Qingzhou, this level of power was akin to that of an ant in the grand scheme of the entire realm. He was inconceivably minuscule, like a speck of dust. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Gradually, Chui came to accept the reality of his situation, murmuring, "Where's my golden finger?" Ding! The Supreme Effect System is activating. Ding! Activation complete. Accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice, 3 interfaces appeared before Chui, visible only to him. On the left was the Charisma Effect, in the center was the Realm Effect, and on the right was the Skill Effect. As a modern world traveler, Chui was acutely aware of the purpose of these effects. They transform seemingly unremarkable individuals or objects into formidable entities through the art of enhancement. However, these effects merely create an illusion of greatness ultimately. They are but facades. The activation gift package has been credited. Would you like to open it immediately? Open! Without hesitation, Chui replied. As his words fell, all 3 interfaces radiated a golden light simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Charisma Effect, Peerless Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Realm Effect, Pinnacle of the Cave Heaven. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Skill Effect, Inferno Devastation. System notification. Each time you advance a major realm, a new effect will be unlocked. Well, having something is better than having nothing. Chui sighed lightly and tapped on the Charisma Effect, Peerless Master. In an instant, a mysterious force surged into his body. Though his realm remained unchanged, Chui felt an undeniable shift within himself. He hurried to the clear spring nearby, gazing at his reflection in the water, his eyes widening in disbelief. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, with long, flowing red hair cascading down. His deep-set eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss that could swallow one whole. A profound and heavy aura surrounded him, imparting the feeling of an unrivaled master. Though it is an effect, it appears as real as life itself. Chui was inwardly astonished, overwhelmed with joy. With this appearance, descending the mountain would ensure that no one would dare provoke him. In fact, many prominent families and powerful factions would likely vie for his favor. Chui then activated the second effect, the Realm Effect, Pinnacle of the Cave Heaven. A terrifying aura erupted from within, enveloping the mountaintop and startling countless birds and beasts. A colossal 10-cave heaven Dharma manifestation materialized behind Chui, exuding a vast and oppressive presence. The cultivation realms progress from weak to strong, classified as qi refinement, body refinement, foundation establishment, cave heaven, and so forth, with each realm further divided into 10 levels. The Dharma manifestation is the hallmark of a cave heaven expert, and 10 cave heaven signifies the pinnacle of that realm. Even though my real strength is merely at the peak of qi refinement, with the Charisma Effect and Realm Effect, merely standing there would compel my opponents to kneel and surrender. This system is simply a tool for flaunting power. With a shift in focus, Chui prepared to test the Skill Effect. At that moment, a spirit vessel soared across the desolate mountain, drawn in by the immense 10-cave heaven Dharma manifestation. Pinnacle of the Cave Heaven Expert. The father-daughter duo, Ding Shan and Ding Ying, exchanged glances, their faces displaying profound shock. Cultivation is akin to swimming against the current. Each elevation in realm is exceedingly arduous. Ding Ying was hailed as the rare prodigy of the Ding family in a century. Yet at the age of 20, she had just barely reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Perhaps in 100 years she would have a 30 to 40% chance of entering the cave heaven realm. However, the individual atop the mountain appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he was already at the pinnacle of the cave heaven. Throughout Qingzhou, there were few cave heaven experts, and those at the pinnacle were even rarer. If they could secure such a formidable ally, all their troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Ding Shan's expression turned serious, and after a moment of internal struggle, he made a decision. Let us go pay our respects to this esteemed senior. Father, won't we be imposing on the senior? Ding Ying could comprehend Ding Shan's determination. The Ding family was a prestigious lineage in Qingzhou with a legacy spanning 2 to 3 centuries. Yet only Ding Shan was a foundation establishment expert within the clan. However, the Yang and Luo families were envious of the Ding family's wealth, and they feared that if Ding Ying grew stronger, their own prospects would be utterly extinguished. Thus, the two families joined forces, enlisting 4 foundation establishment experts with the intent to annihilate the Ding family. Ding Shan and his daughter had been tirelessly seeking assistance for days, yet no one dared to risk their family and lives to help. Since death is inevitable, I might as well take a gamble. Ding Shan controlled the spirit vessel to land and strode toward Chu He. Hearing footsteps approaching, Chu He instinctively turned to look. When did they arrive? They got so close without me noticing. Ding Shan, head of the Ding family, accompanied by my daughter Ding Ying, pays respects to the esteemed senior. Ding Shan's heart raced, and with a tense breath, he knelt on the ground in reverence. Ding Ying followed suit, but her peripheral gaze was fixed on Chu He. With just one glance, she was profoundly astonished. The depth and sharpness of his gaze made her hesitate to meet his eyes. Even from a distance, she could sense an unfathomable and terrifying aura emanating from him. She even harbored the illusion that with a mere glance, Chu He could effortlessly obliterate both her and her father. What brings you here? Chu He felt a twinge of anxiety within. The ability of these two to approach him unnoticed indicated that their strength undoubtedly surpassed his own. If they recognized him, his life would be in peril. Esteemed senior, you are so young, yet have already reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven. Surely, you will one day be renowned across the realm, contending for the title of the world's strongest. Thus, my daughter and I wish to behold the esteemed senior's countenance, a wish that would render our lives complete. Ding Shan, having risen to the position of family head, was adept in matters of human relationships, smoothly flattering without a hint of insincerity. Chu He inwardly chuckled, yet maintained a stoic expression. Once you've gazed upon me, you may take your leave. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward, and Ding Shan was at a loss for how to proceed. However, he understood the dire consequences of deceiving a cave heaven expert, so he decided to voice his true intentions. Once he finished speaking, both their hearts hung in their throats, holding their breath as they awaited Chu He's response. You wish for me to eliminate the Yang and Luo families? Chu He's tone was imbued with an undeniable air of dominance, as if annihilating these two families was as simple as eating and drinking. Upon hearing Chu He's follow-up, Ding Shan's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly clarified no. As long as the esteemed senior is willing to mediate the conflicts between our 3 families, I am prepared to offer half of the Zhou family's wealth. Moreover, henceforth, each year, the Zhou family shall allocate 80% of our net profits to you. Chapter 2. It matters not, I shall act. Father. Ding Ying was taken aback, staring at her father in disbelief. The Ding family had operated for many years. With an incredibly deep foundation, offering half their wealth was already an astronomical sum. To additionally promise 80% of their net profits annually was nothing short of madness. Had they proposed such terms when seeking assistance, they could have easily enlisted several foundation establishment experts to assist them. Ignoring his daughter's reaction, Ding Shan fixed his fervent gaze on Chu He and inquired, Esteemed senior, what do you think? Deal? Chu He was well aware of Ding Shan's ulterior motives. Receiving 80% of the profits annually effectively tethered him to the Ding family's ship for the long term. With a young cave heaven pinnacle expert as an ally, not only would their immediate troubles be resolved, but it would also greatly benefit the Ding family's future development. However, what they did not realize was that Chu He's actual realm was merely at the peak of qi refinement, and he intended to leverage the Ding family's resources to break through. After all, one cannot deceive forever. Only by possessing genuine strength can one feel secure. Thank you, esteemed senior. Ding Shan's anxieties were finally alleviated as he released the spirit vessel, carrying the two of them back to the Ding family. The Ding family had received Ding Shan's message via a transmission talisman, and thus, thousands of family members, regardless of age or gender, gathered at the entrance of the Ding residence to welcome them. In the presence of a young cave heaven expert, the Ding family dared not show any hint of negligence. Before long, Chu He and the others arrived. Seeing the grand spectacle before him, Chu He was taken aback, yet he maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. Let them disperse, I prefer solitude. Yes, yes, yes. I shall have them disperse at once. Ding Shan waved his grand sleeve, and the thousands of family members gradually dispersed, although many stole glances at the young cave heaven expert. Yinger, you lead the esteemed senior to his quarters. I shall join you shortly. Ding Shan instructed. Yes, esteemed senior, please follow me. Ding Ying guided Chu He into the Ding residence, arriving at a unique, secluded pavilion rich in spiritual energy. Chu He, well aware of the pitfalls of excessive chatter, chose to sit in silence and cultivate an air of profundity. Ding Ying occasionally stole glances at Chu He. After all, a young and handsome expert like him naturally possessed an irresistible allure for women. Approximately half an hour later, Ding Shan rushed in, producing a storage ring. Senior, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Inside this ring lies half of the Ding family's wealth accumulated over 2 centuries, over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, over 100 high-grade spirit stones, and more than 100 low-tier elixirs, as well as 3 fifth-grade elixirs. In 3 months, the year-end settlement will arrive, and I shall present an additional 80% of the net profits. Chu He felt a jolt of astonishment, excitement coursing through him. As if his very blood were boiling with fervor, he could hardly suppress a laugh of elation. He had anticipated the Ding family's affluence, yet he was astounded by the sheer opulence. Over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones were a sum that a wandering cultivator could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Particularly, those 3 fifth-grade elixirs held a value surpassing that of 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Should news of these elixirs leak, it would not only provoke the Yang and Luo families, it was likely that all major factions in Qingzhou would converge to seize them. To behold such immense wealth and remain unfazed, truly commendable for a peak expert of the cave heaven realm. Ding Shan mused inwardly, relieved that he had refrained from any deceit. Very well, I shall accept it, Chu He replied, nonchalantly taking the storage ring. Senior, the Yang and Luo families have 4 foundation-building experts among them, and I hear they have also enlisted the aid of a formidable wandering cultivator, Ding Shan began, only to be interrupted by Chu He. It matters not, I shall take action. Understood. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Ding Shan respectfully bowed, then departed with Ding Ying. Once assured of their departure, Chu He returned to his chamber, securing the doors and windows. He opened the storage ring and gazed at the abundant resources within, finally allowing himself to laugh heartily. These resources, initially meant to be divided among half of his clan, now entirely belonged to him, granting him the liberty to utilize them as he pleased. Given my current level, recklessly consuming a 5th-grade elixir poses a risk of explosive backlash. I shall set them aside for now. Chu He murmured to himself, subsequently extracting a plethora of low-tier elixirs and tossing them into his mouth as if they were mere snacks. He sought not to fully refine each elixir, but rather to break through his limits with utmost expedience. Even if it resulted in considerable waste, it was of no consequence, so was not lacking in this regard. Unbeknownst to him, several days passed. Suddenly, Chu He opened his eyes, feeling a loosening of a certain constraint within him, as a torrent of violent energy surged in his dantian. Crack! A resounding shatter echoed, and a powerful spiritual force swept outward in all directions. Chu He's skin exuded a dark filth, which was soon enveloped by a faint golden glow. I have finally broken through to the body refinement realm, Chu He exclaimed with joy, distinctly sensing an enhancement in his physical strength while expelling numerous impurities from his body. A single punch unleashed a gust of wind. Yet, This newfound power was still far from sufficient to establish a firm foothold in Qingzhou. He must at least step into the cave heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough. Unlocking a new effect. Extreme Killing Intent Aura. Another aura effect? Chewie raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of disappointment, for only the realm effects were true tools of grandeur. However, as he activated the effect and stood before the mirror, his earlier thoughts dissipated entirely. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Particularly striking were his piercing eyes, radiating an almost tangible killing intent. Though he gazed at his reflection, he was still taken aback. Even with his eyes closed, the sensation of being prey to a ferocious beast lingered, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. This aura effect, in conjunction with the realm and skill effects, creates a perfect synergy. Chewie murmured to himself, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in the Ding family's conference hall, Ding Shan sat upright, flanked by several elders of the Ding family. Yet, all eyes were fixated on Ding Ying, as if awaiting her response. Father, esteemed elders, has our Ding family not already pledged considerable benefits to that senior? Is it not sufficient? Must I also be entangled in this affair? Ding Ying protested, her confusion evident. My dear Yinger, while binding interests is indeed a viable strategy, that senior has already reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm at such a young age, and his future achievements are unimaginable. Should you bear his child, not only would the bond strengthen, but that child would undoubtedly grow into a formidable expert like him. Cultivators are still human as humans. They possess emotions and desires. Moreover, when that senior gazes upon you, there is a discernible admiration in his eyes. To unite with a cave heaven expert is a privilege, and it ensures the Ding family's security for generations to come. The elders earnestly urged, their arguments rooted in familial advancement. Seeing she could not sway them, Ding Ying turned to her father. Father, do you share this sentiment as well?
Chapter 3. No reason to refuse. Ding Shan earnestly advised, Inger, the Yang and Luo families will soon strike. Furthermore, the elders are correct. Aligning with that esteemed senior would be advantageous for both you and the Ding family. Very well, I shall go, Ding Ying exclaimed defiantly before departing. Deep within, she questioned herself. Indeed, she admired young powerhouses like Chu He. However, her family's actions repulsed her, resembling a sordid transaction. Upon returning to her chamber, Ding Ying meticulously adorned herself before heading to the Shanshui Pavilion. It was now late at night. She stood outside the door, gently knocking. Esteemed senior, are you resting? What is it? Chu He inquired indifferently. Ding Ying hesitated, finally confessing. I find the night dreary, and the elders of my clan have sent me to keep you company. At her words, Chu He was taken aback. I in the dead of night, a solitary man and woman together in a room. Was this merely a chat to alleviate boredom? It was clearly a ploy to ingratiate himself. Even a daughter was offered to a bed. Such an opportunity was not to be declined. Come in, he said, his heart racing with a hint of tension. Ding Ying stepped inside, sitting cautiously at the edge of the bed. In his past life, Chu He had just crossed into his 20s, still a fledgling, only able to indulge in cinematic romantic escapades to nurture his sensibilities. Now, a young and stunning beauty like Ding Ying was presenting herself before him. I am but a novice. I hope for your kindness, she said, her cheeks flushed, her nervousness evident. Rest assured, I have always been one to cherish beauty, Chu He replied, dismissing any further pleasantries. He extinguished the candle and swiftly brought Ding Ying down onto the bed. The following morning, a distressed member of the Ding family rushed to the Shanshui Pavilion, calling out from outside, Esteemed senior, a grave situation has arisen. The warriors from the Yang and Luo families are clamoring outside our gates. Chu He calmly opened the door and stepped out, casting a glance at Ding Ying still resting on the bed. Rest well? I shall return shortly, Danamim. Ding Ying nodded slightly, immediately feeling a surge of security. At that moment, dozens of spirit vessels hovered above the Ding residence. Aside from the 4 leading foundation-building powerhouses, there were hundreds of body-refining experts from both families, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloping the scene. In the past, faced with such numbers, the Ding family would have been thrown into disarray. Yet, the presence of a celestial realm expert at their side instilled confidence in them. What is the matter with the Ding family? They seem utterly unfazed by the impending threat. Have they perhaps secured a formidable protector? Yang Yi, the head of the Yang family, mused in surprise. Hemph, merely feigned composure. Let us not forget, even with our alliance, we could only secure one peak foundation builder. They truly believe the Ding family can attract a celestial realm expert? Luo Ruhong, the head of the Luo family, scoffed. The collaboration between the two families to eradicate the Ding family was a foregone conclusion. However, to avoid any unforeseen complications, they had invested heavily to secure a peak foundation builder. You are right. Perhaps my concerns were unfounded. Yang Ye's brow relaxed. Ding Shan, are you prepared to meet your demise? Luo Ruhong looked down at Ding Shan with a condescending sneer. Ding Shan chuckled disdainfully. You think you can divide the Ding family with such a feeble plan? Your ambitions are laughable. The Ding family's patriarch is deceased. You alone, at the mid-foundation stage, cannot withstand our combined might. Luo Ruhong derided, flanked by 3 other foundation powerhouses, 2 at mid-foundation and 2 at early foundation stages. Such strength was more than sufficient to crush the Ding family. I may not withstand it, but there is someone who can, Ding Shan said, seeing Chu He emerge and standing respectfully at his side. Ha ha ha, you truly are a fool. You've brought a mere child to your aid. Desperation does not suit you. This boy likely lacks even foundation-level strength. The 2 warriors laughed boisterously, dismissing Chu He entirely. Unfazed by the mockery, Chu He maintained a calm demeanor, silently amplifying his extraordinary aura to its zenith. A profound and overwhelming presence radiated outward from him. As Chu He's gaze swept across the crowd, an unsettling sensation gripped them, instilling a hint of trepidation. What is this? His mere gaze invokes such wariness. Yang Yi muttered in disbelief. It seems we have underestimated this young man. His strength is likely on par with ours. However, with our 4 combined, and the esteemed senior's presence behind us, we need not worry. Luo Ruhong analyzed coolly. The others nodded in agreement. At his age, achieving foundation level was already exceptionally rare. He was likely at mid-foundation, certainly not higher. I am not one for bloodshed. Should you depart now, I will overlook your transgressions. However, if you choose to remain, none shall leave alive. Chu He's expression darkened as he silently heightened his murderous intent. As his words fell, an icy chill swept through the air, evoking an image of a frozen hell filled with dismembered limbs. A terrifying demon loomed before them. The warriors from both families instinctively took a step back. Their eyes averted from Chu He. Was this what one called avoiding bloodshed? Ding Shan was momentarily petrified. The essence of killing intent differed vastly from other powers. It could not be cultivated through practice, but only born from endless slaughter. To reach such an extreme level of killing intent, one must have taken the lives of thousands. Even standing behind Chu He, they were drenched in cold sweat, devoid of any thoughts of resistance, only wishing to flee. Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong turned pale, swallowing hard as thoughts of retreat began to surface. Before any confrontation had commenced, the sheer terror of Chu He's aura and his overwhelming killing intent had already granted him the upper hand. If a fight ensued, they might not even be his match. Who is this young man? When did such a ruthless figure emerge in Qingzhou? Yang Yi pondered, perplexed, further bewildered by how the Ding family could have attracted such a formidable ally. Qingzhou is vast and affluent, home to many reclusive yet powerful cultivators. Yet I cannot shake the feeling this young man is merely bluffing. At his age, he is unlikely to possess the capability to overwhelm us. Luo Ruhong reasoned coolly, bluffing. If you are not afraid of death, why not test his strength? Yang Yi retorted boldly. Perhaps we should call upon that esteemed senior, Luo Ruhong suggested, although he too was hesitant to charge forth. Chapter 4. Impressive effect. Seeing the terror-stricken expressions on Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong's faces, Chu He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The effects of his aura were simply remarkable. Clearing his throat, he turned to Ding Shan, who immediately comprehended, concealing her own astonishment, and stepped forward, still maintaining a respectful distance from Chu He. I advise you to leave promptly. Should this esteemed senior become angered, you will face death, she warned. Yang Yi glanced at Luo Ruhong. What shall we do now? Must we truly summon that esteemed senior? Resolute, Luo Ruhong nodded. At this point, it is our only option. We cannot ascertain the true nature of this individual. We must call upon the esteemed senior. With that, he shattered the jade pendant in his hand. Watching this unfold, Chu He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the approaching individual might discern his true nature. However, in the next moment, he feigned calmness, as if no one could impose pressure upon him. These fools will never see through me. Otherwise, this system would be utterly useless. Chu He mused inwardly. Before long, a hearty, boisterous laughter echoed throughout the area. Ha ha ha! You two are truly pathetic, scared senseless by a mere boy. Have your skills been squandered? A rugged man, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered over to Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong. This esteemed senior, we are at your mercy. Only you can help us against this young man, Luo Ruhong said respectfully. The burly man turned to Chu He, his eyes narrowing slightly, sensing an inscrutable aura emanating from him. Who are you? Chu He scoffed, his face a mask of derision. I do not meddle in the affairs of the world. Yet, all manner of lowly beings dare to prance before me. I do not slay nameless individuals. State your name. When Chu He uttered these words, he secretly elevated his realm's aura to its zenith, revealing the essence of a peak cave heaven realm. Standing beside Chu He, Ding Shan could not help but take a few steps back, as the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chu He surged toward the Han. Upon sensing Chu He's aura, Yang Yi and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and thoughts of retreat began to form in their minds. Yang Ye's gaze fell upon the nearby Han, a Foundation establishment expert, and upon observing his calm demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Little did he know that the Han was already sweating profusely in his palms. Forcing himself not to retreat, I am Deshan, a wandering cultivator from Qingzhou. Who are you, and why have I never heard of you before? Since the Han had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, he had thoroughly investigated all the experts in Qingzhou, yet he found none who resembled Chu He. Suddenly, Chu He burst into laughter, stepping forward, his aura pressing down on Deshan like a spring. Faced with this scene, Deshan hastily released his own aura, but in the next moment, he could no longer suppress his urge to step back. Through the clash of auras, Deshan realized he had no chance against Chu He. You truly are one who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. If you do not retreat, do not blame me for being impolite. In that instant, Chu He amplified the effects of an unparalleled master and extreme killing intent to their peak, intending to suppress Deshan, forcing down his astonishment, declared, then allow me to seek your guidance on what it means to be a peak cave heaven realm expert. Feigning indifference, Chu He summoned a ball of flame in his hand. If that is the case, then do not blame me for being impolite. Internally, Chu He maximized the effect of his flame of destruction, appearing as if he had emerged from a blaze, the space around him becoming unbearably hot. Flame of destruction. After speaking, Chu He unleashed the attack, his movements appearing remarkably slow. He was betting that Deshan would not dare to forcefully receive his strike. As expected, Deshan was stunned by the pressure and killing intent radiating from Chu He, hastily dispersing his aura and, under the gazes of the onlookers, half kneeling on the ground, I implore you, Great One, to spare me. It was my folly not to recognize a mountain when I saw one, foolishly thinking of competing with a senior. Having navigated Qingzhou for so long, he was acutely aware of the chasm between himself and a peak cave heaven expert. The oppressive sensation from Chu He's attack had rendered him breathless. Hearing Deshan's words, Chu He internally chuckled, and in the next moment, the flames in his hand gradually dissipated. Observing this, Deshan sighed in relief and respectfully said, Senior, I shall not meddle in this matter any longer. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. However, as he turned to depart, he was halted by Chu He's profound gaze. You think this place allows you to come and go as you please? Do you believe your status is so significant? Chu He spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion. Before Deshan could respond, Luo Ruhong interjected, Senior, their strength pales in comparison to ours, if we join forces to defeat Chu He. The Ding family's fortune shall belong to you at that moment. I will hand over 80% of the Ding family's assets to you, and we shall only take 20%. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. Having already acted against the Ding family, there was no turning back. With a sharp clap, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Gazing up at Deshan in confusion. You two dare to drag me into this confrontation with a senior? Are you truly impatient with life? Deshaun exclaimed. Quickly, hand over your storage rings, or you shall leave your lives here. Fearing a godlike opponent was one thing, but fearing pig-like teammates was another. At that moment, Deshaun contemplated killing Yang Yi and the others to avoid the wrath of Chu He, knowing he had just entered the ranks of the powerful and could not afford to die here. Seeing Chu He maintain a calm demeanor, Deshaun sighed in relief. Yang Yi and the others, perplexed, quickly offered their storage rings upon witnessing Deshaun's fierce expression. After collecting their rings, Deshaun approached Chu He respectfully. Senior, we have gathered our storage rings. Do you have any further commands? As he spoke, he cautiously observed Chu He's expression, fearful of inciting his anger. Chapter 5. A resounding victory. A celebration feast. Chu He discreetly held the 3 storage rings in his hands, his heart already brimming with joy. These individuals undoubtedly possessed numerous valuable items. Yet to uphold his demeanor as a powerful figure, he feigned indifference while stowing the rings away. Though you believe this is sufficient? You aided the 2 who conspired against me, the Ding Patriarch. How shall we address this matter? As Chu He spoke, an overwhelming killing intent surged toward Deshaun. Unable to contain himself, Deshaun staggered back 2 steps before kneeling on the ground. Hearing these words, Ding Shan's face bore a look of satisfaction. With Chu He's assistance, they now had a safeguard within Qingzhou. With this momentum, the Ding family's dominance over Qingzhou would soon be realized. If so, I will assist you in collecting all the assets of their 2 families to present to you. Great one, Deshaun said, his demeanor obsequious as he gazed at Chu He. Chu He pondered briefly before shaking his head. If I were to collect all the assets from the Luo and Yang families, it may provoke their ire. Besides, a cornered rabbit may still bite. Considering this is your first offense, a minor punishment shall suffice. Each family shall pay half of their assets, and this matter shall be settled. What do you think? Deshaun found the proposal agreeable and turned to Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong. Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong sighed deeply. Faced with a peak cave heaven expert, they truly had no means to resist and could only submit to being slaughtered. We willingly accept the punishment. Chu He nodded in satisfaction. If that is the case, then prepare accordingly. By this time tomorrow, I wish to see these assets. Should you dare deceive me, I trust you know how to write the character for death. With that, Chu He clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the Ding family residence. Beside him, Ding Shan snorted coldly and followed Chu He, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Yang Yi felt a wave of disgust at Ding Shan's sycophantic demeanor. Once Chu He, the formidable figure, departed, Deshaun exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly rose, glancing at Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong. This time, I nearly suffered a disastrous fate because of you 2, had it not been for your interference. Why would I risk everything? Fortunately, that esteemed individual did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, we would have undoubtedly lost our lives here. Luo Ruhong and Yang Yi shared a sense of unspoken grievances. It was not merely the surrender of their treasures, but rather the loss of half their family assets as well. Why did you not strike against him? If we all acted together, he would not be able to defeat us all. We merely needed to take a gamble to rise to greatness. Luo Ruhong still felt somewhat unconvinced. Hearing Luo Ruhong's questioning tone, Deshaun slapped him across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Unable to recover for quite some time, if you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Hurry back and prepare what that esteemed individual requested. Otherwise, I will ensure you both regret it. With that, Deshaun departed. Yang Yi sighed deeply, collapsing onto the ground. This time, he had truly lost everything, initially believing that with Deshaun's assistance, they could seize the entire Ding family. Who would have thought that a formidable figure like Chu He would appear out of nowhere? As Chu He and the others returned to the hall, Ding appeared at the door. Upon seeing that they were unharmed, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Father, why did you return so quickly? Could it be that the individuals backing those 2 families are also peak cave heaven experts? The thought filled her with concern. We must be grateful to Chu He. Had it not been for him, our Ding family would have faced utter defeat. This time, we have achieved a resounding victory, directly claiming the majority of the assets belonging to the Yang and Luo families. As Ding Shan spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Chu He's face, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. However, only Chu He understood that he had merely been playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Had it not been for Deshaun's fear of death, this matter would not have concluded so hastily. Senior, you truly are remarkable. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Ding Ying approached the banks of the Chu River, gently leaning against him. Chu He inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Ding Ying and, with a smile, remarked, "Is this not the best way for you to repay me? You may now take charge of the businesses of both families." The Ding family's prosperous days are not far off. Realizing the efficacy of the special effects, Chu He felt compelled to enhance his own strength promptly and step into the foundation establishment realm. The Ding family could continuously generate Xian stones for his cultivation. Assisting the Ding family in overcoming this significant predicament was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial endeavor. Sensing Chu He's intention to aid the Ding family in achieving dominance, Ding Shan nodded repeatedly, "No problem. However, what are your plans moving forward?" Though he had tied his daughter to Chu He, he knew that relying solely on this bond to hold him was a mere fantasy. Chu He, reclining casually on a stool with his legs crossed, nonchalantly replied, "Do not feel overly courteous. Having accepted so many benefits from the Ding family, I shall certainly wait until you have fully developed before making any further plans. I do not know when I will depart, but one day, I wish to explore the world beyond." Ding Shan nodded, satisfied. Even this was enough. I shall make arrangements for a grand celebration for our resounding victory. You and my daughter may converse here while I take my leave. After saying this, Ding Shan stood and exited the hall, granting Chu He and Ding Ying some private time together. At this moment, Ding Ying gazed at Chu He, her expression exuding a sense of dependence. "I truly owe you a great deal. Had we not encountered you earlier, our Ding family would have faced utter ruin." Chu He waved his hand dismissively, rising from his seat. "There is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a small effort on my part, and our interests are intertwined." Ding Ying guided Chu He through the Ding residence. After more than an hour, Chu He returned to the hall, where a sumptuous feast awaited him, causing him to swallow hard at the sight. First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to Chu He for safeguarding our Ding family and causing the Yang and Luo families to suffer significant losses, thereby weakening their power. Moving forward, our Ding family's strength will rise once more, matching that of the most prestigious clans. Come, let us raise a toast to Chu He. Ding Shan intended to announce Chu He's contributions to the entire Ding family. Chu He smiled and waved his hand, savoring the exquisite wine. "My goodness, this is far more delightful than ordinary wine. The fare here is astonishingly delicious," he mused inwardly. Chapter 6. The mountain bestows countless treasures after consuming several cups of spirit wine. Chu He felt as if he were floating in a blissful haze. After a hearty feast, he returned to his quarters and fell into a deep slumber. Once Ding Shan noticed Chu He had departed, he quickly signaled to his daughter, "Aren't you going to your room to attend to Chu He?" The other elders of the family echoed his sentiment. Ding Ying nodded, her cheeks flushed, and rose to leave the hall. Once Chu He was gone, Ding Shan and the others finally relaxed and began to indulge in the feast. The following morning, Chu He slowly sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and was greeted by the sight of Ding Ying sleeping peacefully beside him. Not wishing to disturb her, he quietly left the room and stretched languidly to at that moment. He felt invigorated and, upon assessing his cultivation level, discovered he had reached the second layer of the body refinement realm, which surprised him. Could it be the spirit wine had aided his cultivation? It seemed that achieving the foundation establishment realm was merely a matter of time. Chu He chuckled and shook his head as he made his way to the hall. Upon arriving, he found Ding Shan waiting there, seemingly anticipating his arrival. "Elder Ding, I am ready to cultivate. Is there a place where I may do so?" Chu He spoke slowly. Ding Shan immediately set aside his tasks and approached Chu He. "I will take you there now. The cultivation chamber is somewhat rudimentary. I hope you do not mind." Chu He smiled and waved his hand, and the two made their way to the cultivation chamber. "Has that mountain not yet delivered the items?" Chu He inquired. Ding Shan nodded, "Not yet, but it is still early. They would not dare disappoint, especially with you, a great figure, present. Leave the rest to me. You focus on your cultivation." Having helped the Ding family resolve their crisis, he did not wish to impose further. After speaking, Ding Shan produced a spatial ring and presented it to Chu He. Upon seeing the ring, Chu He displayed no outward reaction. Seemingly indifferent to its contents, "I truly owe you a great deal. I have stored around 80% of their possessions within this ring. I hope you do not find it lacking. Furthermore, the agreed-upon share for you remains intact. After inheriting the businesses of both families, you will continue to receive 80% of the annual net profits." Ding Shan spoke while observing Chu He, Chu He smiled and nodded, accepting the ring. Elder Ding, there is no need for such formality. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. By the way, after I finish my cultivation, I would like to visit the clan's library. That should not pose any problem, correct? Ding Shan waved his hand. Of course, that will be no issue. Just seek me out when you are done, and I will not disturb you further. The cultivation chamber is directly ahead. I shall take my leave. With that, Ding Shan exited. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chu He opened the spatial ring, revealing over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were 3 5th-grade medicinal pills and several profound-level techniques. Seeing this, Chu He beamed with delight, setting aside 30,000 low-grade Xian stones for cultivation. He realized his current level was still insufficient to safely absorb the 5th-grade pills. He would rather not take unnecessary risks. Why do these techniques seem so peculiar? I should focus on raising my cultivation level first. With the special effects system at his disposal, he could navigate the realm of Qingzhou with ease. With this thought, Chu He immersed himself in his cultivation. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, he possessed considerable understanding of the body refinement realm. As time passed, the Xian stones he had placed began to shatter one by one. While Chu He remained blissfully unaware, meanwhile, a figure arrived at the entrance of the Ding family estate. When the gatekeeper recognized the approaching figure as Deshan, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Go inside and announce that Deshan has come to deliver gifts. The gatekeeper nodded and hurried into the clan's interior. Shortly thereafter, Ding Shan appeared before Deshan. Deshan raised an eyebrow upon seeing Ding Shan alone. Why have you come out alone? Where is that esteemed elder? Ding Shan smiled. About an hour ago, Chu He went to cultivate, so I did not wish to disturb him and came out by myself. However, if you wish to see him, follow me. Deshan rolled his eyes. He had no desire to encounter Chu He again. What if the formidable figure decided to eliminate him on a whim? The items promised by the Yang and Luo families were all contained within this spatial ring, and now he could prepare to take over their businesses. I also advised them not to trouble you, so you can confidently take over their enterprises. After leaving the spatial ring with Ding Shan, Deshan transformed into a streak of light and departed. In the ensuing month, the Ding family took over the businesses of the other 2 families, resulting in a staggering quadrupling of their profits. Meanwhile, Chu He remained out of sight, known only to a select few who understood he was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. One day, Chu He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His cultivation had advanced to the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, and it would not be long before he broke through to the foundation establishment realm. After a month of cultivation, it was time to venture outside. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, he encountered a woman waiting for him at the door, none other than Ding Ying. You were not waiting for me out here the entire time? Were you? Chu He inquired with a teasing smile. Ding Ying shyly nodded. Father was uncertain when you would finish your cultivation, so I waited here for you. He asked you to find him in the hall once you were done. Chu He chuckled and took Ding Ying's hand as they left together. What does Elder Ding wish to discuss with me? Upon entering the hall, Chu He spoke slowly. Observing the rise in Chu He's aura, Ding Shan's face broke into a beaming smile. This is the profit you are entitled to this year. Additionally, I have some splendid news to share with you. Chapter 7. The opening of the return to Sun Realm. Chu He held the ring in his hand, gazing with keen interest at Ding Shan as he began to narrate. Ding Shan nodded and commenced his tale. When we took over the family businesses, I inadvertently heard a rumor that some clans had discovered a secret realm in Qingzhou. This realm, left by a powerful figure of the Cave Heaven realm, is known as the Return to Sun Realm, and it is said to be brimming with treasures. A cold smirk flickered across Chu He's heart. This was clearly an invitation for him to assist the Ding family. However, he too was intrigued to witness it for himself. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying us? Ding Shan inquired. Chu He closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and replied, When does this secret realm open? If I had a little more time, I could break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, which would grant me more confidence in exploring the realm. We are currently preparing to work together to break the seals of the Return to Sun realm, which might take over a month. I hope you can assist us on this journey. Ding Shan explained. Chu He sat back in his chair, observing Ding Shan. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, I am currently immersed in my cultivation and have made some insights. Please come find me when it is time to depart. Aside from this matter, do not disturb me with anything else. Ding Shan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. If you require Xian stones, do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure everything is prepared for you. Chu He nodded. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to resume my cultivation. With that, he made his way to the training chamber, diving back into his practice. After Chu He left, Ding Shan dispatched someone to seek news from the Return to Sun realm. Outside the realm, several major factions had already gathered, preparing to unlock its secrets. Once this secret realm opens, it will undoubtedly lead us to the secrets of breaking through to the Cave Heaven realm. Spoken Tian, the leader of the Qingyang sect. Indeed, this place is fraught with peril. Who can claim the treasures within will depend solely on their own capabilities, added Li Haoyan from the Kaitian sect. Just then, a malevolent aura wafted in from the distance. You old fools have found the secret realm and yet failed to inform me? Do you not regard my Tianyao Valley? And Tian sighed, realizing that the news had reached the ears of the Demon King of Tianyao Valley. Since you have arrived, let us join forces to unlock this secret realm. And Tian suggested calmly. At this moment, 8 major factions had gathered outside the Return to Sun realm, including Qingyang sect, Kaitian sect, Li Huomen, and Tianyao Valley. However, aside from Tian and Li Haoyan, the elders present had only reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. I heard your 2 families suffered a double loss, being reduced to this state by the Ding family, the Demon King taunted, glancing mockingly at Yang Yi and Luo Ruhong. The 2 men exchanged awkward smiles. Realizing their current strength was insufficient to contend with these behemoths, my apologies for my tardiness, Ding Shan arrived with most of the Ding family cultivators. Upon seeing the absence of the formidable figure backing the Ding family, and Tian and the others furrowed their brows. Where is your esteemed elder? The Demon King inquired slowly. Ding Shan cupped his hands towards the Demon King. That elder is currently engaged in profound cultivation. He will arrive once the Return to Sun realm opens. Why are you all still standing here? Shouldn't we unite to break the seals of this secret realm? Ding Shan urged. Seeing Ding Shan's fearless demeanor, a certain hostility began to brew among the others. Enough idle chatter. Let us prepare to work together to break this seal. Ultimately, Tian took the lead, channeling his power to dismantle the barrier, with the others following suit. Under the combined might of their assault, the protective barrier of the Return to Sun realm trembled. 10 days passed, and within a training chamber of the Ding family, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Chu He gradually opened his eyes, feeling the strength he now wielded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Heaven rewards the diligent. I have finally broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, host has sensed a breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm, unlocking the skill effect, Great Luo Heaven Palm. Chu He sighed, pondering why it wasn't a realm effect. Wouldn't he that make it easier to subdue those individuals? He activated the Great Luo Heaven Palm, and in the next instant, information regarding the technique flooded his mind. If only all these effects could be transformed into reality. Chuckling softly, Chu He departed the chamber. Upon stepping outside, he noticed Ding Shan was no longer at the Ding family estate. Thus, he sought out Ding Ying. Where has your father gone? He asked. Ding Ying replied slowly. My father has taken people to the Return to Sun realm. He said to bring you along once your cultivation was completed. As she spoke, Ding Ying couldn't help but probe into Chu He's realm and was astonished to find she couldn't sense his aura. Have you already broken through to the Cave Heaven realm? She inquired curiously. Chu He smiled and shook his head. How could I possibly break through so quickly? Come, let us head to the Return to Sun realm. With that, Ding Ying led Chu He towards the realm. On the way, Chu He inquired about the various factions in Qingzhou. You truly know nothing about these matters? Ding Ying looked at him in confusion. Chu He awkwardly smiled, almost revealing his secret. I have been cultivating in solitude and have not ventured outside, so I'm not particularly clear on the delineations of these factions. Please enlighten me about their strengths. Ding Ying nodded and began to introduce him to these powerful entities. An Tian, the leader of Qingyang sect, and Li Haoyan of Kaitian sect are both Cave Heaven realm strongholds. The other major factions are primarily at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hearing this classification of power, Chu He smiled and nodded. When it comes time to seek treasures, as long as I maximize the realm effects, these individuals will be unable to compare to me. At that point, would not all the treasures be within my grasp? This thought made Chu He chuckle. What are you laughing at? Ding Ying asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Chu He quickly composed himself. Exuding the aura of a transcendent master, I merely find the contest for the treasures in the Return to Sun Realm to be somewhat of a jest. Chapter 8. Arrival at the Return to Sun Realm. Ding Ying sensed the powerful aura emanating from Chu He, which only deepened her admiration for him. I know you are the strongest. To others, you are merely a swarm of ants. Hearing this, a smile spread across Chu He's face. Who would have thought he would receive such admiration? The two traveled in silence and arrived at the Return to Sun Realm after an hour. By then, thousands of cultivators had gathered, comprising disciples from various families and sections. Upon seeing Chu He arrive, Ding Shan rushed over, sparks flying. An Tian and the others also noticed Chu He's presence, scrutinizing him closely. We have just managed to break this seal, and we're about to notify you, yet here you are? Ding Shan remarked. Chu He chuckled. I sensed it was time to come. Are you ready to enter? Ding Shan nodded. Indeed. Let me introduce you to the others. However, Chu He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. We can proceed directly inside. Just as he finished speaking, the Demon King approached him. Thought the Ding family was backed by an ancient monster, but it turns out to be a mere youth. Do you truly possess the strength of a peak, cave, heaven realm cultivator? Chu He let out a cold laugh, elevating the aura of a transcendent master to its zenith. At that moment, Chu He exuded an air of inscrutability, causing the Demon King to take a few steps back involuntarily. An Tian frowned, realizing that such a formidable figure was hidden within the seemingly humble Qingzhou. Who are you to speak so boldly before me? Chu He retorted coldly, clearly displeased with the Demon King's words. Ding Shan hurriedly introduced, this is the Demon King of Tianyao Valley, a Peak Foundation establishment realm powerhouse. Chu He feigned indifference, gazing at him. It seems you are quite confident in your own strength to dare to seek trouble with me. As he spoke, Chu He silently escalated the effect of his peak, cave, heaven realm aura, unleashing a formidable presence within the space. Why not engage in a spar with me? Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Chu He, the Demon King quickly waved his hand. Stop. No, I merely wish to witness your prowess. I have never seen such a young peak, cave, heaven realm cultivator in Qingzhou. With a cold laugh, Chu He turned and walked away. Upon witnessing his departure, the Demon King sighed in relief. The aura of a peak, cave, heaven realm expert had left him somewhat breathless. Just then, An Tian approached Chu He slowly, inquiring, May I ask where you, young friend, have received your teachings? At such a tender age, you have already reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. I must admit, I feel rather ashamed in your presence. An Tian had cultivated for a millennium and had only just entered the cave heaven realm, which piqued his curiosity about how Chu He had managed his training. Turning to face An Tian, Chu He replied, I have no sect or master. I am a solitary cultivator. The crowd, upon hearing these words, looked at Chu He with astonishment. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. However, we shall not concede in the upcoming contest for the Return to Yang Realm. Ultimately, who will claim the top prize depends on everyone's abilities. After leaving this statement, An Tian stepped forward to address the crowd again. Now that the restrictions of the Return to Yang Realm have been lifted, we can enter and seek our respective fortunes. With that, the major factions led their disciples into the Return to Yang Realm to compete for their inheritances. Chu He, however, was not in such a hurry. Instead, he strolled towards the Return to Yang Realm. If it weren't for you, we would have had no chance of contending for the treasures within the Return to Yang Realm, Ding Shan remarked to Chu He. Chu He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. These are mere trifles. They were already intimidated by me, yet when it comes to opportunities, they will not be so concerned. You all should stay close to me. How many treasures we find will depend on our luck. Ding Shan nodded, and the members of the Ding family followed closely behind Chu He as they entered the Return to Yang Realm. As soon as Chu He stepped inside, a torrent of abundant spiritual energy surged towards him, far denser than that of the outside world, making cultivation significantly more effective. Feeling the spiritual energy that permeated the surroundings, a smile crept onto Chu He's face as he discreetly began to absorb it. Ding Shan similarly activated his cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy. Before them lay a range of towering mountains, atop which a treasure tower appeared indistinctly. Upon seeing this tower, a smile blossomed on Chu He's face. There is a treasure tower up there. Let us go and take a look. With that, Chu He quickened his pace towards the tower, with the Ding family closely trailing behind. After a brief moment, They arrived at the mountain range where the treasure tower was located. Just as Chu He was about to ascend, several figures blocked his path. This area has already been claimed by our Kaitian sect. You should seek elsewhere, declared a man clad in the garb of the Kaitian sect. Chu He furrowed his brow slightly. Had these individuals not been present when he revealed his peak, cave, heaven realm aura? Do you not know who I am? Another disciple coldly retorted. I do not care who you are. This place has been occupied by our Kaitian sect. If you do not leave, do not blame us for being rude. Chu He shook his head in resignation. It was time to show them his might, and he pushed his realm effect to its peak. The disciples standing before him felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they were shackled. Our sect leader is Li Haoyan, a powerful figure in the cave heaven realm as well, one of them stated. With a cold snort, Chu He replied, with your meager strength, how dare you act so brazenly before me? You truly do not understand the limits of your own capabilities. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold it against you. However, if there is a next time, do not expect me to be so lenient. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu He proceeded to walk past them as if they were invisible. And the disciples, not wishing to risk their lives, made no effort to stop him. After Chu He and his companions departed, one disciple crushed a token. Daring to provoke our Kaitian sect? You will pay for this. Before long, a figure arrived at the foot of the mountain, spotting the disciples. Who dares to challenge our Kaitian sect? A young man, resplendent in fine garments and sporting a few scraggly tufts of beard, coldly inquired. Sect leader, there's a young fellow whose strength has reached the cave heaven realm. He disregarded our warnings and ascended with the Ding family, one disciple reported, looking aggrieved. Chapter 9. Li Haoyan of the Kaitian sect. Li Haoyan did not waste time pondering. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into a beam of light, racing towards the mountain peak. Chu He, leading his companions, had already reached the summit and beheld the treasure tower. Surrounding the tower were radiant lights, each indicative of its extraordinary nature. This sight stirred Chu He's interest, prompting him to step forward to investigate, just as Li Haoyan arrived. Your actions here are somewhat inappropriate, are they not? This location was first discovered by our Kaitian sect. Li Haoyan immediately questioned Chu He. Chu He shook his head in exasperation and turned to face Li Haoyan. By your logic, if I simply stand here, does that mean the entire return to Yang realm belongs to me? Li Haoyan frowned, taken aback that Chu He would engage in such banter, showing no semblance of a powerful figure. In that moment, Chu He unleashed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, directed at Li Haoyan. Detecting the killing intent radiating from Chu He, Li Haoyan feigned calmness, stating, do not think that because you are strong, you can act with impunity here. Are you not afraid of inciting public wrath? With a cold laugh, Chu He waved his hand, revealing the aura of a peak cave heaven realm expert. If you are unconvinced, I am willing to engage in a duel with you. The victor claims the title, while the loser must depart. Should you lose, you shall leave. Such a childish play. I could easily subdue you with my realm effect. Chu He mused inwardly. Li Haoyan recognized he was no match for Chu He and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing the scene. Once he had departed, Chu He turned to the Ding family members. He will surely seek assistance. Let us enter this treasure tower and see what treasures await us. With that, Chu He swiftly approached the tower. The exterior was adorned with carvings of the heavenly phoenix and true dragon, enhancing its majestic presence. What a splendid place! I wonder if it holds treasures that will captivate my heart, he thought. Upon entering the tower, Chu He discovered 3 treasure boxes at its center. He quickly approached the first box, which was labeled 5th rank pill, Kaiyuan pill. The Kaiyuan pill could significantly enhance a cultivator's comprehension for a short period. With good fortune, it might allow one to leap directly from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Cave Heaven realm. Chu He discreetly stored the Kaiyuan pill. The second box bore the inscription indicating it could transform illusions into reality. Upon reading the description, Chu He's excitement surged, and he hurriedly opened the second box. Inside lay a pitch-black orb known as the Illusion Pearl. If it could solidify illusions, could it not allow my effects to manifest as reality? Pondering this, Chu He stored the Illusion Pearl, neglecting to examine the final treasure. He turned to the Ding family members. These 2 items are useful to me. You may keep the last treasure. I must prepare for my cultivation. Inform me of any disturbances outside. Ding Shan and the others nodded and took the final treasure box, which contained a 3-foot-long sword of earth-grade quality. Ding Shan, as if discovering a great treasure, claimed the sword and instructed the rest, seal the entire tower. Do not allow anyone to enter and disrupt Chu He's cultivation. The group dispersed, encircling the mountaintop to ensure it was impenetrable. Chu He stepped aside and consumed the illusion pearl, in his dantian. The shape of the illusion pearl materialized. Could it be that this object is deceiving me? Why has there been no response? Chu He questioned, perplexed. Just as he finished speaking, the illusion pearl in his dantian unleashed immense power, enveloping Chu He entirely. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Chu He's mind. Ding. The host has discovered the ancient artifact, illusion pearl. Henceforth, all effects acquired by the host can be materialized. As the voice faded, torrents of spiritual energy surged toward Chu He like a fountain. Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd Stage. 3rd Stage. 4th Stage. 10th Stage. Crack. Chu He felt the shackles that bound him shatter, and his realm ascended to the 1st stage of the Cave Heaven realm. Ha ha ha, fortune truly favors me. The elevation of has not yet reached its conclusion. Half an hour later, the strength of Chu He ascended to the pinnacle of the dot. A terrifying aura emanated from within him, instilling a profound sense of oppression in every cultivator within the. A colossal of tin materialized behind Chu He, solidifying into reality, dispelling the previous ethereal quality. Realizing that he had exhausted the potential for further elevation, Chu He slowly opened his eyes, savoring the power he now wielded. A smile graced his face as he beheld the substantial behind him. So this is the power controlled by the. It truly feels exhilarating. I am eager to find someone to spar with and showcase my prowess. Rising to his feet, Chu He prepared to continue learning new special effects, but the effects interface remained elusive for an extended period. Just as doubt crept in, he felt his involuntarily decline, dropping back to the peak of the. Confusion washed over him as he sensed his falling once more. Wasn't it said that my special effects could manifest into reality? How could it regress like this? This feeling of deception was frustrating. Alas, I can only treat this dead horse as a live one. He pushed his special effects to their zenith, reclaiming his strength at the pinnacle of the. The of 10 reappeared behind him. And with a sigh of relief, he understood that materialization meant that only upon activating the special effects would they transform into reality. Otherwise, his remained within the. As he dispelled the special effects. His reverted back to the peak of the. No matter. This unexpected gain still saw his elevated to the peak of the before long. I shall truly step into the. Chapter 10. One move to defeat the enemy while Chu He reveled in his joy. Ding Shan suddenly approached him. Li Haoyan had returned with over 10 others, clamoring outside for justice. Chu He smiled and said, "Then let us go meet him, just in time. My current special effects can now be materialized. I shall practice on them." With that, Chu He clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the exit. Chu He, get out here. How dare you encroach upon our Kai Tian sect's territory? Upon reaching the threshold, Chu He heard Li Haoyan's discordant voiced, "It seems there is a significant misunderstanding between us. Why not all come at me together?" After stepping outside, Chu He spoke, "Not presume that just because you are in the. We are powerless. Here, we have 3 mid-stage and 2 early-stage powerhouses. I eagerly await to see how you will respond." Seeing Chu He emerge, Li Haoyan coldly remarked, emboldened by the presence of his companions. Chu He rotated his neck and silently pushed his special effects to their peak, restoring his strength to the pinnacle of the. Moreover, he elevated his ultimate killing intent special effects to their zenith, unleashing a wave of murderous aura that swept through the surroundings. "Today, I shall play with you all. Come at me together." Chu He coldly regarded Li Haoyan and the others. Realizing there was no turning back, Li Haoyan declared, "Let us strike together. We shall surely suppress him. Remember, do not hold back with that." He charged toward Chu He, and the others unleashed their powers, seeking to subdue him. Had it been the former Chu He facing such an assembly, he might have felt some trepidation. However, with his special effects now materialized, he felt no fear. Fiery flames of devastation. Chu He waved his hand, and a tempest of flames surged toward Li Haoyan and his group, igniting a fierce inferno the next moment. After executing this move, Chu He rested his hands behind his back, confident that this attack would suffice to defeat them. Indeed, as he anticipated, despite Li Haoyan and his companions exerting their full strength, they could not extinguish the flames engulfing them. Ultimately, It was Chu He who reigned in the flames, leaving Li Haoyan and his comrades' garments in ashes. "Do you have anything to say now?" Chu He asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Li Haoyan. Just as Li Haoyan opened his mouth, blood surged forth, and he coughed up a mouthful. Chu He shook his head in exasperation. These individuals were like children to him. Utterly powerless, I do not wish to prolong this matter. If you remain here for 3 breaths more, your lives will be forfeit. With this, Chu He slowly closed his eyes. Point 1. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. Retreat, Li Haoyan managed to utter with great difficulty before leading his companions away. After their departure, Chu He approached Ding Shan. Are these the only forces in Qingzhou? With my strength at the pinnacle of the... I should be able to grasp the entirety of Qingzhou. First, I must familiarize myself with its powers. Ding Shan shook his head. The forces we have seen today are merely those from the south. Across all of Qingzhou, there are 8 major factions, some of which have already reached the peak of the news of this opening has undoubtedly reached them. Thus, we hasten to investigate. Chu He nodded, eager to witness the true nature of these so-called colossal entities. After thoroughly scouring the treasures within the pagoda, Chu He led the Ding family members to continue their search for other treasures in the dot on a mountaintop in the northern part of Qingzhou. An elder was meditating with closed eyes. Patriarch, scouts report that the has been activated by some minor forces from the south. A practitioner stood before the elder. We did not expect that to be located in the south. When did they discover it? The elder remained with eyes shut, responding weakly. The just opened today, and a particularly young powerhouse at the pinnacle of the has appeared. His name seems to be Chu He. I have never heard of this individual before. The practitioner continued. Upon hearing of a pinnacle powerhouse, the elder finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of interest illuminating his gaze as he looked southward. As if he could see through everything. After so many years of silence, it is time to stir. Have the other old fools made any moves? This elder was none other than Li Feng, the head of the top-tier Li family in Qingzhou. They have already dispatched individuals to the south, eager to explore the Patriarch. When shall we depart? If we delay, the treasures will surely be stripped bare. Li Qingsong inquired, bowing slightly before Li Feng. We cannot afford to be left too far behind. Let us set off for the immediately. Within a day, news of this opening had spread throughout Qingzhou, prompting all 8 major factions to dispatch their representatives. Chu He's name became known to the leaders of these factions, all eager to witness the prowess of this young powerhouse. As the top-tier factions began preparations to venture into the Chu He had already established dominance over the other forces within. Thus, they introduced Chu He as follows. Wherever Chu He passed, all treasures belonged to him. Even Qingyang sects and Tian could not withstand a single strike before being forced to watch as Chu He seized every treasure. However, the was vast, and after more than a day of exploration, Chu He and his companions had only covered less than 1/10 of it. Standing atop a mountain, Chu He surveyed the entire, flanked by Ding Shan and others, all wearing smiles. After seizing the treasures, Chu He had generously shared some with the Ding family members. The treasures acquired from the wood enabled the Ding family to develop into a significant force in the south over the next few hundred years. Yet, all of this was possible due to Chu He's generosity. Otherwise, they would have lacked even the qualification to enter the Chapter 11. The invitation of the 8 great forces. I sense an unusual aura. It seems significant events are about to unfold in the Chu He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Ding Shan, bewildered, inquired, Do you mean the 8 top-tier forces of Qingzhou will also come here? The news has spread rather swiftly. Chu He chuckled helplessly. These 8 top-tier forces will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Thus, we must act promptly. Otherwise, once they arrive, our gains will be substantially diminished. Having spoken, Chu He led the Ding family members towards the foot of the mountain, continuing their quest for treasures within this realm. At this juncture, Chu He's sole objective was to locate elixirs that could enhance his strength. Once he ascended to the Dongtian realm, he would acquire an entirely new extraordinary ability. At that moment, his power would experience yet another surge. Observing Chu He descending the mountain with his entourage, the other practitioners hurriedly reported to their sect leaders, Am I truly that fearsome? Chu He mused inwardly, bemused by their evident trepidation. However, he was not overly concerned with the treasures these individuals possessed, as he wished to avoid creating enmity with the Ding family, knowing he would eventually depart from them. Once he left, These sects would undoubtedly trouble the Ding family. You need not follow me continuously. Doing so will significantly diminish our chances of finding treasures. As he spoke, the group dispersed, each seeking their own opportunities. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu He turned to the members of the Ding family. Ding Ying and the others exchanged glances, presuming that Chu He no longer wished to accompany them in their treasure hunt. Viewing themselves as a burden, take whatever we discover. We require nothing but your guidance in exploring this place, they insisted. Some areas are particularly perilous, and without your assistance, we could not safely navigate them. Hearing Ding Ying's words, Chu He sighed. Very well, take my token. Should you encounter any danger, shatter it, and I shall come to your aid. Moreover, I do not harbor the intentions you might think. It is merely that we need to seek opportunities independently. Otherwise, you will grow accustomed to relying on my protection. And what will you do if I suddenly depart one day? What Chu He needed to accomplish was to alter Ding Ying and the others' perceptions. Otherwise, they would never truly grow. Ding Ying and the others bowed their heads, resembling children awaiting reprimand. With a wave of his hand, Chu He presented a token before Ding Ying and the others, which bore his essence. Very well, let us part ways here. Once we have thoroughly explored this place, you must return to the Ding family. At that moment, Ding Shan pocketed the token and addressed Chu He. Chu He smiled. Rest assured, I will return. Now, I shall take my leave. Should any danger arise, inform me promptly. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene in an instant, only to reappear atop a mountain peak. Why do you persist in following me? If there is something to discuss, do so openly. There is no need for such subterfuge. Upon arriving, Chu He spoke coldly, yet there was not a soul in sight. Suddenly, the sound of applause resonated through the AI art, as expected of a Dongtian realm powerhouse. You can sense my presence, came a voice from behind him. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind Chu He. He unleashed an overwhelming killing intent, causing the cloaked figure to instinctively take 2 steps back. The black-clad individual furrowed his brow. According to his previous understanding, Chu He was merely a Dongtian realm cultivator. He had not anticipated the depth of his murderous aura. Despite having entered the Dongtian realm himself, he found himself forced back by this overwhelming intent, thus re-evaluating his perception of Chu He. Please, do not be angered. I bear no ill will. The family head wishes to invite you to a banquet, the black-clad man hastily explained, fearing for his life. Chu He turned to face him. From which sect do you hail? Surely you are not from one of the 8 major powers. The black-clad man, observing Chu He's intrigued demeanor, felt no fear, believing him to be an unparalleled powerhouse unperturbed by the 8 leading factions. To be frank, I am indeed from one of the 8 major powers, the Li family estate, and it is the family head who has sent me to invite you. Chu He scoffed slightly. It cannot be that simple. I have never met your family head, so why would he invite me? Does that not seem rather presumptuous? He was not a naive youth. His past experiences far surpassed such trivialities. Noticing Chu He's caution, the black-clad man chuckled. We have no malicious intent. We simply wish to befriend a peak Dongtian realm cultivator. Prior to inviting you, we gathered information about you. Your displayed prowess is sufficient to meet our family head. Moreover, it is not solely our family head who wishes to invite you. The other 7 major powers are also eager for your presence. Realizing he could not evade this invitation, Chu He nodded. Lead the way. The black-clad man silently guided Chu He away from the realm of returning light, while others continued their search for relics. Soon, the 2 departed the realm, heading eastward. Along the way, Chu He inquired of the black-clad man. I would like to inquire about the 8 major powers. Who are they, and who are their strongest members? As he intended to meet them, it was prudent to understand their strength beforehand. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. The black-clad man looked at Chu He in confusion, repeatedly asking, Are you not familiar with the 8 major powers? This should be common knowledge. Chu He coldly replied, I am a mere rogue cultivator. And during my cultivation, I have remained in seclusion, unaware of worldly matters. The black-clad man nodded and began to elucidate the circumstances of the 8 major powers. After a brief overview, Chu He acknowledged their considerable strength. Yet he felt no trace of fear. Half an hour later, the black-clad man descended, leading Chu He to the exterior of a manor nestled between 2 mountains, a place of auspicious feng shui. This is where our family head and the others have gathered. I shall take you inside now. Chapter 12. The provocation of Nanshan. Upon entering the manor, Chu He immediately sensed several concealed presences. All at the Dongtian realm. At that moment, several figures appeared before him. You must be Chu He, an elder remarked, gazing intently at him. Chu He nodded. And you are? The elder chuckled softly. I am Liang, the lord of Liang City. I never expected to meet such a young peak Dongtian realm cultivator. I can die without regrets now. Chu He shook his head helplessly, questioning the elder's mental faculties. I am the family head of Li family estate. You may call me Li Feng. Like you, I too am a Dongtian realm practitioner, Li Feng stated, observing Chu He. Chu He nodded. Do you not intend to invite me inside? Must we continue this conversation outdoors? He truly began to doubt their intelligence. Although they had come out to greet him, prolonging their pleasantries was hardly appropriate. The black-clad man, standing nearby, regarded Chu He with admiration for his audacity in addressing the 8 major powers so boldly. Any ordinary person would have met a grisly fate by now. Yet, Li Feng and Li Yang remained unfazed, ushering Chu He into the manor as if they were long-lost brothers. Deep within the manor, they encountered 6 cultivators seated, all eyes fixed upon Chu He. Li Lao. Is this the young peak Dongtian realm cultivator from the south? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, the master of Bai Shui Manor remarked while sizing up Chu He. Chu He smiled. There is no need for such concern. You have summoned me today for more than mere pleasantries. Li Feng nodded, gesturing for Chu He to take a seat beside him. We genuinely wish to ascertain who you are. Capable of independently reaching the peak Dongtian realm, you have indeed left us far behind. Catching up to you will be a considerable challenge, the master of Batian Min remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Chu He. And what levels have you all attained in the Dongtian realm? Surely, you have not yet reached the pinnacle? Chu He inquired skeptically, eyeing the gathered individuals. Li Yang and the others shamefully shook their heads, admitting that their highest cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Dongtian realm. At that moment, the leader of Nanwen Tian Palace, Nanshan, spoke up. Are you truly as formidable as the legends suggest? You appear rather unremarkable for a powerhouse. Chu He gazed icily at Nanshan, internally amplifying his extraordinary prowess. It seems you harbor doubts regarding my strength. Are you perhaps seeking to spar with me? Upon hearing these words, Nanshan abruptly rose and strode towards an adjacent clearing. I may be lacking in skill, he declared, but I wish to experience the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Currently, I have attained the 7th level of this realm. Meanwhile, Chuha remained seated, pouring himself a cup of spiritual wine and savoring it leisurely. Nanshan's brow furrowed. Could it be that the strength you displayed earlier was merely a result of forbidden drugs? Otherwise, why do you hesitate to speak? Without those drugs, you might not even be worth a fart. Observing Nanshan's relentless demeanor, Chuha opened his mouth to respond, but Li Feng, standing nearby, interjected, as a guest, isn't your behavior somewhat disrespectful? Nanshan let out a cold laugh. He is undoubtedly deceiving us. Otherwise, he would surely showcase his true strength before us. Chuha sighed. I merely wish to enjoy the delicacies on the table, yet he dares to continually provoke me. Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. After downing a cup of spiritual wine, Chuha stood and walked to face Nanshan. Since you are so eager to witness my prowess, then let us see your moves. As he uttered these words, Chuha elevated the effects of the pinnacle of the cave heaven mirror to its zenith. Behind him, the manifestation of 10 cave heaven avatars materialized. Nanshan activated his techniques and launched a punch towards Chuha. With a cold smile, Chuha suddenly bellowed, Great Luo Heaven Palm. A 3-zhonglong shadow of his palm obliterated Nanshan's attack, continuing onward towards him. Shattering Mountain Fist. Nanshan retaliated with another punch, yet his assault disintegrated upon contact with the palm shadow. With your meager skills, how dare you chatter before me? It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Then allow me to introduce you to my technique. Blazing Fire of Heaven. No sooner had Chuha's words fallen than countless flames surged towards Nanshan. The others did not intervene, as they too wished to see if Chuha truly possessed the legendary strength they had heard of. Feeling the power of the incoming attack, Nanshan instinctively recoiled, acutely aware that he could not withstand it. Just as a ball of flame was a mere 3 inches from him, he exclaimed, I concede. Instantly, the flames before him dissipated, and Chuha placed his hands behind his back. Nanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, "If you lack the strength, do not provoke me, for you are simply unworthy." Having spoken, Chua turned his gaze to the remaining 7. "If any of you wish to witness my strength, step forward." As he uttered this, Chua felt somewhat exasperated. He had not sought this confrontation, yet Nanshan had forced upon him a chance to display his prowess. Seeing no one step forward, Chua returned to his original position and poured himself another cup of spiritual wine. After Chua's victory over Nanshan, the atmosphere grew silent until Li Feng of the Li family finally spoke up. They harbor no ill intentions. It has been quite some time since a Pinnacle Cave Heaven Realm practitioner has appeared in Qingzhou, and it is indeed astonishing. They merely wish to gauge your level. So please do not take offense. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Nanshan approached Chua's side. "I was blind to your capabilities, and I sincerely apologize." Chua waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to meet Nanshan's gaze. "Shall we now indulge in the delicacies before us?" Chua looked towards Li Feng, who nodded vigorously. Although they no longer required such sustenance, a rare taste was still welcomed. "Of course, you may begin tasting now." Feeling awkward, Nanshan returned to his seat, no longer daring to flaunt his authority before Chua. Chapter 13. Breaking through to the cave Heaven Realm, Chua picked up a piece of meat and began to eat without a care. As he had yet to properly enjoy the culinary delights available here, it must be said that the quality of the beast meat here was exceptional and quite robust. Once Chua had eaten his fill, Li Feng continued, "Our invitation to you was not solely to witness your talents. We also wish to explore the return to Sun Realm together." Having witnessed Chua's displayed strength, they sought his acknowledgement. Chua shrugged, realizing he had inadvertently altered their perception of him through his earlier display. "Of course, I am open to that. However, I would like to propose a condition. I would take 20% of whatever you acquire from the return to Sun Realm. What do you think?" Chua set down the meat and looked at the others. This time, he intended to make them pay a price for their earlier provocations, or else he would have no face left. Li Feng and the others fell silent. Noticing their reluctance to respond, Chua added, "In truth, I am not entirely unreasonable. Should you defeat me, you need not share any spoils." Li Feng shook his head helplessly. "We are simply not your match. How about this? We will select a few treasures for you from our clan. What do you think?" The others echoed this sentiment, expressing their unwillingness to part with their gains. Seeing their reaction, Chua laughed heartily. "Do not be so tense. I was merely jesting. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts." After indulging in food and drink, he declared, "It is time for us to set forth towards the return to Sun Realm, lest we miss the prime treasures. What say you?" Upon hearing that Chua no longer sought a share of their spoils, everyone exhaled in relief. "Very well, let us depart immediately for the return to Sun Realm." Li Feng smiled at Chua. After a brief preparation, they set off towards the return to Sun Realm. Along the way, Li Feng approached Chua. "Young friend, may I inquire how you broke through to the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven Realm? I have been cultivating for so long and am still stuck at the 8th level. It is quite frustrating." At this moment, Chua wished to tell Li Feng, "I am merely a Foundation Establishment practitioner. What I wielded earlier was merely a special effect. Do you think I cultivated through special effects? To break through to the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven Realm, one must diligently hone the Cave Heaven avatars. Only with a solid foundation can one achieve a quicker breakthrough." Li Feng's face lit up with understanding as he looked at Chui. "So that's how it is. It seems I have been cultivating incorrectly all along. Thank you, young friend, for your enlightenment." Chua waved his hand dismissively. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the return to Sun Realm. As the group observed the sights within, conversations erupted. It is said that within the return to Sun Realm, there exists a legacy left behind by a Pinnacle Cave Heaven Realm powerhouse. I wonder if it is true. Li Yang shook his head. "Who can say? Let us enter and investigate. We have arrived late. The Qingyang sects and Tian has already come here to explore, and many treasures may have already been claimed by them. I shall proceed first." With that, Li Yang transformed into a streak of light and entered the return to Sun Realm. Chua remained silent, also transforming into a streak of light as he entered the realm. The others did not linger and followed Chua inside. Once inside, Chua did not rush to explore the ruins. Instead, he sought out a secluded spot. After setting up several barriers, he sat down and took out a Kaiyuan Dan. Illusions are ultimately just illusions. Only the enhancement of one's strength is the true path. I wonder if this breakthrough to the Cave Heaven realm will unlock a realm effect. All day long, effects related to temperament and skills abound, yet none compare to the might of a realm effect. With that thought, Chua consumed the Kaiyuan Dan, and in the next moment, a torrent of spiritual power surged towards him. Chua activated his techniques, beginning to absorb the energy contained within the Kaiyuan Dan. He felt this power coursing through his meridians. As he absorbed more and more spiritual power, the energy stored within him reached a peak. In his dantian, a disc materialized, which he shaped into a manifestation disc resembling the Cave Heaven avatars. In the next moment, a manifestation disc appeared behind Chua, and at that moment, he successfully reached the Cave Heaven realm. Countless streams of spiritual power flowed into him like a spring, and the aura he emanated grew increasingly formidable. As time passed, Chua's aura gradually stabilized, and the spiritual power ceased to feel so tumultuous. Chua exhaled slowly, opening his eyes to behold the strength he now commanded, a smile gracing his lips. I wonder what special effect will emerge this time. I truly find myself filled with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Cave Heaven realm, rewarded with the special effect of the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Suddenly, a unique effect appeared before Chu He, visible only to him. However, Chu He wore a perplexed expression. Logically, having already unlocked the peak effect of the Cave Heaven realm, why would the 5th level effect manifest? System, are you jesting with me? Why would you present me with the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm? Chu He couldn't help but voice his complaint. Due to the host's absorption of the illusory pearl, this reward allows the host's cultivation level to surge directly to the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. The system's voice echoed in Chu He's mind once more. Chu He sighed. Well, having something is better than nothing. At least it significantly reduces my cultivation time. With that, he tapped on the realm effect before him. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically, and before long, he stabilized at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. At that moment, Chu He stood up, stretched lazily, and gazed at the 5 Cave Heaven manifestations behind him, shrugging helplessly. Sigh, it is what it is. With the power of the peak Cave Heaven realm, I can still dominate in Qingzhou. This system is becoming increasingly unreliable. If I get such nonsense again, I won't comply. Chapter 14. The crisis of the Ding family. Having said that, Chu He dispelled the restrictions and stepped outside. I wonder how the Ding family is faring now. Never mind them. I shall seek my own opportunities. Still immersed in the joy of his newfound strength, Chu He strolled leisurely toward the depths of the Huayang realm. With the inclusion of the 8 top-tier forces, the entire Huayang realm was teeming with figures, all in search of various relics. The Huayang realm was not only rich in treasures but also fraught with peril. Many cultivators had permanently lost their lives within its confines. An hour later, Chu He had traversed numerous mountains and arrived at a vast plain, only to be greeted by an endless expanse of desolation. Where is this? Why is it so barren? Chu He looked around in confusion, yet he felt a peculiar sensation emanating from ahead. Shaking his head, he continued onward. Brother, do you think anyone will come here to snatch our treasures? A masked man queried as he tirelessly dug into the earth beneath him. Who can say? With the 8 forces involved, we are merely testing our luck. If we encounter any of their members, we can only flee, another man replied slowly, continuing to excavate the soil beneath his feet. Before long, Chu He found himself behind the 2 men and, observing their fervent activity, couldn't help but chuckle. What are you 2 doing here? A voice rang in the one-eyed man's ear. The 2 men quickly dropped their tools, turned around, and knelt before Chu He. My lord, we are merely here to test our luck. If my lord desires this land, we shall leave immediately. Chu He looked at the one-eyed man with a puzzled expression. Do I look like the sort who would kill to seize treasures? He had not anticipated that such an image would be etched in their minds, which was truly a disgrace to his reputation. Upon hearing Chu He's words, the 2 slowly raised their heads and beheld his appearance. My lord, we mean no ill will. This place was discovered by my elder brother using a secret treasure. We have only begun to excavate. If my lord does not mind, may we follow behind you to reap some benefits? Chu He shook his head. I come not to claim your treasures. I merely wish to inquire if you have seen any members of the Ding family and what this place is. The 2 exchanged glances before shaking their heads. This is the central part of the Huayang realm. The deeper one goes, the more perilous it becomes, and neither of us has seen members of the Ding family. However, before we arrived here, it seemed they were embroiled in a conflict with another major force. We do not know their current status. Upon hearing this, Chu-Hi's brow furrowed. He had not expected that after merely a few days away, they would still encounter danger, yet the token in his possession remained utterly silent. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the outside. The two brothers exhaled deeply in relief upon witnessing Chu-Hi's departure. Having initially feared he was there to seize their treasures, brother, it seems the members of those top-tier forces have discovered this place. Should we continue excavating? The one-eyed man asked. What do we have to fear? As long as we act swiftly, we can secure the treasures before they arrive, then hide ourselves away. No one will discover us. All right, let us dig quickly. Our time is limited. The man resumed his excavation with determination. In the void above, Chu-Hi was diligently seeking the whereabouts of the Ding family. He could not bear to witness the family that had continuously provided him with cultivation resources face annihilation. Meanwhile, in a cave outside, Ding Ying looked at Ding Shan with a heavy heart, and Ding Shan and the others bore visible injuries, as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Father has reached such a critical juncture. Perhaps we should shatter the token. If Chu-Hi does not come, we may lose our lives here, Ding Shan said, his eyes filled with hesitation. He did not want to continue burdening Chu-Hi. He wished to seize opportunities through his own strength. Indeed, Patriarch, do not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, our Ding family may truly face total annihilation. Many others urged Ding Shan as they faced him. Ding Shan sighed deeply. Having not anticipated that he would ultimately have to trouble Chu-Hi in the next moment, he shattered the token. Previously, they had discovered a relic, which housed numerous treasures. However, just as they were about to secure these items, Luo Ruhong, accompanied by the Demon King of the Heavenly Demon Valley, arrived and immediately attacked them. Outnumbered, the Ding family members were unable to stand against them and had no choice but to abandon the treasures and flee to their current location. They had believed that Luo Ruhong would refrain from further aggression under Chu-Hi's intimidation, but to their dismay, he had allied with the Heavenly Demon Valley. Feeling the token's resonance at his waist, Chu-Hi smiled. It seemed Ding Shan and the others were still alive, prompting him to head toward their location. Outside the cave where Ding Shan and the others were located, a group of uninvited guests had arrived, none other than the Demon King of the Heavenly Demon Valley and the forces led by Luo Ruhong. The aura they released lingered in the vicinity, indicating that they must be hiding nearby. Are you not afraid of Chu-Hi seeking revenge on us? He is a formidable expert of the cave heaven realm, Luo Ruhong said, glancing anxiously at the Demon King. The Demon King smirked, a mocking expression on his face. I assure you, I have already brought everyone from the Heavenly Demon Valley into the Nan Wentian Palace. I do not believe Chu-Hi can maintain his previous dominance in front of them. Since we have already attacked them, we might as well go all out and eliminate them here. Luo Ruhong nodded in agreement. You all begin searching this area. Ensure that every last one of them is found. But spare Ding Ying. Bring her to me. This beauty is as pure as jade, and I intend to enjoy her thoroughly. The Demon King commanded the others, who then commenced a thorough search of the vicinity under his direction. Inside the cave, a disciple sensed the external commotion and hurriedly entered to inform Ding Shan. Patriarch, trouble is at hand. Luo Ruhong and his men have arrived. They will be here shortly. Forgetting his injuries, Ding Shan sprang to his feet and rushed toward the cave entrance, his expression darkening as he sensed the auras of the Demon King and Luo Ruhong. Ding Shan sighed, turning to face the members of the Ding family. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Prepare for battle. If we survive this clash, what awaits them will be Chu-Hi's judgment. As long as we can hold out until Chu-Hi arrives, we will prevail. Just as Ding Shan finished speaking, numerous auras converged at the cave entrance. We have located their position. Right here, a beast exclaimed to the Demon King. A smile crept across the Demon King's face as he led Luo Ruhong to the cave entrance. Will you come out willingly, or shall I slay you all within the cave? Upon the arrival of the Demon King at the cave's entrance, he mockingly shouted towards the individuals inside, Ding Shan. Ding Shan exhaled a sigh of relief as a long knife manifested in his hand. Aware that he and his companions were unlikely to escape unscathed, he opted to dismantle the cave's restrictions. How about this? We will surrender all our treasures to you if you spare our lives. The Demon King burst into laughter, exclaiming, Weren't you all so formidable before? With Chu-Hi, you thought you could dominate us. But now that he is absent, you have reverted to your former selves. Do you truly believe your words hold any weight? We have reached a point of no return. And you expect me to show mercy? That is indeed the height of absurdity. Lo Ruhong. The time for revenge has come. I trust that you alone can hold Ding Shan at bay. The others are of no concern to you. Nodding in agreement, Lo Ruhong engaged Ding Shan in a fierce battle, while the remaining members of the Ding family could only watch helplessly. You shall witness your leader's demise at the hands of Lo Ruhong. Once he falls, there will be no reason for you to linger in this world. The Demon King taunted the onlookers. Both Ding Shan and Lo Ruhong were at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, locked in a fierce duel with no clear victor. After a quarter of an hour, the Demon King, unable to contain his impatience, turned to two Foundation establishment beasts beside him. You two, go assist, after all this time. You still cannot subdue Ding Shan? Is he truly that inept? The two beasts nodded and joined the fray, tipping the scales against Ding Shan, who soon bore several wounds. In the next moment, Lo Ruhong severed Ding Shan's left arm, a long-lost grin spreading across his face. Under Chu He's prior pressure, he had been unable to strike at Ding Shan, but now was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. Father, seeing her father in such a state, Ding Ying knelt, tears brimming in her eyes. Several members of the Ding family attempted to intervene but were thwarted by the horde of beasts. Ding Shan, you can only watch as your life is extinguished by Lo Ruhong. Once you perish, your entire lineage shall follow suit, the Demon King proclaimed. Ding Shan, gasping for breath, drove his long knife into the ground. Do you understand? It was your previous actions that allowed Chu He to seize a significant portion of our family's wealth, leaving us to struggle for survival. Once you are dead, all that belongs to the Ding family will be mine. This is your just retribution. With a sinister smile, Lo Ruhong raised his staff, preparing to strike. Aware of his impending demise, Ding Shan slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. Yet, in that critical moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the arena, halting Lo Ruhong's assault. It seems you truly underestimate my presence. In the next instant, Chu He's figure descended gracefully into the fray. Lo Ruhong attempted to lift his staff once more to slay Ding Shan, only to find himself suddenly immobilized. The Demon King's demeanor darkened upon sighting Chu He. Yet he maintained a facade of confidence. With a sweeping motion, Chu He sent Lo Ruhong crashing backward into the mountainside, where debris buried him beneath the rubble. Upon witnessing Chu He's arrival, a smile broke across Ding Ying's face. Chu He approached Ding Shan, administering a healing pill into his mouth. Why did you not inform me of such grave matters sooner? Ding Shan, feeling a pang of guilt, disregarded his injuries. I did not wish to trouble you further. I aim to achieve some inheritance through my own means. Who would have thought they would conspire against us? We were no match for them and could only flee here, ultimately leading to our capture. Chu He nodded, tending to Ding Shan's wounds before turning his attention to the Demon King. Speak. Who is the one backing you, that they dare to attack my people? The Demon King and Lo Ruhong were acutely aware of their limitations and strength. Thus, someone must have been supporting them from behind. I am curious how you discern my connections. Chu He continued. Shouldn't you assume I sought after the treasures of the Ding family, thus provoking them? The Demon King gazed at Chu He in astonishment. Chu He shook his head in resignation. It seems you truly lack the courage to speak the truth. With a swift motion, he conjured an invisible force that lifted the Demon King off the ground. The Demon King struggled against the unseen grip, but no matter how he fought, he remained ensnared. Chu He brought him closer, delivering a resounding slap that left a crimson mark on the Demon King's face. Should you refuse to divulge the identity of your benefactor, I possess ample means to extract that information from you. Chu He's icy gaze bore into the Demon King, releasing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Faced with such malevolence, the Demon King's expression shifted to one of unprecedented fear. Chapter 16. The astonished Demon King. The Demon King realized that if he did not reveal the existence of Nanshan, death would be his fate. I advise you not to act against me, though you know who stands behind me. He is Nan Wenyangong of the 8 great powers of Qingzhou. Just yesterday, I encountered Nanshan, and all of Tianyao Valley has aligned with him. Should you dare to strike me, Nanshan will surely slay you here. I do not believe you possess the strength to contend with him. As he mentioned Nanshan, the apprehension on the Demon King's face faded, replaced by a mocking demeanor. Nanshan again. Chu He replied, a wicked smile emerging as he lowered the Demon King back to the ground. Now, summon him for me, or I shall take your life regardless. Seeing Chu He's unwavering dominance, the Demon King reluctantly shattered a communication stone. You shall soon regret this. Just remain here and do not flee. Chu He shook his head. I have no intention of leaving. I shall patiently await your reinforcements. The Demon King smirked, silently reveling in the thought that soon Chu He would face dire consequences. Yet, instead of standing idly, Chu He approached Ding Shan, channeling his energy to heal him. However, Ding Shan looked on with concern. Do not let our enmity with the 8 great powers weigh on your conscience. Their might is far beyond what we can withstand. Do not worry about me. I will bear the burden myself. Even if he summons all the 8 great powers, I fear them not. What are they but a swarm of formidable ants? As Chu He healed him, he reassured Ding Shan, you need not worry about me. Dinging rushed over, Father, are you all right? Ding Shan smiled, shaking his head. I am fine. There is no need for concern. Dinging then turned to Chu He. You have truly come to our aid. Without you, we would have been lost. Chu He smiled. It is nothing. In the future, should similar events arise, promptly inform me to prevent such dire outcomes. Just as they exchanged pleasantries, a powerful aura surged from the distance. Who dares to attack my subordinates? Do they seek death? Nan Shan's voice echoed from afar. Concern flashed across Ding Shan's face as he looked to Chu He. Are you truly unscathed? Chu He nodded. Do not worry. I shall shoulder everything. You focus on caring for your father. Rising to his feet, he turned to face the approaching Nan Shan, his own power now having ascended to the 5th tier of the Cave Heaven realm. With his current strength, he could easily suppress Nan Shan in the blink of an eye. Nan Shan arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing him approach, the Demon King shot Chu He a derisive smile before rushing to Nan Shan's side. Master, it is him. He attacked us and audaciously claimed that before him, you are but an ant. As Nan Shan followed the direction indicated by the Demon King, he soon beheld Chu Yan the next moment. His expression shifted from one of anger to astonishment. Nan Shan hurried to Chua's side, gazing at him with disbelief. Could it be that the person you just provoked is him? Chua let out a cold snort. What do you think? It's just me and these individuals here. Who else could he have troubled? Clearly, the Demon King failed to grasp the underlying implications of their conversation and approached Nan Shan again. This guy is particularly arrogant. I just mentioned that I successfully joined the Nan Shan Heavenly Palace, yet he still dares to make a move against me. It's evident he holds you in contempt. Master, you must teach him a lesson, and besides, he possesses many treasures. Chuha regarded the Demon King with an expression akin to viewing a fool. He truly resembled a buffoon. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Nan Shan turned and struck the Demon King, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Why did you hit me? The Demon King exclaimed. Nan Shan scoffed coldly. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Nan Shan Heavenly Palace. Nor do you have any relation to me. How dare you provoke Chuha? Do you wish to court death? After uttering these words, he feared that Chuha might blame him and proceeded to rain down blows upon the Demon King. Shortly thereafter, the Demon King lay battered and bruised, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chuha remained silent as he witnessed this scene. Nan Shan, are you satisfied with this? Nan Shan forced a smile at Chuha, anxious that he might hold him accountable for the Demon King's actions. Had it not been for the prior events, he would have certainly engaged Chuha in a fierce battle, but he recognized he was no match for him. You decide that he just attacked my family, so weigh your options carefully. Chuha replied coldly, choosing to disregard Nan Shan and instead walked over to Ding Shan. Seeing that Chuha did not engage Nan Shan in a fight surprised Ding Shan. Do you know him? Why hasn't he caused you any trouble since he arrived? Chuha smiled softly. I was indeed acquainted with him in the past. He will handle everything properly. Now, let me tend to your injuries. With that, Chuha continued to use his powers to heal Ding Shan, while the Demon King struggled to rise, glancing at Nan Shan. Master, is he truly that formidable? Why do you bow so low before him? Nan Shan, in response, delivered another slap, then concentrated all his power into a single punch, knocking the Demon King to the ground, lifeless. It's all your fault for provoking such a great conflict. You nearly cost me my life. If I don't eliminate you, my life will be forfeit to him. If you want to blame someone, blame your own lack of foresight. Upon witnessing their leader's demise at Nan Shan's hands, The remaining demon beasts scattered in all directions. Nanshan turned to his companions and commanded, "Now, go and round up the others, dead or alive. I care not." Chapter 17. Entering the ruins, Nanshan's entourage nodded, dispersing to pursue the fleeing demon beasts. Sighing, Nanshan slowly approached Chuha. "I have slain the demon king. Are you satisfied?" Chuha said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Ding Shan. Nanshan, noticing Ding Shan's severed left arm, cursed the demon king silently and retrieved a 5th-grade healing pill. "This pill will greatly aid in your recovery. Before long, your arm will regenerate." Without a moment's hesitation, Chuha accepted the pill and administered it to Ding Shan. "I have discovered a site of ancient ruins ahead. We have yet to explore it. Perhaps we should wait until Uncle's injuries are healed, then investigate together." Seeing Chuha remain silent for an extended period, Nanshan, feeling a twinge of apprehension, revealed the details of the ruins he had discovered. Chuha nodded. "Very well, then hurry and assist me in treating his wounds." Seeing Chuha's agreement, a smile broke across Nanshan's face as he approached and began to heal Ding Shan. However, internally, Nanshan felt a profound sense of grievance. As the leader of the Nanshan Heavenly Palace, it was humiliating to be tending to an unknown individual. After this incident, the Ding family would ascend to prominence in the entire Qingzhou, and no one would dare underestimate this once obscure clan. Once Nanshan had slain the Demon King, members of the Ding family gradually emerged from the cave, gathering around Ding Shan. Through the combined efforts of Chuha and Nanshan, Ding Shan's injuries were swiftly mended. Within half a day, his severed left arm had regrown. "Thank you, Chuha and Master. Had it not been for both of you, my life would surely have been forfeit." Once healed, Ding Shan rose to express his gratitude to Chuha and Nanshan. Nanshan waved his hand dismissively. "From now on, the affairs of the Ding family will be the concern of the Nanshan Heavenly Palace. Should any danger arise, simply inform me, and I shall assist you. This is my token. It carries my essence. Should you encounter any unknown peril, merely shatter this token." Ding Shan glanced at Chuha, and upon seeing him nod, he cautiously accepted the token. He understood that without Chuha, he would never have been able to connect with one of the 8 great powers. "Now that your injuries are healed, we can proceed to explore the ruins I previously discovered." Nanshan continued, speaking to Ding Shan and Chuha. However, Ding Shan waved his hand. He recognized he had no right to accompany them into the ruins. Their presence was merely a courtesy to Chuha in the meantime. "My family will remain here on the outskirts to explore the ruins. We will not accompany you further." Chuha wished to say more, but upon witnessing Ding Shan's resolute demeanor, he simply nodded. "Then be cautious here. I will go ahead with him to explore the ruins. Once our investigation is complete, I will return to the Ding family." Ding Shan nodded, leading his family away, leaving only Chuha and Nanshan. "Lead the way," Chuha said slowly. Nanshan nodded and guided Chuha forward, their conversation sparse along the way. Though the realm of sunlight was vast, with the involvement of the 8 great powers, nearly all ruins had been explored. The site Nanshan had discovered before leaving had already been secured, and thus remained untouched. In less than an hour, they arrived at their destination. Upon seeing Nanshan return, the guards stationed there hurried to greet him. "Master, may we now enter and investigate?" Nanshan nodded. "This time, we will go with Chuha. There's no need to bring too many people. A few core disciples will suffice." With that, Nanshan led Chuha into the ruins. As they entered, they found themselves engulfed in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Nanshan produced a luminous pearl, illuminating the space. As they ventured deeper, the path widened, revealing walls adorned with unknown carvings. "Do you know what these engravings signify?" Chuha inquired while examining the intricate patterns. Nanshan shook his head. Despite his millennia of cultivation, he was unfamiliar with these markings. "These engravings must have been inscribed by ancient beings. I, too, am unsure of their meaning." Disappointment flickered across Chuha's face as he quickened his pace. After traversing several hundred feet, they encountered a massive stone door ahead. Affixed to the door was a plaque carved from stone, though the inscriptions had faded with time. "This appears to be an ancient sect. Let us see how to open it." At Nanshan's command, several disciples clad in Nanshan Heavenly Palace attire approached to investigate the stone door. Meanwhile, Chuha observed the door, noting the similarities between its engravings and those on the walls. It was evident that the door had several missing pieces. If these could be restored, the door would surely open. Thus, Chua began to scrutinize the wall's engravings, searching for a potential solution. After a thorough examination, the disciples returned to Nanshan, empty-handed. "Master, we have tried several methods but cannot seem to open the stone door." Upon hearing these words, Nanshan approached the stone gate, delivering a powerful punch, yet the gate remained utterly unmoved. Frowning, Nanshan took 2 steps back, and behind him appeared the celestial manifestation of the cave. He struck again, but still could not shake the stone door. With a sigh, Nanshan walked over to Chuha, who was intently examining the patterns on the wall, and could not help but inquire, "What compels you to observe this pattern so intently?" Chuha rolled his eyes in response. "Do you truly believe that brute force alone can open this stone door?" Nanshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Perhaps my strength is insufficient. However, with your peak prowess in the cave realm, you should be able to force it open." Chapter 18. Accepting the trial of the tree spirit, Chuha let out a cold laugh, choosing to ignore him as he continued to scrutinize the patterns on the wall. Soon, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. "Oh, that's how it is." Chuha then approached the stone gate, with Nanshan following closely behind, eager to see how Chuha would unlock it. As Chuha stood before the stone gate, he began to carefully inscribe upon its surface, and before long, the missing portions of the gate were restored. In the next moment, a radiant light began to emanate from below the stone gate, gradually enveloping the entire structure. Witnessing this scene, Nanshan could not help but feel admiration. He had not expected Chuha to find a solution in a place that had left them both perplexed. With a resounding boom, the stone gate slowly swung open, revealing an ancient tree that had stood for millennia. Upon seeing this tree, Nanshan exclaimed with joy, "Is this the legendary Fuyo tree? It is said that countless treasures reside upon it, and if we can decipher its secrets, we may claim these treasures for ourselves." Fuyo tree? Chuha looked at the tree, yet did not perceive the treasures Nanshan had mentioned. Sensing Chuha's skepticism, Nanshan elaborated, "Currently, no Fuyo trees exist in Qingzhou. They were only found in ancient times, and yet here it stands before you and my sect. There exists an ancient tome that states, when the Fuyo emerges, it pierces the heavens. Should one find the location of the treasures, they may ascend to great heights." Chuha nodded in acknowledgement, though he remained unconvinced that a mere tree could hold such significance, nor did he believe in the notion of ascending to greatness in a single step. "If that is the case, let us venture inside and investigate." With that, Chuha took the lead and entered the stone gate. Once inside, he discovered that the Fuyo tree was far larger than it appeared, with its branches sprawling throughout the cavern. Gazing around, Chuha noticed various orbs of different colors shimmering upon the branches of the Fuyo tree. Nanshan continued to explain, "According to the ancient tome, we must ascend the Fuyo tree. If we can locate the orbs, we may obtain the treasures within them. In that case, let us each seek the treasures. There must be many upon this vast Fuyo tree." With a leap, Chuha ascended to the Fuyo tree and made his way toward a green orb in the distance. As he reached out, an invisible barrier thwarted his attempt to grasp the green orb. Frowning, Chuha struck the barrier with a punch, yet the orb remained unyielding. In confusion, he glanced toward Nanshan, only to find him seated before another green orb. His eyes closed as if he were sensing something. Imitating Nanshan, Chuha sat before the green orb, allowing himself to relax and attune to its essence. After a brief moment, he sensed that the green orb possessed life. Gradually, he released his energy, enveloping the entirety of the orb. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself suspended in the sky, facing an elderly man. "Who are you?" Chuha asked, gazing at the elder. The old man, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly turned to reveal a visage imbued with an ethereal grace. "I am the spirit of the Fuyo tree. I have existed in this world for 10,000 years, and you are the third person able to communicate with me." Chuha found the old man's words somewhat surreal. To have existed for 10,000 years and to be the third individual to engage with him, did this imply that others lacked the necessary qualifications? Sensing Chuha's thoughts, the elder continued, "Only those of exceptional talent can see me. You are such a person, and thus you must accept the 3 trials I bestow upon you. Should you successfully pass my trials, the legacy I leave behind shall be yours." Chuha nodded. "Elder, may I inquire about the nature of the legacy you have left?" The elder stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "You truly are a cunning one. hoping to gain without effort. Rest assured, the legacy I bestow will not disappoint you. But are you prepared to accept my trials? However, he added, I must warn you that my trials carry certain dangers. You may perish here, do you still wish to proceed? Chuha smiled, unperturbed by the prospect of death, for he bore the existence of a system within him. Why fear death? Moreover, he had accepted the reality of being a cultivator. The path of cultivation was one of contention with the heavens. If cultivation were devoid of challenges, what meaning would it hold? Do not worry, elder. I do not fear death. Only by confronting it can one unlock their true potential and witness the vastness of their capabilities. The elder was highly satisfied with Chuha's response. A dust-like object materialized in his hand. Since you possess such confidence, let the trials begin. With that, the elder waved the dust, and Chuha's form gradually vanished. The next moment, he found himself in a quaint village. Realizing he had not changed at all, Chuha breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he attempted to unleash his power, he discovered an invisible force binding him. Elder, at least inform me what this trial entails. Chuha looked up at the sky. After a lengthy silence, the elder's voice remained absent, prompting Chuha to shake his head in resignation and walk forward. Awing, what are you doing here? We've been searching for you everywhere. A figure suddenly appeared before Chuha, beaming with joy. Chuha furrowed his brow. Who are you? Do I know you? Ali clapped Chuha on the shoulder. Awing, are you joking with me? We are sworn brothers, having faced life and death together. Chuha rubbed his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze, and fabricated a lie. While I was out, I was ambushed by a demon beast. And now my memories feel fragmented. Ali nodded in understanding and introduced himself. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Ali, your childhood companion, and we reside in a place called Liang City. Chuha acknowledged this and asked Ali, where do we live? I feel rather fatigued and wish to rest. Ali shook his head apologetically. We have no home. We survive by foraging for herbs. Come, let me take you to Heishan to gather some. With that, Ali, still smiling, led Chuha beyond Liang City. Before long, they arrived at the base of Heishan, where they began to dig for herbs. While they were foraging, a cultivator soared above them, and Ali gazed up at the figure with longing. I wish I could cultivate, like that immortal, living carefree. Then I would possess the strength to protect myself. Chuha, overhearing Ali's words, inquired, are there cultivators in Liang City? Ali nodded, of course, but individuals like us have no access to cultivation resources, let alone the opportunity to practice. Merely living a full life is my greatest aspiration. Chuha sighed deeply, understanding the plight of those from the lower echelons. Fear not. We shall find cultivation techniques and practice. Ali smiled weakly and resumed his herb gathering. Before long, the two had filled a basket with herbs and returned to Liang City, where they approached the herbal shop. Lin Lao, here are the herbs we gathered today. Could you tally them for us? An elderly man emerged from the shop, examined their basket, and handed Ali a low-grade spirit stone. For these herbs, I shall give you 1 low-grade spirit stone. Chuhi took a step forward. Addressing Lin Lao, we have harvested an abundance of medicinal herbs. Surely, we deserve more than just 1 spirit stone. At the very least, we should be compensated with 3, however. Ali quickly pulled Chuhi aside. Whispering urgently, receiving even 1 spirit stone from him is more than enough. We must not haggle. This apothecary is the only one willing to buy our herbs. If we provoke him, we may find ourselves without any good fortune in the future. Yet, Chuhi shook his head and returned to Lin Lao, asserting, these herbs are worth at least 3 spirit stones. You ought to grant us 2 more. Lin Lao let out a cold laugh. And 2 burly men appeared behind him. I said 1 stone, and 1 it shall be if you refuse. You may as well return the 1 I initially offered you. Ali stepped forward, wearing a sheepish smile. He was attacked by a monstrous beast earlier and is somewhat disoriented. I hope you will not take offense. We shall take our leave now. With that, Ali attempted to lead Chuhi away. But Chuhi remained rooted in place, coldly glaring at Lin Lao. I will give you 1 last opportunity. If you do not leave now, you shall find it impossible to depart from me. Lin Lao said slowly. Chuhi, however, merely scoffed, disregarding the imposing figures before him. Do not presume that our youth renders us powerless. Know that when one is cornered, the retribution they unleash is beyond your capacity to repay. Lin Lao shook his head in resignation and gestured for the 2 hulking men to advance toward Chu. One of the brutes lunged at Chu He with a powerful punch. But the figure before him abruptly vanished. In the next moment, Chu He appeared behind the man, delivering a punch that, while it had no visible effect, forced the brute to stagger back several steps. Ali hurried to Chu He's side, assisting him. "Are you all right, On? We must leave at once. We stand no chance against those two." Chu He gently pushed Ali's hand away, smiling as he replied, "This time, we need not endure any longer. What he owes us must ultimately be repaid." With that, Chu He strode confidently toward the two men, each step imbued with unwavering resolve. The two brutes, upon meeting his gaze, involuntarily retreated 2 paces, for Chu He's eyes now burned with murderous intent, his entire being radiating a palpable aura of wrath. Having realized that although his cultivation was suppressed, the system remained unaffected, he could wield its powers against these two. Lin Lao, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Chu He, looked on in dread. "What are you planning to do?" With a cold laugh, Chu He declared, "Inferno of destruction." A torrent of flames engulfed the hulking men and Lin Lao, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. After vanquishing the 3, Chu He felt the shackles on his power dissolve. He turned to Ali, who stood trembling behind him. "Do not worry about me. On, I cannot ascertain your existence, but I must take my leave now. Keep this cultivation manual and spatial ring safe. With this manual, you can embark on the path of cultivation. I hope you acquire the strength to protect yourself. If you continue to endure, they shall always bully you. However, if you resist, you will discover that they are not as formidable as they seem." Ali grasped Chu He's hand with trepidation. "You haven't been possessed by some ancient monster, have you? How can you defeat them with your cultivation?" Chu He smiled gently. "This is a matter I cannot fully explain. But as the weak, we must strive to protect ourselves through our own efforts. When faced with danger again, do not cower. Resist with all your might, for that is the only way to forge ahead. I may soon depart, leaving you here alone. I hope to see you at the pinnacle of martial arts." With those parting words, Chu He's figure gradually faded from view. From the recent events, he had come to understand the profound helplessness of being weak, living in constant fear. Many in the lower echelons lacked the resources for cultivation, rendering them powerless to seize their own destinies, allowing others to dictate their fates. This reality was prevalent in many places, revealing to Chu He the flaws within the world's rules. One day, he vowed to stand at the zenith of martial arts, to establish rules that would enable everyone to have the opportunity to cultivate. Chapter 20. The target of scorn. Only then could individuals genuinely seize control of their destinies, rather than remain under the dominion of the strong. Yet, achieving such a feat was immensely challenging. One must first become the strongest in the world to craft the rules. Additionally, the world operates on a survival of the fittest principle, where the strong reign supreme. Assisting the weak in enhancing their strength inevitably pits them against these powerful beings for cultivation resources. The journey ahead was undeniably arduous, yet the seed of change had been sown in Chu He's heart. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself before the elder. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial I set for you. However, I am curious as to how you managed to defeat those 2 brutes in the end." When Chu He entered that realm, the elder had sealed away all his powers, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Yet, Chu He had unleashed a different force within him that ultimately overcame the 2. Chu He chuckled softly. "Everyone harbors secrets, and these truths often remain undisclosed. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, for I cannot divulge this one." He would not foolishly reveal the existence of the system within him, as doing so would expose his trump card. The elder smiled knowingly. "I may have been somewhat naive. You are now prepared to commence the second trial. Are you ready? If you have gleaned any insights from the previous trial, I can grant you some time." Chu He nodded. "Elder, I am ready to accept your trial now, but could you inform me what this round entails?" The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Certainly, this round will test your state of mind. Once you enter, you will understand its true nature." With a wave of his hand, Chu He's figure slowly vanished from sight. After a whirlwind of sensations, Chu He gradually opened his eyes, finding himself standing upon a circular platform surrounded by cultivators. Perplexed, Chu He surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the onlookers regarded him with cold disdain, as if he had committed some grave transgression and awaited judgment. The annual competition is about to begin. Standing upon the platform is Tian Hao, And now, let us welcome his opponent. The Li.An elder on the platform addressed the spectators below. Li. The crowd erupted in chants for Li, who appeared to be an extraordinary talent. Yet, He remained unfazed, realizing that his cultivation had not been suppressed. He remained at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, which brought him some solace. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, a man clad in splendid attire ascended the platform, taking his position opposite He. "Are you prepared to face my judgment, sinner?" Li declared, his demeanor brimming with righteous indignation. He scoffed, "What exactly have I done wrong? Why do you label me a sinner?" Li burst into laughter. "Tian Hao, you previously lost control and severely injured a member of our clan. Yet, you remain oblivious to your crimes. It seems I must be the one to eliminate you here." Li's voice echoed through the arena. A message appeared in He's mind, revealing Tian Hao's previous transgressions. However, he learned that Tian Hao had attacked the clan member due to that individual's slander against his mother. "But if I were to reveal that the truth is not as you perceive, would you believe me?" He replied coldly, locking eyes with Li. "You assaulted our clansmen. We all witnessed it. What further justification do you need?" Li retorted, "Do not attempt to defend yourself, for every excuse merely tarnishes your reputation." Li closed his eyes and slowly shook his head, as if weary of He's words. "Enough. The competition begins now. The Elder's command." Li suddenly opened his eyes and launched a punch toward He. A smirk curled at the corner of He's mouth. It appeared that only through the strength of his own fists could he conquer the hearts of these people. Inferno of destruction. In the next moment, flames engulfed He entirely, and the circular platform was instantly consumed by fire. Under the relentless assault of the flames, Li began to retreat slowly. "Great heavenly god ice!" Li roared furiously, and a brilliant light suddenly flashed across the distant horizon. In the next instant, enormous blocks of ice hurtled down towards the platform from the heavens. He shook his head slightly. From their previous exchange, he had already discerned that Li was merely a cultivator at the 4th level of the cave heaven realm, utterly unworthy of being his opponent, Great Luo Heaven Palm. A colossal shadow of a hand surged towards Li, while He's figure had already vanished from his original position. Li stared at the impending attack, appearing somewhat bewildered. It was only after the elder's prompt that he hastily threw a punch forward. Yet it proved futile. Li was directly sent reeling to the edge of the platform by He's strike, and at that moment, He had already appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him plummeting off the platform. With his hands clasped behind his back, He surveyed the crowd below. "The truth is not as you perceive it. It was due to that individual's disrespectful and slanderous remarks towards my mother that I was compelled to take action against him." Yet the onlookers continued to regard him with disdain, as if his words had failed to stir any response within them. Congratulations to Tian Hao for winning this match. His next opponent, Android, is about to be introduced. The elder who had previously spoken now gradually reappeared at the center of the platform. He stepped forward to face the elder and reiterated his previous statement, but the elder ignored him. Furrowing his brow, He inquired, "Why will you not listen to my explanation?" The elder sneered coldly. "Why should we heed the words of one who disregards the rules? What you say is nothing but fabrications. However, if you can win this match, you will have a chance to appeal." He nodded and asked, "How many opponents remain?" The elder extended 3 fingers. "Excluding the one you just defeated, you have 3 more opponents. If you can vanquish them, you will gain the opportunity to appeal." With a smile, He suggested, "Why not call all 3 of them up at once? I shall challenge them all by myself." The elder looked surprised at He's boldness. "Are you serious? Are you certain you wish to challenge the remaining 3 alone?" He nodded. "Let us not waste time. I prefer to face all 3 together." The elder nodded, and in the next moment, 3 practitioners ascended the platform. "Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. If you fail to defeat all 3 of them, you will lose your chance to appeal." After uttering this, the elder slowly ascended to the platform. Shrugging, He turned to the 3 practitioners, noting that the strongest among them only reached the 5th level of the cave heaven realm. "You 3, come at me together, and remember to use your full strength. Otherwise, it will be rather dull," Android sneered. "I cannot fathom why you possess such audacity to challenge us. Prepare to witness how you fall before us." A sword manifested in Android's hand, and the other two also drew their weapons, surrounding Chu He. Slowly closing his eyes, Chu He resolved not to hold back this time, pushing his realm effect to its peak. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level surged to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. The three of them were taken aback upon sensing Chu He's elevation in power. Have you taken forbidden drugs? Chu He shook his head. I did not exert my full strength when I faced Ali. Does that imply my full strength is derived from drug use? Not allowing the three to respond, he charged at one of them. Before the practitioner could react, he was sent reeling by a single punch from Chu He. Without pausing, Chu He advanced towards Android. Great Luo Heaven Palm. A massive palm imprint surged towards Android. Android inhaled deeply and began to swing his long sword, unleashing a sword aura directed at Chu He. Chu He deftly evaded the attack. While his previous strike landed heavily upon Android, at this moment, Android found himself retreating to the edge of the platform. A deep crimson palm imprint left upon his chest. Fiery inferno. Countless flames erupted throughout the arena, and one of the practitioners could no longer withstand the heat, leaping off the platform. Now, only Chu He and Android remained. Chu He approached Android slowly, then amplified his killing intent to an extreme. Feeling the murderous aura radiating from Chu He, Android instinctively began to retreat towards the edge. Are you intending to kill me right here? Chu He chuckled and shook his head. Weren't you all rather arrogant just now? How is it that you cannot withstand even a single strike from me? If you lack the capability, do not be so boastful in my presence. Sighing, Android jumped down from the platform, not wishing to lose face before the crowd. Chu He looked towards the elder atop the platform. I have now defeated all of them. Should I not be granted an opportunity to appeal? The elder floated down to the platform. I can grant you a chance. But whether they listen is their decision. Chu He nodded and conveyed the events as they had unfolded. However, the crowd remained unmoved by his words, insisting that he was merely a transgressor who disregarded rules and indiscriminately slaughtered members of his clan. Observing their reactions, Chu He shook his head. Why will you not heed my words? At that moment, the elder interjected, because you are an undeniable criminal. No matter how you attempt to cleanse your sins, the fact that you are a criminal cannot be obscured. Hearing this, Chu He suddenly laughed. It seems that in this matter, strength reigns supreme. Only with sufficient might will others heed your words, if that is the case. Do not blame me for being merciless. After stating this, Chu He did not rush into action. Instead, he projected the images from his mind before the crowd. The elder, witnessing this scene, appeared astonished yet maintained a serious demeanor. Do you still consider me a criminal after seeing this? Chu He coldly inquired. Seize him and execute him. The elder's voice resonated through the arena. In the next moment, two men in black stealthily approached from behind. Attempting to subdue Chu He, however, with a leap, Chu He landed on the opposite side of the platform, coldly fixing his gaze upon the elder. Are you certain you will not absolve me of my grievances? The elder chuckled. In this place, I am the king. No matter how you plead, you cannot escape your fate. You should resign yourself to your destiny. Chu He shook his head helplessly. Do you know? There is a saying that goes, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. To think that you few insignificant beings believe you can capture me is truly laughable. With that, Chu He vanished from his position, reappearing behind the elder and grasping his throat. I shall give you one last chance. The elder, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Chu He, trembled involuntarily. If you do not release me, you will meet a most dreadful demise. Upon hearing the elder's continued defiance, Chu He let out a cold laugh, and in the next instant, the elder's head silently fell to the ground. In mere moments, all present had ceased to breathe, leaving only Chu He standing amidst the pool of blood. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted around him, and shortly thereafter, all that remained of the bodies were ashes. Elder, this is my perspective on matters. Since they refuse to believe the truth, they no longer deserve to live. Chu He continued, if all in this world are as foolish as they, I shall slay every last one of them. Having completed his task, Chu He slowly gazed towards the sky, addressing the elder. A luminous glow enveloped Chu He, and in the next moment, he reappeared before the elder. I am curious why you chose to eliminate them all in the end. The elder looked at Chu He in confusion. Chu He smiled. When they refuse to heed my words and disregard the truth, they forfeit their right to continue living. As a practitioner with such formidable strength, if one persists in aiding evildoers, what use is such power? Upon hearing this, the elders suddenly laughed. Indeed, indeed, you possess the demeanor of a king, killing without a blink. However, such actions may render your path of cultivation fraught with challenges ahead. If you can diligently persuade them, there is a chance they may ultimately believe your words and forgive you. Chu He, however, waved his hand dismissively. I do not require their belief. I only trust in my own actions, and I shall follow my heart. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, the final trial need not be tested further. Chu He looked at the elder with some confusion. Was it not said that there are 3 trials? Why is the last one no longer necessary? The elder's lips curled into a slight smile as he stroked his beard. Because this final trial is about steadfastness to one's own heart. From your previous answer, I have discerned that you are capable of adhering to your principles at all times. However, I must remind you that adaptability is essential. Do not be solely fixated on uncovering the truth. Sometimes, the reality of the truth can be rather unsatisfactory. You only need to believe in what you see. Chu He nodded. Elder, does this mean I have now received the treasure you have left for me? At this moment, shouldn't you reveal to me what that treasure is? The elder nodded, and in his hand appeared a golden key. This key will unlock the ultimate treasure. I shall now lead you to a certain location. Rest assured, I have prepared all the treasures for you outside. Others will only obtain some of the most basic treasures. Chu He took the key and followed the elder. Before long, they arrived at a thatched cottage. Please wait for me here, said the elder. Chu He nodded, and the elder entered the cottage. A moment later, he emerged with a long box. Please hand me the key I just gave you. Chu He rolled his eyes, somewhat puzzled by the elder's actions. Why not simply bring the long box directly? Why must he return the key? Nevertheless, he approached the elder with the key in hand. I understand your thoughts. Only by passing my test can you obtain this key. Only you can unlock this long box. I have been waiting for this box here. It cannot be taken away by me, but I can only bring you to this place. Chu He nodded and used the key to unlock the box before him. Inside lay a long sword, measuring 3 feet in length, with the words Qinglong etched into the hilt. This is a royal tier weapon known as Qinglong, forged from the spine of an ancient giant dragon. This sword ranks among the top 3 in Qingzhou and now belongs to you. The elder explained to Chu He. Chu He grasped the sword, and in the next moment, he dripped a drop of his blood onto the blade, soon sensing a connection with it. But I currently do not practice swordsmanship. Holding this sword would merely be a waste. The elder chuckled and produced a manual. When I first laid eyes on you, I sensed no sword intent within you, leading me to conclude that you have never wielded a sword before. You can cultivate according to the teachings in this manual. With the sword's enhancement, your strength will rise several tiers. Chu He held the manual, opening it to find instructions on how to comprehend sword intent. Thank you, elder. Can we leave now? While he was not particularly enamored with the sword, as he had the system's assistance and needed no external tools, he was far more intrigued by the treasures within those green orbs. Why the urgency? Are you fearful that those treasures might be taken by others? The elder looked at Chu He with a smile. Chu He nodded. Indeed, with so many people outside, I am genuinely concerned they might seize some of the treasures. In the next moment, a storage ring appeared in the elder's hand. I have placed all the treasures from those orbs into this ring, along with 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. You need not worry about cultivation resources for your training. I hope that when you break through to the cave heaven realm, you will return to visit me. Chu He took the ring, briefly inspecting it, and was astonished by the seemingly endless treasures within. Is it not possible for you to leave this place? Chu He asked, looking at the elder. The elder nodded, somewhat sheepishly. I have remained here since ancient times. Even after this sect's downfall, I have stayed because I am confined here. Only when you reach the level above the cave heaven realm can I leave this place, which is why this is our transaction. Chu He smiled, previously thinking it was a matter of great complexity, only to find it so straightforward. Fear not, elder. Once my strength has increased, I will undoubtedly return to free you from here. I shall take my leave now. The elder nodded, and Chu He's figure gradually faded from sight. As Chu He awoke in the branches of the Fuyo tree, he opened his eyes slowly, his spirit returning to his body. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, a smile crept across his face as he began to feel sympathy for the people of Nanshan. They had been tirelessly searching for treasures, only to find that in the end, Those treasures had fallen into his hands. Chu He stood up, gazing at Nanshan. You may continue your search for treasures here. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Nanshan halted his exploration of the green orb and approached Chu He. Why do you suddenly wish to depart? Has something occurred? Chu He shook his head. I just examined the contents of this green orb and found them of little assistance to me. Therefore, you all may continue your explorations here. I shall take my leave. Nanshan nodded expressionlessly, though inwardly he rejoiced at finally sending away this pest. I shall not see you off. May we meet again by chance. Chu He nodded and transformed into a streak of light, heading outward. Once Chu He had departed, Nanshan smiled at the others. This pest has finally left. Now we can explore thoroughly, and everything we find will belong to us. Chapter 23. Chu He awakens. All the cultivators of Nanwen Tiangong were rejoicing. Hastening towards the nearest green orb, Chu He arrived outside the stone door but suddenly paused, turning to look at Nanshan and the others who were exploring the green orbs. Should I keep them confined here? A thought sparked in his mind, but after a moment, he shook his head and left. He bore no deep-seated enmity with Nanshan and the others, nor was it necessary to imprison them for the sake of a few cultivation resources. That would be excessively inhumane. After leaving that place, Chu He wandered aimlessly within the Huiyang realm. After several hours of searching, realizing there were no treasures he sought, he decided to leave Huiyang and return to the Ding family. Elder, why have you returned alone? Where are the family heads? Upon seeing Chu He, the gatekeeper rushed over. Chu He looked at the gatekeeper with confusion. Have they still not returned after such a long time? The gatekeeper nodded. The family heads have yet to come back. Elder, do you think they encountered some danger? Chu He smiled and waved his hand. It is nothing. They will return safely. I shall head inside. With that, Chu He entered the Ding family and made his way to the cultivation chamber. Eagerly, Chu He opened the storage ring given to him by the tree spirit, revealing a trove of high-grade treasures. My heavens, I have truly struck it rich this time. These treasures are enough for me to break through to the peak of the cave heaven realm. Suddenly, he noticed a round orb among the treasures, though he was unsure of its purpose. Could this orb be for cultivation? Chu He shook his head slightly and set it aside. After gathering the treasures before him, he began his training. Before long, he sensed a significant difference in his cultivation. The spiritual energy around him had become extraordinarily dense. Could this orb be a spirit-gathering orb? Chu He opened his eyes and held the orb in his hand, infusing it with his power, soon discovering that it contained immense spiritual energy. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing from the heavens. I believe I will soon break through to the 6th level of the cave heaven realm. Chu He placed the spirit-gathering pearl beside himself and commenced his cultivation. During his practice, a furious roar echoed within the returning sun realm. Damn it! Why are all these luminous orbs filled with worthless items? After exploring dozens of green orbs, Nanshan discovered that they contained nothing of value, not even a single treasure of decent grade. Master, do you not think that Chu He, upon his departure, looted all the treasures within? Otherwise, why would he leave so hastily? I cannot believe he would simply watch us claim these treasures. A disciple approached Nanshan, who coldly remarked, such a possibility cannot be dismissed, yet he has only examined one green orb. The others remain uninvestigated. Could it be that someone else had already arrived here first, seizing all the treasures and leaving only empty shells? With a deep sigh, Nanshan ceased his exploration and led his entourage out. Once outside, he sought out another secret realm to begin his treasure hunt. A month swiftly passed, and under Ding Shan's leadership, the Ding family returned from the returning sun realm, laden with spoils. The doorkeeper, stationed at the entrance, approached Ding Shan with a beaming smile. Master, why have you returned at such a late hour? Lord Chu He has already returned a month ago. Ding Shan looked at the doorkeeper with a hint of confusion. You say Chu He returned a month ago? That seems unlikely, as there are still many secret realms within the returning sun realm yet to be explored. The doorkeeper nodded emphatically. Indeed, Master. You must trust my words. I even asked him why you all had not returned. Ding Shan nodded in understanding. Since Chu He has returned, it is only fitting that I pay him a visit. Without him, our Ding family would never have been able to linger in the returning sun realm for so long. He then gathered the others and headed into the Ding family estate. After collecting the treasures obtained from the returning sun realm, he made his way to the cultivation chamber. Is Chu He still cultivating? Ding Shan inquired as he stood outside the door. After a while, still receiving no reply from within, Ding Shan chuckled and shook his head as he departed. In the ensuing 6 months, the 8 major forces dominated the entire returning Sun realm, preventing other factions from entering to seek treasures. However, under the intimidation of Chu He, the Ding family was still permitted to explore. After half a year of probing, all secret realms within the returning Sun realm had been thoroughly investigated, and the 8 major forces gradually exited the realm. Boom. One morning, a surge of energy erupted from the cultivation chamber, and moments later, Chu He strolled out leisurely. Stretching his body and yawning, he made his way towards the Ding family hall. Upon arriving, he noticed Ding Shan was absent and promptly inquired of a nearby servant. "The master is currently out and has not yet returned. If it is urgent, I can contact him immediately." Chu He waved his hand dismissively and proceeded deeper into the Ding estate. Soon, he arrived at Ding Ying's chamber. "How are your gains from the returning Sun realm?" Ding Ying expressed her surprise upon seeing Chu He. "Ever since you eliminated the Demon King and his ilk, we have lingered in the returning Sun realm for quite some time and reaped many treasures. Moreover, my strength has now advanced to the 5th stage of foundation establishment." With that, Ding Ying revealed her cultivation level. Chu He smiled and nodded. "It seems you have made substantial gains in the secret realm. But where is your father now?" Upon hearing this, Ding Ying shook her head. "My father went out recently. I am unsure of the reason. Perhaps he will return shortly. I did overhear him discussing a significant event set to occur in Qingzhou with another individual, though I am not privy to the specifics." Chu He nodded, preparing to leave when Ding Ying hurriedly grasped his arm. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 24. Arriving at the Li family manor, Chu He gently pried Ding Ying's hand off his arm. "I plan to visit the 8 major forces. They should have knowledge of the recent happenings in Qingzhou." Ding Ying nodded in agreement. "Very well, go ahead." Chu He smiled, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from Ding Ying's sight in an instant. Soaring through the skies, Chu He sensed a gathering of energy at a particular location and headed directly towards it. An hour later, Chu He arrived at the spot he had sensed earlier. What is this? Why does it seem a path has descended from the heavens? Before Chu He lay an ethereal pathway, surrounded by countless cultivators. He approached a nearby practitioner and inquired, "What event is set to transpire in Qingzhou? Why is there a path here?" The practitioner replied, "According to the 8 major forces, the path to ascension is about to open." Scratching his head, Chu He asked, "Pray tell, what exactly is this path to ascension? I have never heard of it before." The practitioner looked at Chu He with a hint of disdain for his ignorance, but ultimately explained the origins of the path to ascension. The path to ascension is an opportunity for all young disciples of Qingzhou to showcase their abilities. Countless fortunes await within, and some may soar to greatness through the opportunities they seize along this path. Many practitioners cherish this chance, eager to gain fortune. Chu He nodded and queried, "How does the path to ascension compare to the returning Sun realm in terms of opportunities?" The practitioner chuckled. "The returning Sun realm cannot even begin to compare with the path to ascension, which will open in just over a month. You seem quite young. I presume you will enter the path to ascension to vie for opportunities." Chu He smiled and departed, realizing that a month was ample time for thorough preparation. Before long, he arrived at the Northern Li family manor, eager to engage in a meaningful conversation with Li Feng. Is this truly the residence of one of the 8 top forces? The grandeur is astonishing. Chu He marveled as he beheld the opulent architecture before him. As he approached the entrance, 2 practitioners intercepted him. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Li family? Have you no regard for your life?" Chu He chuckled lightly. "Given your lowly strength, I shall overlook this encounter. I am here to visit Li Feng. Please announce my arrival point." One of the practitioners scoffed in response. "Our master does not entertain just anyone. Who do you think you are to come here?" With a helpless shake of his head, Chu He unleashed a punch, sending the practitioner staggering back, crashing heavily against the nearby wall. "I shall say this once more. Go and announce my arrival swiftly, or you shall leave your lives here." The other practitioner, witnessing Chu He's formidable strength, stumbled back towards the mansion in a panic. Upon entering the hall, he recounted the events that had just transpired to Li Feng. Li Feng furrowed his brow. "Could it be that Chu He has come? You mentioned he is particularly young, yet you could not discern his cultivation level?" The practitioner nodded. "Indeed, master. He is exceptionally youthful, seemingly a prodigy of some faction." "Could it truly be Chu He? What business does he have here?" Li Feng pondered. rising to head outside. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance and was greeted by the sight of Chu He. He hurried over, "Brother Chu, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Chu He smiled. "It has been quite some time since we last met, so I thought I would pay you a visit. However, I was unexpectedly hindered by your two guards and, in a moment of impulse, I injured one. I hope you do not hold it against me." Li Feng quickly waved his hands. "Not at all. Come inside and let us converse." Li Feng ushered Chu He into the lavish interior, where every structure exuded opulence. "It appears you have quite a bit of influence, given the magnificence of your abode," Chu He remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Sensing the underlying sarcasm in Chu He's words, Li Feng responded with a hint of resignation. "This is merely the result of several generations of accumulation within my Li family. I trust that in due time, you too will possess such formidable power." "Upon your arrival today, did you have any particular matter to discuss?" Chu He nodded slightly. "On my way to find you, I chanced upon a path that a cultivator mentioned that the Ascension Road of Qingzhou is set to open. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused momentarily. "Indeed, I am aware of this matter. The Ascension Road opens only once every millennium. It is a place that all talented individuals aspire to reach. You should certainly participate when the time comes." Chu He smiled at Li Feng, saying, "How could I possibly miss such a splendid opportunity? That would be rather disrespectful to the opening of the Ascension Road. You old man do have a sense of humor, I must admit." Though he thought this inwardly, he maintained a composed facade and replied, "Of course, with such a remarkable opportunity before me, I must cherish it. This may be my chance to break through to the Dongtian realm." Li Feng sighed. While others were preparing to transcend the Dongtian realm, he had spent half a year merely achieving the 8th level of the Dongtian realm. "Then I shall congratulate you in advance on your impending breakthrough." However, the 8 major factions have existed in Qingzhou for centuries. Li Feng's concern lay in the possibility that once Chu He transcended the Dongtian realm, he might engulf them all. Chu He chuckled. He was not oblivious to the underlying meaning of Li Feng's words. "I am not particularly adept at managing these families, and being so young, I still aspire to venture out into the world." Li Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "How about you stay at my home for this month? When the Ascension Road opens, the talents of my clan and you can embark on the journey together." After contemplating, Chu He agreed. Chapter 25. The auction begins. Li Feng led Chu He through the Li family estate, and before long, they arrived at the training grounds of some disciples. "What do you think of the talents within my family?" Li Feng gestured towards the disciples practicing before them. Chu He observed them as well, noting that their strength barely reached the 3rd level of the Dongtian realm. "Not bad, if given more time. They will surely surpass you." Li Feng laughed heartily. "Indeed, they are the backbone of the Li family. I hope they achieve remarkable results on the Ascension Road." Yet, the next moment, he sighed. "However, with you on the Ascension Road, their chances of achieving great accomplishments seem rather slim." Chu He smiled. "Isn't that stating the obvious? With my formidable strength, how could I possibly be outdone by them? I will certainly grant them some opportunities. Whether they seize them is entirely up to them." Li Feng chuckled awkwardly and guided Chu He to their next destination. For the next few hours, Li Feng took Chu He on a tour of the entire Li family estate until they stopped in front of a shop. "By the way, today is the day of the Kaiyuan Trading Company's auction. Would you like to join me?" Chu He nodded. "Sure, I have some free time. It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Seeing Chu He's agreement, Li Feng led him into the Kaiyuan Trading Company. "Greetings, master." A maid approached Li Feng. "Please prepare 2 premium boxes for us. We wish to participate in the auction." Li Feng replied coldly. "Understood, master. Please wait a moment." The maid departed, and shortly after, she returned with a token. "Let us go." Li Feng ushered Chu He into a private box. As they entered, Chu He was greeted by an enchanting fragrance. "This place is quite pleasant. Is the Kaiyuan Trading Company not a family business of the Li family?" Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. "The Kaiyuan Trading Company is the largest in Qingzhou. My family lacks the financial means to support such an enterprise. Everything on display today consists of various treasures. If you fancy anything, I can assist you in acquiring it." Chu He felt a bit embarrassed but was internally elated. That might not be appropriate. Li Feng smiled. "Now that you are in my domain, it is my duty to extend hospitality. Otherwise, others might say that Li Feng lacks decorum." Chu He chuckled in return. Li Feng poured 2 cups of spirit tea, handing one to Chu He. "Try this spirit tea. It is truly delightful." Chu He nodded, accepting the cup. After sipping, He felt warmth enveloping his entire being. Quite remarkable indeed. The flavor is exceptional. The two began to enjoy their tea. Before long, the auction hall was filled to capacity, and a provocatively dressed woman stepped onto the platform. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am your host for today, Xiao AI. The Kaiyuan Trading Company has prepared 10 auction items for you. All of these treasures were unearthed from various relics. I believe you will find our offerings delightful. The crowd of cultivators below began to stir with excitement. Show us the items up for auction. I have my spirit stones ready. Yes, indeed. Let the auction begin. Voices echoed throughout the hall, and a smile spread across Xiao AI's face. No problem. Let me introduce the first auction item. As Xiao AI's voice faded. Two maids approached the stage, carrying a tray covered with black cloth. Xiao AI gently removed the cloth, revealing a frost lotus before the audience. This first item is a Millennium Frost Lotus, for cultivators who practice ice-based powers. It is a tremendous boon. Not only does it enhance beauty, but it also harbors boundless ice energy. The starting bid for this item is 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. The bidding begins now. All the cultivators in the hall scrutinized the Frost Lotus, and those nearest could feel a chill emanating from it. 2,000, 3,500, in no time. The price of the first item soared to 15,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to this young cultivator for winning this item. As Xiao AI's voice concluded, a young cultivator stood and made his way backstage. Chu He, observing this scene from within the box, cast a puzzled glance at Li Feng. Do these individuals not possess considerable spirit stones? Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Li Feng chuckled and shook his head. The Kaiyuan Trading Company has existed for quite some time and has cultivated many formidable individuals. It is precisely because of their presence that these cultivators behave so respectfully during the auction. However, once they leave the Kaiyuan Trading Company, the situation may change. If your strength is insufficient, the items you bid on might be taken from you. Chu He nodded, falling silent. The second auction item is a spear, forged by a master weaponsmith. This weapon has reached the heavenly tier, with a starting bid of 5,000 spirit stones. Xiao AI's voice resounded once more as she held up the spear. I bid 10,000 spirit stones. A cultivator in the front row stood up to call out. You think you can secure this heavenly weapon with just 10,000 spirit stones? You must be dreaming. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. The voice rang out from the box next to Chu He. Master Gao, it is an honor to welcome you from afar, Xiao AI said apologetically, glancing toward that box. No need for such formality. Those capable can continue bidding. Master Gao's voice echoed throughout the hall. Chu He chuckled at this spectacle. During his time in the Return to Yang realm, he had acquired a heavenly weapon named the Qinglong Sword. Thus he found little desire for the spear. I bid 40,000 spirit stones. This spear is particularly suited for me, and I hope you will part with it. A cultivator stood and clasped his fists towards Master Gao's box. From within that box, a cold snort was heard. With your meager wealth, you dare to attempt to seize this spear from my hands. You must be jesting. I bid 100,000 spirit stones for this spear. If you continue to refuse me, I shall not be so courteous, Master Gao declared. Chapter 26. Securing a necklace for Ding Ying. Upon hearing Master Gao's declaration, the surrounding cultivators sighed and fell silent. Master Gao was no ordinary individual. He was a legendary cultivator renowned in the northern regions. Who was this person? How can he be so arrogant? Chu He asked casually, surprised to find someone more brazen than himself. Li Feng glanced at the adjacent box before responding. He can be considered a wealthy young master under my faction. He is accustomed to being domineering. Concerning these matters, I refrain from imposing discipline. Provided he does not transgress the rules I have established. Chu He nodded slowly. It seemed his strength must be formidable, for such words would not be uttered lightly. Would he be considered a genius among your northern ranks? Li Feng pondered for a moment before responding, stating that his current strength had merely reached the second level of the Cave Heaven realm, hardly qualifying him as a genius. I believe that all the geniuses in Qingzhou would pale in comparison before you. For you are indeed a resounding pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. Chu He pressed his lips together, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is no need for such flattery. I am but an obscure individual. There are likely many hidden talents yet to be revealed. When the path to ascendancy opens, I shall behold them. Those who are publicly recognized as geniuses are merely bait thrust forth by various factions to capture attention. They do not wish for their meticulously cultivated talents to be exposed to the jealousy of others, which could ultimately lead to their untimely demise. Li Feng hastily waved his hand, disagreeing with Chu He. Among the current younger generation of cultivators, none have reached your illustrious heights. Even we are no match for you. I feel you could reign supreme on the path to ascension. Chu He chuckled but remained silent. After young Master Gao uttered those words, no one dared to contest him, and ultimately, he secured the long spear for the price of 100,000 spirit stones. Let us not allow a mere treasure to sour our camaraderie. Treasures like these abound in our Qingyun shop. What is presented today is merely a selection from our vast collection. Do visit us regularly, and you shall find treasures that capture your heart. Xiaomei's words undoubtedly provided a graceful exit for the cultivator who had refrained from competing with young Master Gao. Just as Xiaomei concluded her introduction of the necklace, 2 more maidens approached with a jade platter. Without further ado, the next item for auction is a necklace. As Xiaomei finished her introduction, murmurs of discontent arose among the cultivators present. They held little interest in such adornments. Their focus lay solely on whether it could enhance their strength. This necklace, crafted from sea moonstone, is said to possess beautifying properties. Within this necklace lies a miniature spirit-gathering formation, allowing the wearer to cultivate through its power. The starting bid is set at 100 spirit stones. With that, Xiaomei lifted the black cloth covering the necklace, revealing a crystalline, translucent piece before the audience. Chu He narrowed his eyes at the necklace, contemplating that acquiring it for Ding Ying would be a splendid choice. Sensing Chu He's interest, Li Feng inquired hastily, asking if he intended to gift it to a lady. Chu He smiled and nodded, affirming that he believed the necklace would be particularly suited for Ding Ying. 1,000 spirit stones. Chu He's voice resonated through the hall, eliciting a flurry of whispers among the cultivators. They could hardly believe someone would actually purchase the necklace, truly indicative of a surplus of spirit stones. Was that voice not from the private booth? Could it be intended for some fair maiden? One cultivator remarked slowly. Who can truly know? Such is the privilege of the affluent. They buy as they please. We need not overly concern ourselves, lest our little sister remains here. Another cultivator urged him to lower his voice. Why apologies, but I too find this necklace intriguing. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. Young Master Gao's voice once again echoed in the hall. Upon hearing this, Chu He let out a cold laugh. This necklace is mine by right. I bid 10,000 spirit stones, with the treasures bestowed upon him by the tree spirit. The spirit stones before him felt like mere pebbles. His current wealth exceeded 10 million spirit stones, rendering him utterly unperturbed by expenditure. I hail from the Gao family. Are you certain you wish to continue contesting with me? Young Master Gao's tone bore a hint of menace. However, were he to learn that his contender was Li Feng and Chu He, he would surely not dare to be so arrogant. I care not who you are. This necklace is mine without question. Do you possess the qualifications to contest with me? Had I wished to avoid conflict, your life would have already been forfeit. Chu He mused inwardly, for he had always held disdain for those who flaunted their arrogance. You may possess life to bid, but be wary. You might not return with it. Young Master Gao's words lingered ominously, yet he fell silent, seemingly conceding to Chu He. Nevertheless, the cultivators present perceived the threat in his words. In concern for Chu, he began to ripple through the crowd. Congratulations to this young master for securing the necklace at a price of 10,000 spirit stones. Xiaomei, astonished by the necklace's unexpectedly high sale price, found her smile unwavering, anticipating a generous commission. Next, we present the 4th auction item, a heavenly thunder pearl capable of summoning divine lightning from the heavens. The starting bid is set at 1,000 spirit stones. Under Xiaomei's guidance, the next item was auctioned. Bang! Come forth. 2 maidens entered the private booth where Chu He sat, presenting a necklace before him. Greetings, Master Li. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, producing a spatial ring. The maidens placed the necklace upon the table before Chu He and departed with the ring. I feel somewhat embarrassed. I did not mean to impose such expenses upon you. Chu He, while examining the necklace, replied. Li Feng shrugged helplessly. What does it matter? It is but a trifle. If you fancy it, then it is yours. I did not expect you to be so concerned about the Ding family. Could it be that you were nurtured by them? Li Feng questioned, puzzled by Chu He's apparent attachment to the Ding family. Chapter 27. A lesson for young Master Gao. Logically, a force like the Ding family could hardly cultivate someone as powerful as Chu He. Thus, Chu He's fondness for them seemed perplexing. Chu He waved his hand, placing the necklace away. It is of little consequence. I merely assisted them previously. One ought to be generous to those they have helped. Li Feng nodded in understanding. In the time that followed, one item even fetched a staggering 30,000 spirit stones, an astronomical sum. Aside from securing the necklace, Chu He did not bid on any further items. With the auction concluded, Xiaomei announced that another auction would take place in a month, hoping all would attend. As Xiaomei's voice faded, the day's auction came to a satisfying close. Chu He rose, stretching lazily. Master Li, we ought to take our leave now. Li Feng nodded, leading Chu He toward the exit. Upon stepping outside, Chu He sensed two concealed auras trailing closely behind him. Li Feng, ever observant, noticed as well and glanced at Chu He. Chu He, however, merely smiled and shook his head, feigning ignorance of the situation, and continued along the same path. Since they harbored intentions to act against him, he would not hold back. He had recently felt a surge of restlessness. Just as the two entered a corridor, a cultivator appeared before them. Hand over the necklace you just acquired, or do not blame me for being impolite. The scarred face stared intently at Chu He. Chu He responded with a cold laugh. Allow me to guess. You must be one of young Master Gao's subordinates, correct? He is still so persistent in his thievery. Come and take it, then. With that, Chu He brandished the necklace in his hand. Yet the scarred man remained rooted in place, hesitating to act. He perceived Chu He's calm demeanor and concluded that the individual beside him must be an extraordinary powerhouse, instilling him with such courage. Upon squinting, he recognized the man beside Chu He as the head of the Li family, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him. Did you not desire the necklace in my possession? I have granted you the opportunity. Why do you not seize it? Chu He offered a mocking smile, fixating on the scarred man. You need not hide any longer. Come forth. Noticing the scarred man's reluctance to advance, Chu He grew impatient. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as a tall, imposing figure emerged from behind the scarred man. You are the only one who remained so composed upon hearing my name. I am curious who stands behind you to support such audacity. Young Master Gao clapped for Chu He while appraising him. It appears your reputation here is not as potent as you might have thought. How audacious of these insignificant beings to attempt to rob us. It seems your discipline leaves much to be desired. Chu He appeared oblivious to the words spoken, engrossed in conversation with Li Feng beside him. Young Master Gao furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, You are courting trouble by showing such arrogance before me. Do you not know who my father is? Sensing the sarcasm in Chu He's demeanor, Li Feng forced a smile and stepped forward. Revealing his face, It seems you are unaware of my identity. Upon seeing Li Feng's countenance, young Master Gao's face drained of color, and he hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. I beg your pardon. It was my ignorance that led to this unfortunate encounter. I came only to offer a handsome price to purchase the necklace from your friend. I hope you can overlook my past transgressions and spare my life. At that moment, young Master Gao was a far cry from the brash figure he had just been. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let us see you display that bravado again. If Gao Fuguei has trained you to such a state, allow me to take over your instruction. No sooner had Li Feng's words fallen than two men in black appeared beside young Master Gao, wielding whips, mercilessly striking him. Forgive the disturbance, Li Feng said, his earlier seriousness evaporating, replaced by a playful smile. Chu He waved his hand, having long grown accustomed to such spectacles. The offspring of powerful families often displayed such hubris, stemming from a lack of proper guidance. Handle it as you see fit. With that, Chu He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, ignoring the unfolding scene. The two men in black relentlessly whipped young Master Gao for over half an hour, leaving him bloodied and battered before they ceased. Li Feng approached young Master Gao, gently raising his head. This time, I shall let it go, but should I discover such behavior again, you might as well have your father sire another son. Gritting his teeth against the pain, young Master Gao quickly bowed his head, pledging, rest assured, I shall not repeat such mistakes again. With a cold snort, Li Feng dismissed him and turned to Chu He. The matter here is resolved. We can now return to the Li residence. Chu He opened his eyes, chuckling at young Master Gao's plight. Very well, let us depart with that. the two transformed into streaks of light and vanished. After their exit, the scar-faced man helped young Master Gao to his feet. What terrible luck to encounter the family head here. Did you see who was standing beside the family head? The scar-faced man inquired. He nodded in affirmation. I recognize that individual, but I have never seen anyone like him in the north. However, the family head treated him with utmost respect. He must be an extraordinary figure. Upon hearing this, young Master Gao scoffed. He is merely of a similar age as I. How could he be an extraordinary being? He has likely gained the family head's favor through some cunning scheme. Soon, he will surely attempt to ascend to the heavens. And when that time comes, I shall teach him a lesson. Supported by the scar-faced man, young Master Gao took slow, painful steps back home to tend to his injuries, while Chu He and Li Feng had already returned to the Li residence. I shall not linger here any longer. I must devote myself to my training, Chu He declared upon entering the hall. How about I have someone prepare some fine leeks, and we can enjoy a drink together? Li Feng suggested. However, Chu He politely declined. No need. We can go a day without sustenance. I must focus on my cultivation. The path to ascend to the heavens is crucial for me. Please do not impede my progress. Li Feng smiled apologetically. That was not my intention. I merely wished for you to savor the local delicacies. If you insist on training now, I shall have someone prepare it for you in a few days. Chu He nodded and left the hall, heading toward the courtyard he had previously set aside for himself. As he walked, he marveled at the splendid architecture, pondering when he might reside in such a magnificent place. The serene mountains and clear waters were indeed ideal for cultivation. Once I claim the top spot on the path to ascend to the heavens, I shall establish my own faction and live in a place like this. Setting such a goal for himself, he soon arrived at a room, collapsing onto the bed for much-needed rest. Having spent recent days either cultivating or traveling, he felt utterly exhausted. It was the perfect opportunity to recuperate before the path to ascend to the heavens opened, allowing him to perform at his peak. The next morning, as the sun rose, Chu He slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed after a restful night. Stretching, he left the room and made his way to the training grounds. He opened the swordsmanship manual the tree spirit had previously imparted to him. Go master the sword. One must comprehend the essence of sword intent, as only then could one become a true sword cultivator. The first chapter of the manual contained but a few significant words. Flipping through the pages, he sought guidance on understanding sword intent, but the passages proved to be quite obscure and challenging. After over an hour of study, he set aside the manual and took up the Celestial Stage's Azure Dragon Sword. Let me practice the fundamental sword techniques for now. Haste makes waste. With the Azure Dragon Sword in hand, Chu He began to thrust forward repeatedly. Soon, he transitioned from thrusting to slashing. Each technique was honed through countless repetitions until he was utterly fatigued before taking a break. For the following days, Chu He diligently practiced basic sword moves at the training grounds, while Li Feng, being perceptive, refrained from interrupting him. After several days, as Chu He thrust forward with his sword, he felt a peculiar connection forming with the Azure Dragon Sword. Excitedly, he sheathed the sword and gazed at it with delight. Could it be that I have begun to grasp sword intent? I am truly a prodigy. This cultivation is surprisingly straightforward. Just as he reveled in his excitement, a fellow disciple approached him. Are you the friend that the family head brought back a few days ago? Chu He, wiping the smile off his face, regarded him. Do you require something? The disciple held out his own long sword. I have observed your dedicated practice of sword techniques over the past few days, and as a fellow sword cultivator, I propose we have a friendly sparring session. Chu He let out a derisive laugh. Initially thinking it was something serious, only to realize the disciple sought a mere spar. You have only reached the third level of the cave heaven realm. It would hardly be fair for me to spar with you. The disciple nodded in agreement. We shall simply compare our sword techniques, without any other considerations. If you feel unprepared, I can wait a few more days. Chu He was taken aback that he would be mocked in such a manner. He couldn't let that slide. Very well, let us begin. The disciple stepped back 10 paces before declaring, I shall make my move now. With that, he lunged at Chu He with his sword. Chu He smiled, finding the attack alarmingly slow and easily sidestepping it while simultaneously countering with a thrust toward the disciple's waist. The disciple leaped to evade Chu He's strike. The two exchanged blows, employing only basic sword moves. However, as the disciple grew increasingly anxious from his inability to best Chu He, he exposed a flaw in his technique. Seizing the opportunity, Chu He positioned his sword on the disciple's shoulder. Ready to deliver a fatal blow, "My apologies, but this time, I am victorious." The disciple, displaying remarkable composure, clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I concede this match. My impatience led to my downfall." Chu He smiled, pleased with the disciple's demeanor. A true swordsman must remain humble and patient, never rushing to achieve results. When one has not yet reached the pinnacle of power, it is impossible to defeat an opponent with a single strike. Instead, one must continually cultivate and rely on their foundational skills to prevail. This approach ensures progress in the path of cultivation, leading to greater accomplishments. Though he had only just begun his sword training, he possessed a solid understanding of these theoretical principles from his past life. The disciple nodded, displaying a look of gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will strive to improve my training." Chu He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I am merely at the beginning of learning sword techniques. If you are free, we can engage in some friendly sparring." Chu He would never underestimate any determined practitioner, for such individuals often harbored the most formidable potential. As long as they were not completely vanquished, given enough time, they could soar to great heights and become significant figures. "Senior, can I truly practice alongside you? I am but a collateral disciple of the Li family." The disciple said, lowering his head as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chu He's face abruptly vanished. "Is there really a distinction between collateral and direct lines here? Do we treat the disciples of these two lines differently?" The disciple nodded in response. "This is not only the case in the Li family. Similar situations occur in other families as well. As a collateral disciple, the resources for cultivation are invariably far fewer than those available to the direct line. However, I have grown accustomed to it. As long as I put in enough effort, I will undoubtedly surpass those direct line disciples." With a wry smile, Chu He produced a spatial ring and handed it to the disciple. "Seeing your diligence, I have placed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in this ring. Do not disappoint my expectations." Chapter 29. Comprehending sword intent. The disciple appeared somewhat flustered upon seeing the ring. "Senior, this is far too much. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the family. I truly do not deserve this 100,000 spirit stones." Noticing the disciple's refusal, a smile returned to Chu He's face. "It is of no consequence. This is a gift from me to you. I hope to see your figure on the ascension path a month from now. If you have no pressing matters in the coming days, feel free to come and spar with me, as I will be practicing my sword techniques." The disciple nodded, accepting the ring and bowing respectfully to Chu He. "Very well, go and cultivate now. Remember, do not be anxious or complacent during your practice. Everyone possesses their own trump cards. Never underestimate anyone." Chu He spoke slowly. After the disciple nodded in agreement, he departed, leaving Chu He standing alone. Chu He sheathed the Qinglong sword and made his way towards the Li family's main hall. Upon arrival, he found Li Feng engrossed in family affairs. "You truly are a busy person, spending all your time on family matters instead of cultivating," Chu He remarked. Li Feng, slightly embarrassed upon seeing Chu He, stood up. "It cannot be helped. If I do not manage these matters, they will descend into chaos. I am currently seeking a successor to manage family affairs so that I can focus on my cultivation." Chu He nodded. "That is indeed a viable solution. The reason I came to see you today is to inquire whether there are any swordsmen in your family who have comprehended sword intent." Li Feng looked at Chu He with some confusion, having never seen him use a sword before. "You do not mean to say you wish to become a sword practitioner, do you?" A slight smile appeared at the corners of Chu He's mouth. "Indeed, I aim to diversify my skills. After all, without a suitable weapon, one often endures numerous injuries. Fortunately, I possess a royal-grade sword, so I have begun my training, especially since I am still quite young. However, I have realized that becoming a true sword practitioner is far more challenging than I anticipated." Li Feng nodded slightly. "Coincidentally, there is a swordsman in our clan who has comprehended sword intent. I will take you to meet him." With that, Li Feng led Chu He deeper into the family compound. After traversing several corridors, they arrived at a house. "How have you been, Senior Feng?" Li Feng called out as they approached the door. Suddenly, it swung open, revealing a man clad in a Taoist robe. "The head of the Li family graces us with his presence. Forgive my lack of proper welcome, and I hope you will not take offense," the man said. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively and gestured to Chu He. "I know you are a swordsman who has comprehended sword intent. So I have brought a friend to seek your guidance." Feng Le scrutinized Chu He closely, but to his surprise, he could not ascertain the extent of his cultivation. Please, come in and take a seat. Feng Lu motioned for Li Feng and Chu He to enter the room. Upon entering, Chu He discovered that the interior was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, featuring a separate courtyard and dedicated training area. Your current cultivation level must have surpassed that of the head of the Li family, has it not? Feng Lu inquired as they settled inside. Chu He smiled. Indeed, I have surpassed the head of the Li family. But let us first discuss the matter at hand. A few days ago, I began practicing foundational sword techniques, and I feel I am but a step away from comprehending sword intent. Therefore, I came to seek your counsel on how to achieve this. Feng Le concealed his astonishment and continued to observe Chu He. After a moment, he pinched his nose and said, Please, follow me outside. I will demonstrate my sword intent for you. Pay close attention, and perhaps you will glean some understanding. Chu He nodded and accompanied Feng Lu outside. I will now begin to display my sword intent. Focus intently. You may find the key to comprehension, Feng Lu declared, revealing his sword intent, which surged toward Chu He. Chu He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sword intent that enveloped him. Sword intent is the practitioner's fundamental understanding of their weapon, seeing the sword as an extension of oneself, merging body and blade into one. A voice echoed in Chu He's mind, and in the next moment, he drew the Qinglong sword and settled into a meditative stance. As he absorbed Feng Li's sword intent, he also engaged in a dialogue with the Qinglong sword. Before long, a faint sword intent emanated from Chu He, prompting Feng Lu to hurriedly withdraw his own sword intent. Li Feng pulled Feng Lu aside, choosing not to disturb Chu He and allowing him to concentrate on his comprehension. Who on earth is this person? I could not sense his cultivation level earlier, Feng Lu asked Li Feng in a hushed tone. Li Feng replied slowly, I sense he is an anomaly. I first encountered him through the Huyang mirror. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Moreover, he even sparred with Nanshan from the southern Ask Heaven Palace, defeating him effortlessly. His strength is truly terrifying, and soon he will embark on the ascension path. Feng Le gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that such a powerful practitioner could be hidden within the small region of Qingzhou. Moreover, I merely released a fraction of my sword intent earlier, and he was able to absorb it and gain insights into sword intent. If what he claims is true, that he has only trained for a few days, then his talent is indeed formidable. Li Feng had long since become accustomed to such extraordinary feats. For Chu he was no ordinary individual. You must believe, he is destined to dominate all of Qingzhou. Our aim now is to befriend him, ensuring that when he ascends to power, we do not meet with ruin. Feng Le looked at Li Feng with a hint of confusion. Isn't that foolish? If he has yet to mature and you eliminate him now, such a future would be precluded. Li Feng sighed deeply. It was not that he did not desire to eliminate Chu He, but he lacked the strength to do so. Even if all 8 major factions combined their cave heaven realm experts, we would still be no match for him. Do you understand the vast chasm that exists between a pinnacle cave heaven realm practitioner and those of us at the 7th or 8th level? If he were to unleash just a few moves, we would surely falter. Rather than that, it is wiser to befriend him now. Chapter 30. Achieving the first level of sword intent. Feng Le nodded, and the two turned their attention back to Chu He. At that moment, Chu He seemed to have entered another realm entirely, freely wielding the Qinglong sword as if it were a part of him. He could distinctly feel that the Qinglong sword was akin to his own arm, perfectly in sync with his intentions, guiding itself wherever he directed. Surrounding Chu He, an increasing aura of sword intent began to manifest, encasing him entirely. As he continued to absorb the sword intent emanating from within, a smile crept across his face. He had unexpectedly grasped sword intent with such ease. With a decisive blink, Chu He opened his eyes, sheathed the Qinglong sword, and retracted all the sword intent back into his being. He now stood as a blade poised to emerge from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Congratulations, you have comprehended sword intent so swiftly. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Feng Lu and Li Feng approached Chu He, their faces radiant with smiles, to extend their congratulations. Chu He returned the smile, acknowledging, this is largely thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, if I had wished to comprehend the essence of the sword, it might have taken me a considerable amount of time. Feng Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, in truth, I haven't contributed much. It is purely the result of your own diligence. He then produced a scroll and offered it to Chu He. Would you care to cultivate this technique? Chu He eagerly nodded, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself, and he had no reason to refuse. Feng Lu handed him a scroll inscribed with the 4 prominent characters, Swift Wind Sword Technique. I have cherished this technique for a long time and practiced it myself, though I have only reached the 2nd level. However, this Swift Wind Sword Technique can be cultivated up to 4 levels. And at the 4th level, you can kill without leaving a trace. I believe this technique is particularly suited for you. You should accept it, Feng Lu explained to Chu He. With a smile, Chu He took the scroll, planning to examine it more thoroughly upon his return. Thank you very much. I did not expect such a generous gift upon our first meeting. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Feng Lu waved his hand again, stating, there is no need for repayment. Although we are mere acquaintances, I have great faith in your potential. I hope you can traverse the path of swordsmanship and become a legendary sword immortal. Chu He nodded, resolved to wield his sword and vanquish those who defy him. Are you planning to train here for a few more days, or shall you accompany me back? Li Feng inquired. Chu He pondered for a moment, then turned to Feng Lu. What level of sword intent have you attained? Feng Lu feigned an air of profundity, replying, I have reached the 4th level of sword intent. It is said that some can attain the 9th level. If you remain here with me for the next few days, I will share all I know. Chu He nodded. In that case, I shall stay a few more days. I wish to refine my skills thoroughly before the path to ascension arrives. Li Feng smiled, bidding farewell to Chu He before departing. Do you intend to begin your training now, or would it be wise to consolidate your understanding first? Considering you have only just grasped the sword intent, Feng Lu asked Chu He. You may go about your business. I will solidify my understanding of the sword intent first. Come back tomorrow to instruct me. Chu He replied slowly. Feng Lu nodded and then took his leave. Once Feng Lu departed, Chu He picked up the Qinglong sword, reflecting, I never imagined I would become the swordsman I have always dreamed of. I must seize this opportunity. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, gently closed his eyes, and once again unleashed his sword intent. Throughout the following day, Chu He immersed himself in the sword intent emanating from within him. The next day, Feng Lu arrived at Chu He's training location and was taken aback by the sword intent radiating from him. Just yesterday, Chu He had only begun to comprehend sword intent, yet now he had stepped into the 1st level. Sensing Feng Li's presence, Chu He opened his eyes to meet his gaze. How has a day passed by so swiftly? Feng Lu chuckled. Such is the nature of cultivation. Time becomes irrelevant. Sometimes, in pursuit of breakthroughs, centuries may slip away unnoticed. I see you have entered the 1st level of sword intent. Without my guidance, you could have continued to cultivate on your own. Chu He smiled and waved his hand. Yesterday, I focused on feeling my sword intent and exploring it. I was surprised to find myself naturally stepping into the 1st level. Feng Lu forced a smile. Feeling somewhat awkward, as he had spent nearly a century attempting to grasp sword intent, let alone reach the 1st level. You may begin teaching me now. Feng Lu nodded and posed a question to Chu He. What does the sword represent to you? Chu He's expression turned contemplative. He had not anticipated such a question from Feng Li. The sword is a tool for killing, and it is also my means of survival in this world. Despite his pragmatic view, he spoke candidly, for he had no family or friends here, and his priority was to protect himself. Feng Lu was somewhat surprised by Chu He's answer, having assumed he pursued swordsmanship to protect his friends from harm. If you think this way, then you must learn to control your sword well. Do not let it eventually enslave you. Remember, at all times, it is the person who wields the sword, not the sword that enslaves the person. Chu He nodded, understanding the concept. Shall we commence our training directly? Your questions seem rather irrelevant to practical instruction. He mused inwardly about Feng Li's seemingly unnecessary inquiries. Very well, let us begin training. Indeed, cultivating the sword is akin to cultivating the heart. As your state of mind transforms, so too will your sword intent. The breakthrough in sword intent cannot be forced. Today we shall practice sword techniques. What do you think? Feng Lu looked at Chu He. Chu He smiled and nodded. That is perfectly agreeable. Let us commence with the Swift Wind Sword technique. A sword appeared in Feng Li's hand. Now, I will demonstrate the 1st level of the Swift Wind Sword technique, so pay close attention. With that, Feng Lu began to wield the sword, executing the 1st level of the Swift Wind Sword technique before Chu He stood still, feeling the sword intent emanating from Feng Lu, which sent a shiver down his spine. However, his gaze was primarily drawn to Feng Li's wrist, where the sword moved with remarkable grace. After completing the demonstration, Feng Lu approached Chu He. You have witnessed the swift wind sword technique. What are your thoughts on its power? Chu He nodded. In my opinion, the power of the first level seems somewhat lacking. It feels a bit sluggish. If the speed were enhanced, it could be lethal without a trace. Feng Lu offered an awkward smile. The third and fourth levels of the swift wind sword technique contain instructions on how to increase the speed of the strikes. However, my talent is insufficient, and I have only scratched the surface. Chu He waved his hand dismissively. No worries. One cannot take on too much at once. I will focus on mastering the first level for now, and I would appreciate your guidance. With the Qinglong sword in hand, Chu He moved aside, slowly closing his eyes, entering another realm. In the next moment, he thrust forward with the sword, the blade flowing like a dragon as he executed a unique footwork. Racing across the training ground, each thrust produced a resonant sound that echoed throughout the practice arena. Soon, Chu He sheathed the Qinglong sword, panting as he approached Feng Lu. Though the first level of the swift wind sword technique may not have many techniques, the practice was still exhausting. With more practice, you will grasp the essence of the first level. You have laid a solid foundation, Feng Lu remarked after observing Chu He's performance. Chu He smiled, acknowledging that it was indeed his first attempt at the swift wind sword technique, and it was only natural to have shortcomings. Very well, I shall now consolidate my understanding of the first level. With that, Chu He resumed his practice, following the recorded techniques of the swift wind sword technique. But this time he concentrated on each thrust, striving for perfection. Thus, Chu He dedicated himself to the relentless practice of the first level of the swift wind sword technique. Through persistent effort, he eventually comprehended the intricacies of the first level. Feng Lu nodded in satisfaction and approached Chu He. You have made remarkable progress. You have thoroughly mastered the first level. During your training these past few days, I devised a method to enhance your strike speed. Chu He looked at Feng Lu with keen interest. Do tell. Feng Lu nodded and shared his thoughts. The sword techniques we are currently practicing are variations formed from the fundamental techniques. Since you have only just begun your sword training, it is essential to solidify your foundation. Thus, I advise you to continue practicing the basic techniques. Chu He understood Feng Lu's intention. I see. I shall continue my training. After finishing his discourse, Chu He resumed his cultivation. This time, he engaged in a repetitive motion, each iteration bestowing upon him a distinct sensation. Observing Chu He's diligent practice, Feng Lu understood why he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm at such a tender age. After several days of watching, Feng Lu departed, while Chu He remained steadfast in his place, diligently honing his skills. After a day's worth of training, Chu He paused to consume a third-grade elixir. It was time to revisit the first level. As only a few days remained until the opening of the ascending path, shaking his head after a brief respite, he began to practice the first level of the swift wind sword technique. Having previously mastered the basic moves, he found that his sword intent had significantly amplified when he executed the first level. An hour later, Chu He sheathed the Qinglong sword, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had thoroughly mastered this level. He made his way to Feng Lu's residence, finding him in a state of deep meditation. With a gentle chuckle, he entered. I must take my leave now, as the ascending path is about to open, and I cannot afford to lag behind. Upon grasping Chu He's intent, Feng Lu nodded. Very well then, I shall not see you off. I hope you emerge triumphant on the ascending path. Chu He nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Upon stepping outside, he transformed into a streak of light, arriving at the Li residence. Li Feng, engrossed in his cultivation, sensed Chu He's aura and suddenly appeared before him. Weren't you cultivating with Feng Lu? Why are you back so soon? Chu He stretched his neck and replied, The ascending path opens in just a few days. I must prepare, and I have nearly completed my training. Li Feng's expression brightened with realization. I had completely forgotten about that. Is there anything you require assistance with? Chu He waved his hand dismissively. No. No need for that. I will simply consolidate my strength over the next few days to ensure I am in optimal condition when the ascending path opens. Isn't the ascending path exclusively for the younger generation? People like you should not be able to enter, Li Feng remarked awkwardly, nodding. Indeed, the ascending path is designed for prodigious youths like yourselves. Intended to select outstanding talents, I have also heard that there is an inheritance from the immortal emperor on the ascending path, though I cannot confirm its authenticity. Upon hearing of the immortal emperor's inheritance, Chu He's interest was piqued. Where did you hear about this inheritance? Li Feng jested. This rumor has circulated for quite some time, yet no one has claimed it for years. Perhaps this time, you will be the one to obtain the immortal Emperor's legacy, significantly enhancing your strength. With a slight smile, Chu He mused, who wouldn't he wish to acquire such an inheritance? The competition will surely be fierce. I must prepare thoroughly. If there are no urgent matters in the next few days, please do not disturb me. Additionally, as the ascending path approaches, remember to come to my room and call for me. I fear I may lose track of time while cultivating. Li Feng nodded persistently. Worry not. I shall call for you when the time comes. After all, there are other disciples who also need to embark on the ascending path. Chapter 32. Setting off for the ascending path. Upon hearing this, Chu He smiled and exited the hall. Watching him leave, Li Feng shook his head slightly and returned to his tasks. News of the ascending path's opening spread throughout Qingzhou, prompting the Ding family to begin preparations. It has been quite some time. Why has Chu He not returned? In the Ding family hall, Ding Shan gazed at the family members below, unable to suppress his inquiry. We are unaware, but Miss Ding Ying informed us that he departed a month ago. He must be cultivating somewhere, an elder responded. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. Without Chu He, our Ding family will be isolated and helpless on the ascending path. Are there any others aside from Ding Ying who will venture forth? Ding Shan inquired again. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Everyone was acutely aware that, although the ascending path teemed with opportunities, it was fraught with peril. Without formidable strength, one would simply become a stepping stone for others. If our entire Ding family is like you, we will inevitably fall into ruin. Without fresh blood, relying solely on our older generation to uphold the family is clearly insufficient. Moreover, Chu He merely stayed briefly with us. One day, when he departs, what fate shall we face? You should all know, I hope we can send forth a considerable number of prodigies to participate in the ascending path. If even one disciple can seize an opportunity there, it will suffice. Ding Shan earnestly regarded the elders present. One elder nodded and stepped forward. In that case, I shall send my grandson to participate in the ascending path. It will also serve as valuable training. With this elder's endorsement, more and more disciples were recommended. Upon witnessing this, Ding Shan felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He yearned to see the Ding family thrive. Very well, let us make our arrangements. 3 days hence, we shall head to the central region to commence the ascending path. The elders nodded and departed the hall. After their exit, Ding Ying entered. Father, do we truly need to venture onto the ascending path this time? Last time, none of us could enter. Ding Shan chuckled. Though your strength may not be formidable, Chu He will assuredly make his way onto the ascending path. He will undoubtedly assist you. Only then can you successfully embark. Ding Ying gazed at her father with concern. But father, we do not even know where Chu He is. What if he forgets the time of the ascending path's opening? Ding Shan waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, a talent like him will not overlook this opportunity. Just prepare yourself well. I hope you can seize an opportunity on the ascending path to bolster our Ding family's overall strength. Feeling an immense weight on her shoulders, Ding Ying exhaled slowly and rose to resume her training. In the days that followed, all forces in Qingzhou busied themselves with preparations for this event. Each faction hoped its disciples would seize opportunities on the ascending path, thereby enhancing the strength of their sections. 3 days later, a disciple arrived at the place where Chu He was cultivating. Gently knocking on the door, Senior, the ascending path is about to open. Chu He halted his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Very well, I understand. You may leave. I shall join you shortly. The disciple nodded and departed. Chu He stretched lazily, a smile creeping onto his face. Long last. The ascending path is to be unveiled. It is time for me to showcase my prowess. Before long, Chu He entered the hall, where he saw Li Feng standing in the midst of the crowd. Upon seeing Chu He, Li Feng eagerly waved him over. Come quickly, we are preparing to set off. Chu He nodded and approached Li Feng. There is no need for me to introduce this individual. He will accompany us on this journey. However, once we reach the ascending path, he will not lend assistance. Everything will depend on your own strength. You must have confidence in yourselves, for this is also an opportunity to display your abilities. I hope you will not let me down. Li Feng addressed the vibrant group of cultivators before him. Rest assured, we will not disappoint you this time. A disciple stepped forward and declared to Li Feng. A smile graced Li Feng's face. Good. Then let us prepare to embark. All aboard the flying vessel. With a wave of his hand, a massive flying vessel materialized before everyone. After ensuring all were accounted for, Li Feng commanded the vessel to set sail toward the central region and the ascending path. Chu He strolled onto the deck, watching the clouds drift lazily by, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. "Senior, what brings you here?" A disciple, spotting Chu He, rushed to greet him. Upon hearing the voice, Chu He turned to find a disciple he had assisted a few days prior. "Ah, it's you. How has your cultivation progressed in the past few days?" The disciple's lips curled into a slight smile as he unveiled his aura before Chu He. After several days of diligent training, the disciple had ascended from the 4th to the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Chu He nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Remarkable indeed. You have progressed at an astonishing rate. It seems I did not misjudge your potential." The disciple, feeling a bit bashful at Chu He's praise, replied, "If it weren't for your guidance, Senior, I wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. My current achievements owe much to your support." Chu He chuckled gently, "Oh, it's nothing. Really, I merely provided you with resources for cultivation. Without your own efforts, you wouldn't have made such rapid progress." He then inquired, "Could you elaborate on what the ascending path entails? I am not very familiar with it." Upon hearing Chu He's question, the disciple appeared puzzled but proceeded to explain the nuances of the ascending path. The ascending path is a gathering place for numerous prodigies, where they vie for opportunities based on their own strengths. Those who possess sufficient power can claim the top spot on this path. The ascending path is divided into 3 stages, with the strongest being awarded a special treasure. Each stage conquered grants corresponding rewards. And beyond these 3 stages, many opportunities await diligent cultivators. After absorbing the disciple's explanation, Chu He gained a clearer understanding of the ascending path. "By the way, I still do not know your name," he remarked. The disciple smiled and said, "You may call me Li Jintao." Li Jintao is quite an impressive name. Chu He acknowledged with a nod. "Are you aware of any particularly renowned prodigies in Qingzhou?" "I am rather unfamiliar with them." Li Jintao chuckled, curious as to why Chu He seemed oblivious to the talents of the ascending path and those of Qingzhou. "There are many ancient clans that rarely reveal themselves. The 8 major factions we are familiar with are merely the visible forces. Numerous families remain hidden, cultivating their disciples in secrecy, and their strengths likely reach the 7th or 8th levels of the Cave Heaven realm." Chu He's eyes widened in astonishment at this revelation. He was intrigued by the hidden disciples of these clandestine forces. "It appears this ascending path is indeed quite fascinating. I hope you achieve what you desire." Li Jintao nodded in agreement. "I believe the strongest contender on the ascending path is undoubtedly you, Senior. Others are merely there to complement your brilliance." Hearing this, a smile crept upon Chu He's face. He relished the compliments he received. "Do not speak so. Until the end, no one can predict the outcome. However, feel free to share more when you have the chance. I enjoy listening." With that, Chu He found himself chuckling as well. Li Jintao smiled, bid farewell, and returned to the flying vessel. Chu He lingered on the deck for a moment before re-entering the vessel in search of Li Feng. "How goes your cultivation? What level of sword intent have you reached?" Upon seeing Chu He, Li Feng hastily inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes regarding Chu He's current prowess. Chu He revealed his sword intent, having achieved the 2nd level. Li Feng gazed at him in shock. "How long has it been? You've already broken through to the 2nd level of sword intent. Are you even human?" Chu He chuckled in response. "Perhaps I possess an innate affinity for the sword, which accelerates my training. When can we expect to arrive at the ascending path?" Li Feng inquired, his astonishment fading as he spoke. "We shall reach it in half an hour." "Are you aware of any other hidden forces in Qingzhou?" Chu He nodded. Li Jintao has already informed me about them. Could there be particularly dazzling prodigies among these forces? Li Feng smiled knowingly. "Indeed, there is one sect you must be particularly cautious of, the Wandu sect. All disciples trained in this sect are masters of poison. They utilize various means to poison their opponents. Should you come into contact with their toxins without an antidote, your cultivation will plummet within an hour." Chu He nodded, surprised by the existence of a poison-based sect. "You have any antidotes you could spare?" Li Feng awkwardly shook his head. "I do not. The antidotes are all in their possession, which is why other forces prefer to avoid unnecessary entanglements with them. If you provoke them, you may find yourself in dire straits without knowing how it happened." Chu He made a mental note to remain vigilant regarding the Wandu sect during his time on the ascending path. "Are there any other sects you can tell me about?" Li Feng proceeded to share information about other hidden talents within the forces of Qingzhou. After memorizing the names of these prodigies, Chu He prepared to depart. I believe I shall not accompany you any longer. Otherwise, others may misconstrue my intentions. Given that we are nearing the ascending path, I shall proceed alone. Li Feng wished to persuade Chu He to stay. But seeing his resolute demeanor, he simply nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu He transformed into a streak of light, departing the flying vessel. Upon reaching the void above, Chu He witnessed countless flying vessels soaring beneath him. I must expedite my own pace. I cannot afford to lag behind them. Thus, he increased his speed, heading towards the ascending path. Half an hour later, Chu He arrived at the ascending path in Zhongzhou, where he observed a multitude of prodigies. Upon seeing them, he shook his head. He could clearly sense that their realms predominantly hovered around the 7th and 8th levels of the cave heaven realm. The ascending path was set to commence in a quarter of an hour. A nearby cultivator whispered, "The ascending path is about to open." Chu He adjusted his state, preparing for the commencement of the ascending path. A quarter of an hour later, a golden light illuminated the area, revealing the unending path before the crowd. One cultivator boldly stepped forward, arriving at the foot of the ascending path to commence his ascent. The others followed suit, and Chu He, determined not to be left behind, stepped onto the path as well. As he set foot on the first step, Chu He sensed something amiss. An invisible force seemed to press down upon him. Shaking his head, he pressed on, feeling layers of weight bearing down with each step he took. The first challenge of the ascending path was to ascend this staircase, which comprised 1,000 steps, designed to filter out those lacking the strength to seize opportunities. The pressure in the arena posed no threat to Chu He. Before long, he found himself in third place. Who was this first-place contender? I do not recall seeing him before. Surely, he must be a disciple of one of the hidden forces, Chu He mused, shaking his head as he continued his ascent, now reaching the 313th step. As Chu He climbed, numerous cultivators, unable to withstand the weight pressing down upon them, tumbled down the steps. Originally, over 10,000 cultivators sought to ascend, yet fewer than 1,000 had managed to reach the halfway mark. At the 500th step, Chu He stood beside the first-place competitor, both on the same level. The other cultivator, astonished to see Chu He catch up, exclaimed, "Who are you?" Chu He smiled, "You may refer to me as a genius. Your pace appears rather sluggish. Let's see if you can keep up with me." Hearing this, the competitor scoffed dismissively. "If that is the case, let us compete and see who reaches the top of the ascending path first." With a grin, Chu He made his way to the next step, and the two began their contest. As time passed, Chu He reached the 600th step, while his rival had only just reached 550. Observing his opponent's position, Chu He shook his head and continued his climb. An hour later, he found himself just one step away from the upper platform. Pausing momentarily, he glanced back to see that the competitor he had been racing against had only just reached 850 steps. "Your speed is lacking. It seems your abilities are rather mediocre," Chu He taunted. The rival's brow furrowed as he glared coldly at Chu He. "There are still 2 more challenges ahead. Who can say who will endure until the end? Let us wait and see." Upon witnessing his indomitable spirit, Chu He gently shook his head and ascended the platform above. As he stepped onto the platform, he felt the weight that had previously burdened his shoulders dissipate, replaced by a faint yellow radiance emanating from his being. Attempting to absorb this glow, he discovered that it could indeed enhance his strength, prompting him to seize the moment and absorb as much as possible. Half an hour later, a second individual successfully reached the platform. Ignoring Chu He too began to absorb the luminous aura surrounding him. 3 hours passed, and the glow that once enveloped Chu He had vanished, though his aura had been slightly augmented. Looking around, he noticed that only a little over 600 individuals remained on the platform. As he surveyed the scene, the stairs below began to dissolve slowly, and in the next moment, the platform was encircled by a wave of light. "Congratulations on successfully passing the first trial. I trust you have all noticed the faint yellow glow surrounding you. The second trial is about to commence, and from this group of over 600, only 100 will remain for the final test," declared an elder who had materialized at the center of the platform. "Senior, what are the rules for this second trial?" inquired a cultivator. The elder, devoid of any emotion, replied, "The second trial has no rules. You must rely on your own strength to endure until the end. How you achieve this is of no concern to me. I will only observe the final outcome. You have 1 hour. If more than 100 remain at the end, The power you just absorbed will be returned to me. Now, let the competition begin. With that, the elder's figure gradually faded from view. Once the elder departed, the cultivators in the arena became acutely aware of their surroundings, wary of those standing beside them, fearing an attack. However, Chu-He remained calm and composed. Standing still, he mused to himself about the solitude of invincibility, realizing that these individuals stood no chance against him in a one-on-one confrontation. Before long, the sounds of combat erupted nearby as the participants unleashed their full power. Attempting to cast each other from the platform, enthralled by the unfolding conflict, Chu-He soon sensed a dark gaze fixated upon him. Turning to the side, he found the second cultivator who had ascended the platform staring coldly at him. Since I lost to you in the first trial, I shall not lose again in the second. Let us settle this here, the cultivator declared. Chu-He chuckled disdainfully. What is the point of fighting? Instead, we should watch them battle and reap the rewards when the time comes. I have no desire to engage in combat, but if you insist, I won't hesitate to send you down. The cultivator, unfazed by his words, retorted, Enough with the chatter. Attack. With a resigned sigh, Chu-He unleashed his supreme prowess and murderous intent to their fullest potential. The cultivator, now regarding Chu-He as an extraordinary master, felt uncertain about whether to attack or not. Are you going to fight or not? If so, do it quickly. I have no time to waste here, Chu-He said coldly. The cultivator brandished a long knife and lunged at Chu-He. Die! He shouted. Chu-He smirked as he activated his fiery prowess, flames enveloping him. With a swift motion, he sent a torrent of fire toward the cultivator. Slash! The cultivator shouted, slicing through the flames, which were divided in two. Yet his blade was soon engulfed in fire. In an instant, Chu-He closed the distance, and with a flick of his hand, the cultivator was set ablaze. The fierce battle drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who turned to witness the spectacle. Despite his efforts to extinguish the flames, the cultivator realized his fate was sealed and charged at Chu-He with all his might. However, Chu-He was not inclined to let him close the gap. Easily evading with a few deft leaps, "Allow me to send you to your demise," Chu-He proclaimed as he activated his ultimate move, De Luo Tian Palm. A massive palm print surged forth, striking the cultivator and sending him hurtling off the platform. Observing this, Chu-He shook his head in exasperation. He had initially hoped for a peaceful coexistence, but the cultivator had left him no choice. Had he not attacked, perhaps he could have made it to the third trial. Chu-He's stunning display of power left the remaining cultivators hesitant to challenge him, redirecting their focus elsewhere. After half an hour, only around 150 cultivators remained in the arena. At this rate, how long will you continue fighting? Allow me to assist, Chu-He said with a mischievous grin as he charged into the fray, carelessly engaging the cultivators before him. This time, he unleashed his fiery prowess to its pinnacle, scorching the remaining cultivators until many could no longer endure the heat and leaped from the platform. With Chu-He's intervention, the number of remaining cultivators dwindled rapidly, soon falling below 100. Chapter 35. The third trial commences seeing that the number of participants had met the elder's requirement. Chu-He ceased his attacks. However, the sounds of battle still echoed around him. Suddenly, as if all movements were frozen, the cultivators stood still, unable to move. The elder reappeared in the arena and waved his hand, restoring their mobility. It seems this year's cultivators possess commendable strength, managing to meet my requirements within the allotted time. However, there are no rewards for this second trial. You will have 1 hour to recover your strength, he announced. Chu-He shook his head slightly, feeling no need to rest and eager to commence the third trial. The remaining cultivators on the platform sighed heavily, relieved to have survived, some barely hanging on. As they began to recuperate, Chu-He wandered about the platform, observing each cultivator's prowess. Those who remained had all reached the 7th or 8th level of the Dongtian realm. What could the final trial entail? It appears to be entirely different from the previous one, murmured one cultivator seated on the ground. Who knows? In the end, it truly is a selection process. I doubt we stand a chance at obtaining the ultimate treasure. Another replied. Earlier, I faced an opponent whose strength was remarkable. Even Huang Liang was defeated by him, the first cultivator remarked, referring to Chu-He, who had bested Huang Liang. The initial speaker sighed, nonetheless, making it to the third trial is already an accomplishment. Perhaps other opportunities will arise. I believe that once the third trial concludes, further chances will present themselves. Otherwise, why would so many prodigies aspire to the path to heaven? Another cultivator concurred. Let us hope so. If I could gain such an opportunity, I could break through to the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm and dominate all of Qingzhou, he added with determination. Meanwhile, Ding Shan gazed at his severely injured daughter. Ding Ying, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Father is fine. I only sustained a minor injury, she reassured him. This path to heaven is unlike any before, but I spotted Chu He. He should have successfully passed the second trial. Ding Ying managed to smile as she looked at her father. Ding Shan, with a sympathetic smile, asked, "Why are you so concerned about him? You no longer qualify for the third trial." Ding Ying waved her hand dismissively. That merely indicates my lack of strength. If I were to train for a millennium, I could surely emerge victorious in the next path to heaven. I truly hope that Chu He achieves ultimate victory. She added earnestly. Ding Shan nodded, surveying his disciples before leading Ding Ying and the others away, eye in his eyes. Chu He was capable of anything and destined for ultimate victory, making their stay here unnecessary. It would be wiser to return and allow Ding Ying to recuperate. Meanwhile, Chu He remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments, leisurely wandering the platform. An hour swiftly passed, and the elderess figure re-emerged in the arena. We shall now begin the third trial. I trust you are all prepared. This trial is rather simple. Shortly, I will transport you to a location where I will explain the rules. The elder deftly manipulated the incantation, causing the figures of the gathered individuals to vanish in an instant, propelling themselves forward with astonishing speed. During this journey, Chu He found himself unable to open his eyes. My goodness, the old man's strength is truly formidable. How fast must he be traveling? Chu He ceased his futile attempts to pry open his eyelids, allowing himself to be silently guided by the elder. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chu He sensed his body gently landing upon a platform. As he slowly opened his eyes, he discovered that he was now amidst a dense jungle. The other practitioners also gradually opened their eyes, revealing expressions of puzzlement as they surveyed their surroundings. Now that you have all awakened, allow me to elucidate the rules of this final trial, the elder proclaimed. From this point, you shall embark on your journey. I will be awaiting you on a platform located tens of thousands of feet away. I anticipate that, given your capabilities, you will reach the designated platform within half an hour. However, once you arrive, the journey will be yours to comprehend at your own pace. Upon hearing this, Chu He discerned that this trial was unlike any he had previously encountered. Undoubtedly fraught with perils, the top 10 victors would receive corresponding treasures and might even unlock hidden rewards. However, I must caution you that within this realm, ferocious beasts abound. Should you lack the necessary strength and fall prey to these creatures, you cannot hold me accountable. You may withdraw at any time. Take a step towards me, and I shall guide you out of this place. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of ethereal detachment. The practitioners exchanged glances, yet none harbored thoughts of relinquishing the opportunity before them, regardless of the looming dangers. The elder, noting their resolve, nodded with satisfaction. Very well, you may commence. Victory will belong to those who finish in the shortest time. With that, the elder's figure gradually dissipated, and Chu He and the others surged into the mountains before them, forging ahead. The old man had articulated the rules with such simplicity. He must have a multitude of schemes hidden away. He never mentioned that flying was prohibited. With this thought, a faint smile graced Chu He's lips, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yet, just as he prepared to ascend into the sky, he noticed a fellow practitioner hovering mid-air. This individual did not venture far before being struck by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. Chu He shrugged slightly, abandoning his intention to soar towards the destination. Well, if I must proceed slowly, so be it. I should conserve my strength. Encountering a beast could prove troublesome. Do be cautious. He concealed his aura and began to navigate through the jungle. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, a beast obstructed his path. Your nose is quite keen, isn't it? I've concealed my presence, yet you still detected me. Chu He gazed incredulously at the creature barring his way, with a fierce roar. The beast bared its 3-foot-long fangs, threatening him. I advise you to leave now, or I shall consider you my next meal. Chu He retorted coolly, confident in his own strength to traverse this jungle with ease. Chapter 36. the saintess of the falling snow sect. The beast seemed impervious to Chu He's words, charging directly at him. If you insist on ignoring my warning, then I shall not hold back. With that, Chu He prepared to unleash the special effect of the great Luo Heaven Palm, only to recall that he had only recently begun practicing the sword and had yet to face a true opponent. He drew forth the Azure Dragon Sword. With a swift arc, the sword's light flashed, sending the beast staggering back several yards. Witnessing the potency of his attack, a smile blossomed on Chu He's face. This beast was no match for him, yet he engaged in a prolonged battle, spanning over an hour, solely to refine his sword techniques. After an hour, the beast lay motionless in a pool of its own blood. Chu He sheathed the Azure Dragon Sword, retrieved a small knife, and skillfully gutted the beast, claiming its demon core before continuing on his way. Along the path, Chu He encountered several more beasts, each one dispatched like mere sharpening stones for his blade. Yet, upon vanquishing the final beast, he heard the sounds of a struggle not far ahead. Chu He shook his head, intent on collecting the demon cores and circumventing the conflict. However, he soon spotted two practitioners surrounding a woman. He slipped behind a tree, concealing his presence as he observed the confrontation. I am the saintess of the falling snow sect. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, death shall be your only reward. The beleaguered individual was none other than Luo Shuer, the saintess of the falling snow sect. After entering the jungle, she had ventured alone, rather than joining her fellow sect members towards the destination, and now found herself besieged by two practitioners intent on robbing her of her treasures. One practitioner let out a cold laugh, stroking his chin as he appraised Luo Shuer. I care not who you are. I've never heard of the falling snow sect. Besides, this is the ascending path. Who will know if we eliminate you? Now, it seems you are calling upon heaven and earth in vain. You would do well to yield to us. One of the assailants was at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven Realm, while the other boasted the 8th level. Though Luo Shuer also stood at the 8th level, she was ultimately outnumbered. Initially, she had hoped to intimidate her assailants with the name of her sect, yet they were entirely unfamiliar with it. The Falling Snow sect was a hidden elite force in Qingzhou, with its members seldom revealing themselves. Had it not been for the opening of the ascending path, they would remain concealed from the world. Realizing her dire predicament, Luo Shuer summoned an ice lotus to her hands. If you refuse to heed my warning, then prepare to accompany me to the grave. With that, she unleashed a barrage of ice crystals towards her assailants. I admire your defiant spirit. Once I defeat you, you shall serve me well. The practitioner at the 8th level of the Cave Heaven Realm brandished a spear, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of ice crystals, while the other wielded a long sword, relentlessly attacking Luo Shuer. Observing this scene, Chu He could not help but chuckle. In this martial world, strength reigned supreme, and solitary individuals found it challenging to achieve greatness. Particularly for women, lacking formidable power often relegated them to mere pawns. Chu He rose, intending to depart. He had no desire to intervene, as he was not acquainted with the saintess of the falling snow sect. Why should he come to her aid? Luo Shuer, struggling against the relentless assault of her assailants, soon bore numerous wounds upon her body. Spotting Chu He preparing to leave, she called out desperately, Please, save me. I am the saintess of the falling snow sect. Should you rescue me, you will be rewarded handsomely by my sect. Chu He halted, surveying his surroundings, and noted the absence of any other practitioners. He regarded Luo Shuer with curiosity, pondering how she could perceive his presence despite his concealed aura. Furthermore, Luo Shuer had only reached the 8th level of the Cave Heaven Realm, while he had attained the 9th level. Logically, she should not have been able to detect him. The two practitioners, however, believed Luo Shuer was merely attempting to intimidate them, scoffing at her. Who would come to your rescue here? Spare us your deceit and yield to us at once. With that, the two practitioners closed in on Luo Shuer, one brandishing a chain and swiftly binding her. Luo Shuer turned her gaze towards Chu He, her eyes pleading for assistance. With a sigh, Chu He realized he had unexpectedly found himself in a situation reminiscent of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. I advise you both to refrain from any further actions against her. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the abyss. No longer concealing his aura, Chu He approached the two practitioners. Oh? You wish to play the hero? Do you? But do you possess the strength for it? The practitioner at the 8th level of the Cave Heaven Realm eyed Chu He skeptically. Chu He scoffed. I offer you both a choice. If you release her now, I shall spare your lives. Pa! The practitioner sneered, clearly dismissive of Chu He. Do not meddle in our affairs, or you shall meet your demise here. Detecting the threat in the practitioner's tone, Chu He merely chuckled. In the next moment, the azure dragon sword materialized in his grasp. Today, I intend to interfere with your plans. What do you propose to do about it? Chu He wore a mocking expression as he gazed upon the two cultivators. The two cultivators twisted their necks and ceased to pay any attention to Luo Shuer, for she was now bound by chains, utterly incapable of escape. Before long, Chu He found himself encircled by the two cultivators. It appears you have disregarded the words of my brother and me. Since you wish to save her, then let your life be the price, declared the cultivator of the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm as he moved towards Chu He with claws formed from his hands. With a cold chuckle, Chu He swung his sword, sending the 8th level cultivator retreating several steps. The 7th level cultivator, upon witnessing Chu He's formidable strength, felt an inkling of trepidation. Fear not, we shall strike together and surely defeat him. Remember to exert all your strength. Chapter 37. A heroic rescue. The cultivator who had just been repelled by Chu He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached the other cultivator, saying, "Very well, let us attack together." With that, the two launched their assault upon Chu He. Wielding his Qinglong sword, Chu He tirelessly defended against their onslaught, but soon found himself on the back foot. Damn it. How bothersome. If it weren't for the fact that I've only recently begun refining my swordsmanship, I would have already dispatched you two miscreants. Chu He thrust his sword forward, creating distance between him and the two cultivators. In the next moment, he pushed his peak Cave Heaven realm effect to its zenith, manifesting 10 avatars of the Cave Heaven behind him. The two cultivators, upon witnessing this display, instinctively took a step back. You have actually reached the peak of the Cave Heaven realm? Chu He shrugged. I already informed you both that if you left, I would not hold you accountable. However, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. And now, I must take your lives for my amusement. With that, Chu He activated the Flame of Heavenly Destruction effect to its maximum potential, and a blazing fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. Moreover, he also escalated his murderous intent to its utmost peak. The two cultivators felt the overwhelming killing intent radiating from him and were filled with shock. This was undoubtedly the aura of a madman. Big brother, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare our lives, and the saintess of the Luo Shui sect shall be at your service. The two cultivators, realizing they were no match for Chu He, hastily pleaded for mercy. Chu He merely smiled coldly, ignoring their entreaties. Instead, he raised his right hand, and flames erupted around the two cultivators. The saintess of the Luo Shui sect, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel curious about Chu He's identity. Someone with such formidable power must belong to a prominent family. The two cultivators struggled with all their might, but could not extinguish the flames engulfing them, their anguished cries filling the air. One cultivator quickly knelt before Chu He, begging, "Big brother, I implore you, spare us. We acted out of a moment's greed and meant no harm. If you allow us to leave, we shall offer you all our treasures." Chu He shook his head slightly. "Weren't you both quite arrogant just a moment ago? I have claimed your lives, so you might as well enjoy your fate here." With those words, he approached Luo Shuer, waved his hand, and shattered the chains binding her. Grateful, Luo Shuer quickly expressed her thanks. "Thank you for saving me." Hearing her cold and curt words of gratitude, Chu He frowned slightly. Is it truly all that a saintess like you can muster in terms of appreciation? A faint blush crossed Luo Shuer's face as she replied, "I owe you my thanks. Without your intervention, I might have lost my purity. However, I am currently injured and hope you can guard me while I recover." "Now that sounds more appropriate," Chu He said, his expression calming as he nodded. "You may heal, and I shall watch over you. But do make haste." Luo Shuer nodded and quickly consumed a 5th-grade medicinal pill to restore her strength. "Ah!" The pained cries of the two cultivators echoed as they rolled on the ground, cursing Chu He. "You two are truly insufferable. My ears are about to develop calluses from your incessant wailing," he declared, unleashing the great celestial palm, which crashed down upon the two cultivators, silencing their screams in an instant. With a sigh of relief, Chu He stepped into the pit and collected the spatial rings of the two cultivators before sitting beside Luo Shuer. "It seems I still have much to cultivate. I must intensify my training. He realized that the Qinglong sword had not fully demonstrated its power, which had hindered him from defeating the two cultivators. Not wanting to dwell on these matters further, Chu He lit a fire and began roasting the meat he had saved earlier. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Chu He picked up a piece of meat, inhaled its fragrance, and smiled in delight. Delicious. Truly, I am impressive, he exclaimed, tearing into the meat with gusto, reveling in the flavors. As Chu He indulged in his meal, he suddenly heard a soft rustling beside him, prompting him to furrow his brow. Looking over, he was surprised to find Luo Shuer, the saintess of the Luo Shui sect, had awakened and quietly approached the fire. Their eyes met, and Luo Shuer appeared a bit shy as she pointed to the meat beside him. What is that? I would like to try some. Chu He sliced off a piece of meat with a small knife and handed it to her. This is the meat from a beast I hunted earlier. I thought I would enjoy some roasted meat. Luo Shuer nodded. Initially mindful of her image, she took small bites. However, once she tasted the deliciousness of the roasted meat, she abandoned all pretense and devoured it heartily. Seeing Luo Shuer eat with such fervor, Chu He thought she looked like a starving ghost and quickly offered her a larger piece. Thus, the two enjoyed the feast together, and after an hour, all the meat Chu He had stored was consumed. Rubbing his belly in satisfaction, Chu He leaned back against a nearby tree. Logically, a hidden power like yours should have strong disciples. How could you have been bested by them so easily? Once sated, Chu He inquired. Luo Shuer recounted her experiences. Upon entering the forest, she had inadvertently encountered a beast of the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm and engaged it in a fierce battle, ultimately managing to defeat it but sustaining numerous injuries in the process. However, just after vanquishing the beast, the two cultivators had sprung out from the bushes, leading to the subsequent events. Chu He nodded in understanding. You sheltered flowers, untested by life and death, may possess high realms, yet lack experience. Had your elders properly nurtured you, you would have surely triumphed over them in that scenario. Luo Shuer, at a loss for words, could only nod in agreement. But I have reached the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm solely through my own efforts. Chapter 38. Qingzhou is merely a land of lotus roots, though our Luo Shui sect is a hidden power. Many disciples within do not dedicate themselves to cultivation. I became the saintess due to my exceptional talent and diligent training. Noticing Luo Shuer's puffed-up demeanor, Chu He chuckled lightly. Yet you have always been shielded. When venturing forth, elders protect your safety. You have grown under constant protection, which has stifled your potential. Luo Shuer's eyes sparkled as she pondered his words, realizing there was some truth to them. Regardless, I must thank you. Without your intervention, I might have perished at their hands. Chu He waved his hand dismissively. Such matters are trivial. It was merely a chance encounter that allowed me to rescue you. At this point, Chu He recalled the moment he had concealed his presence, only to be discovered by Luo Shuer. By the way, I have a question for you. Luo Shuer nodded. Ask away. How did you detect me back then? I had concealed my aura perfectly. Logically, you should not have been able to find me, especially since my realm is higher than yours. Chu He gazed at Luo Shuer, perplexed. She smiled radiantly, saying, as the saintess of the Luo Shui sect, I must carry many treasures when I venture out. I discovered your presence through the dust-evading pearl. Upon concluding her words, Luo Shuer produced the dust-proof pearl. Chu He scrutinized the small object, realizing that such a diminutive trinket had inadvertently revealed his presence. It seemed he must exercise greater caution while venturing out. Since I have answered one of your inquiries, would you kindly reciprocate and enlighten me regarding your sect? At such a tender age, you've already attained the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. Truly impressive. Noticing the admiration flickering in Luo Shuer's gaze, Chu He smiled. I am not affiliated with any sect. I am a solitary cultivator, having reached the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm through my own efforts. Luo Shuer was even more astonished upon hearing this. She had not imagined that Chu He was an independent cultivator. You are remarkably accomplished. While I have the backing of a sect providing me with cultivation resources, I have only just managed to reach the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Whereas you have already ascended to its peak, it is truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. By the way, what are your plans following the conclusion of the ascension path? Chu He pondered for a moment before replying. I have no particular plans. I intend to remain in Qingzhou, perhaps establish a sect of my own, and take in disciples to enjoy my later years. Luo Shuer appeared somewhat perplexed by this notion. Why not venture beyond Qingzhou? The world outside is far more exhilarating. At this, Chu He furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that there exists a world beyond Qingzhou? By your implication, Qingzhou is merely a fragment of a larger world. Is it not? Are there indeed other realms beyond this place? Luo Shuer chuckled softly. You genuinely do not know, do you? Qingzhou is but a peripheral area of this vast world. There are far greater expanses beyond it. You must have been secluded in some remote forest, never having explored the outside world. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Chu He scratched his head, for he truly was unaware of such matters. The memories of his original body contained no records of the world beyond Qingzhou. Thank you for enlightening me. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of other realms outside this tranquil vessel. Luo Shuer waved her hand dismissively. It cannot exactly be termed as another world. We are simply situated within this grand world, partitioned into numerous segments. How about after the ascension path concludes, you and I join forces to explore beyond Qingzhou? What do you think? Chu He contemplated this. Having a beautiful companion would certainly enhance the journey. Of course, that is agreeable. Do you know what reward awaits those who secure a place in the top 10? Luo Shuer giggled, for she assumed that someone of Chu He's caliber must be well informed. Yet she was surprised to learn that he was unaware of the ultimate prize. The selection of the top 10 is to seek out a hidden realm left behind by an immortal emperor within this continent. Chu He nodded slightly. Since it was a quest for exploration, why all the convoluted arrangements? Observing Chu He's expression, Luo Shuer deduced that he might not grasp the significance of an immortal emperor. The realm beyond the cave heaven is the divine mansion realm, and above that is the celestial mansion realm, culminating in the immortal emperor realm. Do you comprehend what the immortal emperor's hidden realm signifies for us? If we could uncover the treasures he left behind, we might soar to new heights, transcending two great realms to ascend to the immortal emperor realm. Chu He could discern the profound yearning in Luo Shuer's eyes for the immortal emperor realm. But where exactly is this immortal emperor's hidden realm? Do you possess that knowledge? If we were to learn the location in advance, we could pursue it directly, eliminating the need for the ascension path. Luo Shuer shook her head. If it were that simple, we wouldn't need to select the top 10 cultivators. The purpose of this selection is to acquire a key to unlock the immortal emperor's hidden realm. This was a trial set forth after the immortal emperor's demise. Without the key, even if you locate the hidden realm, entry will be impossible. With a sigh, Chu He questioned, if this immortal emperor truly wishes to pass on his legacy, why complicate matters so? In that case, let us set forth immediately, lest we allow others to seize the opportunity to secure those top 10 positions. Otherwise, we might miss out on the immortal emperor's hidden realm, which would be a regrettable loss. Luo Shuer nodded in agreement, and the two concealed their auras as they sped forth. As night enveloped the land, they proceeded with utmost caution. Yet, despite their vigilance, they encountered several ferocious beasts, all dispatched by Chu He with a single stroke of his sword. Throughout the night, the duo pressed onward without pause, and as dawn approached, they found themselves at the heart of the forest. Chu He stood atop a tree branch, gazing into the distance, where he spotted numerous cultivators ahead. With a leap, he returned to Luo Shuer's side. We must hasten our pace. I observed no fewer than 10 individuals surpassing us. Luo Shuer nodded. Then let us continue our journey. We cannot allow them to seize the initiative. Thus, they resumed their navigation through the forest, but soon, a cultivator intercepted them. This path is blocked. If you wish to pass this trial successfully, you must take another route. Chu He frowned, having never encountered an individual clad in such attire before. He is a disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, and his actions are likely intended to secure a top 10 position for his senior brother. Luo Shuer whispered beside him, a disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect. I am honored. But do you truly believe you can thwart us alone? Chu He sneered at the disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This place is rife with toxins. Should you dare to take another step forward, I shall unleash these toxins into your bodies, rendering you to a fate worse than death. The disciple remained unfazed by Chu He's threat. Confidently gazing at the duo, it seems you have come prepared, but should I slay you here, the toxins shall lose their potency. System, do you know what these toxins fear? After analyzing the toxins, it has been determined that your mastery of the flame of devastation can completely eradicate them. The system's voice resonated in Chu He's mind, and upon hearing this, a smirk crept across his lips. I recall that your toxins are particularly vulnerable to fire. Any toxin will dissipate before the searing flames. Devoid of any toxicity. Hearing Chu He's words, the disciple faltered, not having anticipated that Chu He would identify the flaw in his concocted poisons. However, he feigned calmness, asserting, "Ordinary flames cannot affect the poisons I have crafted." "You are wasting your efforts." Chu He chuckled lightly, channeling the flame of devastation to its zenith. With a wave of his hand, a roaring inferno ignited around them. The crackling of flames filled the air, and as the fire scorched the ground, clouds of smoke dissipated within moments. Luo Shuer watched in astonishment at Chu He's display of power. A triumphant grin spread across Chu He's face as he addressed the disciple. "Your once proud poison tactics are rendered utterly ineffective before me. Do you still wish to impede our progress?" The disciple appeared flustered, desiring to stop Chu He but finding himself paralyzed by the unyielding flames. The toxic fumes he had released were incinerated cleanly by the blaze. "What kind of fire do you wield that possesses such formidable strength?" Chu He merely smiled, allowing the flames to extinguish. He took Luo Shuer by the hand and continued onward, simultaneously unleashing his murderous intent to its peak. The disciple, witnessing Chu He approach, had intended to obstruct him but was deterred by the overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounding Chu He. He paused beside the disciple, stating, "With your meager strength, how dare you obstruct my path? Were it not for my good mood, you would already be a corpse." With that, Chu He and Luo Shuer pressed forward. As they journeyed, Luo Shuer glanced sideways at Chu He. The 10,000 Poisons sect has remained hidden within Qingzhou, never revealing themselves. "How do you know their poisons are susceptible to fire?" Chu He chuckled. Knowing he could not disclose that his knowledge stemmed from the system, "I learned this from a manual that outlined how to counter the poisons of the 10,000 Poison sect. Had I not known in advance, we might not have made it this far." Luo Shuer nodded. "So that's how it is. Your method is indeed ingenious. If others were to discover this, the 10,000 Poison sect would surely face annihilation." The entire populace of Qingzhou instinctively shuns the disciples of the Wandu sect, for they are utterly at a loss as to how to confront them. Should Chu He divulge this information to the masses, he would inevitably become a target of the Wandu sect's relentless pursuit, while the rest would shed their fear of the sect. To topple the Wandu sect is an endeavor beyond the capabilities of one alone. We must hasten our efforts, as we have already fallen significantly behind. Thus, the two accelerated their pace to its zenith, forging ahead. Along the way, they encountered no other demonic beasts, which left Chu He somewhat perplexed. However, they did come across the carcasses of several demonic creatures, and he discerned the lingering spiritual energy emanating from some, indicating that these beasts had been slain by other cultivators. "Do you have any idea where we currently are in this jungle? How much further to the destination?" Chu He inquired as they sped forward. Luo Shuer produced a map and, after a brief glance, replied, "We are merely a myriad of zhang away from our goal. We shall arrive within half an hour." With a smile, Chu He continued onward. After more than half an hour of rapid travel, a platform emerged before them, upon which 3 cultivators stood. Upon witnessing this sight, Luo Shuer let out a sigh of relief, having feared they had missed their opportunity. Chu He, however, remained vigilant, as he sensed an ominous presence lying in wait for them ahead on the platform. "Stay close behind me. There are individuals lying in ambush ahead." Luo Shuer's eyes widened in surprise, as she had not sensed anyone's presence. Chu He slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the platform, just as he was within 10 zhang of it. 2 cultivators barred their path. "This tree is my planting. This path is my making. If you wish to pass, you must relinquish all your treasures." One particularly lecherous cultivator leered at Luo Shuer with a lascivious gaze. Both of these cultivators were at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm, prompting Chu He to sneer. "Your wits seem rather lacking. You are but a step away from success, yet you choose to rob us here. Are you truly unaware that some individuals are not to be trifled with? Do you even know who this celestial maiden beside me is?" One of the cultivators, hands clasped together and a sinister grin plastered on his face, gazed at Luo Shuer. "I certainly know who she is. She is to be my plaything shortly. If you possess any sense, you will hand over all your treasures." Chapter 40. Ascending the platform if you remain oblivious to the situation at hand. "Do not blame me for being unkind." Hearing this, Chu He chuckled and turned to Luo Shuer. "Do you see? Your Luo Shuesek's absence from the public has emboldened the likes of these scoundrels to dare to toy with you. Are you confident in your ability to handle them?" Or shall I take them both down? Luo Shuer nodded, having sensed the unsettling gaze of the two cultivators, who were eager to eliminate them. Hold one of them off for me while I deal with the other. With that, Luo Shuer brandished her ice crystal and charged at one of the cultivators. Little beauty, since you wish to fall into my embrace. Do not blame me. One of the cultivators engaged Luo Shuer in combat, and soon the sounds of their battle echoed through the air. Since you were so heedless earlier, allow me to teach you a lesson. The other cultivator brandished a long staff and advanced toward Chu He. Unfazed, Chu He unleashed his ultimate killing intent and the aura of a peerless master, gazing at him with a cold smile. Feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from Chu He, the cultivator involuntarily took a step back. What realm have you reached? Why do you instill such dread in me? Chu He shrugged indifferently. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why not make a move against me and see if I grant you a complete corpse? As the cultivator hesitated, the other continued to press Luo Shuer. Just focus on him. Once I defeat this beauty, I shall come to assist you. You merely need to hold your ground. Upon hearing his companion's words, the cultivator smirked, brandishing his long staff as he advanced toward Chu He once more. You two truly lack appreciation for delicate beauty. Since that is the case, I shall cease to indulge you. Great Luo Tian Palm. Chu He pushed his skill to its pinnacle, and in the next moment, a colossal palm shadow surged toward the cultivator. Heavenly Thunder Staff Technique. With a command, the cultivator unleashed a torrent of lightning towards the palm imprint. Yet, as the lightning struck the palm, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The palm imprint hurtled toward the cultivator with astonishing speed. 10,000 Dragons Heavenly Staff. The cultivator would not stand idly by as Chu He bested him, unleashing his most powerful technique, a massive staff. 3 zhang wide and 10 zhang long, materialized to counter the palm imprint. Seeing this, Chu He let out a cold laugh, seizing the opportunity presented by the cultivator's attack, and charged at him wielding the Qinglong sword. The cultivator, caught off guard by Chu He's direct approach, found himself unable to mount a defense. As Chu He reached the cultivator's rear, he elevated his intent to the second level of sword mastery and thrust forward. The Qinglong sword pierced through the cultivator's back, and a fountain of blood erupted forth. Injured, the cultivator faltered, his control over the massive staff wavering, and it was soon struck heavily into the ground by the palm imprint. Moving to the fallen cultivator's side, Chu He aimed to deliver a final blow, but Luo Shuer was being forced back by her opponent. Beauty, you should quickly surrender your treasures. I shall cherish you. The cultivator's face twisted into a cunning grin as he eyed the battered Luo Shuer. Even if I perish today, I shall not allow you to succeed, she retorted defiantly. Receive my strike. Ice Crystal Flower Heaven. Countless ice crystals, under Luo Shuer's command, surged toward the cultivator, but her assault merely tickled him, easily repelled in a matter of moments. Ha ha ha. You possess no fighting spirit left, the cultivator laughed triumphantly, believing victory was assured. In that moment of arrogance, Chu He stealthily approached from behind and thrust his sword, the Qinglong sword piercing through the cultivator's chest. Luo Shuer's anxious expression relaxed as she realized she could rely on Chu He to defeat the cultivator before them. Feeling indebted to Chu He once more, she resolved to find an opportunity to repay him. The cultivator hesitated, glancing at the gaping wound in his chest. He slowly turned to see Chu He laughing behind him. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Never turn your back on an enemy. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a predicament like today's. Blood trickled from the corners of the cultivator's mouth. And though he wished to utter more, Chu He would not grant him the chance. Blazing fire of the heavens. Countless flames enveloped the cultivator, and soon he was reduced to nothing but ashes. Simultaneously, Chu He commanded the flames to consume the other defeated cultivator's remains as well. Luo Shuer retrieved a 4th-grade elixir and consumed it, then approached Chu He. I truly owe you my gratitude. I nearly lost my life here. Chu He waved his hand dismissively. Both of you were at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm. It is only natural you could not best him. As they conversed, 2 more cultivators appeared atop the platform. Observing the pair, if my memory serves me correctly, this young lady is the saintess of the Luo Shuer sect. How is it that she is with this cultivator? The 2 cultivators atop the platform began to converse. Who can say? Perhaps they hearken from the same sect. After all, the last cultivator aided her. We should hurry. Only 5 spots remain. Chu He cast a sidelong glance at the platform and addressed Luo Shuer. You appear injured. Take time to recover while I guard you outside. Luo Shuer nodded, leaping onto the platform with Chu He closely following. Upon ascending the platform, Chu He found himself less anxious, advising Luo Shuer to commence her healing. Nodding in agreement, Luo Shuer sat cross-legged on the ground to mend her wounds, while Chu He stood beside her, resembling her guardian angel. Had he not encountered Luo Shuer, he might have been the first to reach this platform. After Chu He ascended, the other cultivators present began to scrutinize him. Chapter 41. Altering the rules, Chu He paid little heed to their gazes, pondering that perhaps they were envious of his striking appearance. Who is this individual? I've never seen him before, yet he exudes the aura of an unparalleled warrior. Next to him stood what appeared to be the saintess of the Luo Shuer sect. Luo Shuer. It was curious how they came to walk side by side. Zhang Xintian, the first to step onto the platform, remarked to Lu Qingtian beside him, who could know? It seems irrelevant to us. As long as he doesn't come over to stir trouble. Indeed, he emanates the presence of a formidable opponent. I must seize the opportunity to discern his true capabilities and ascertain what realm he has attained. Lu Qingtian mused, his gaze continually assessing Chu He. However, his association with Luo Shuer would undoubtedly invite animosity from others. It was likely that an entertaining spectacle would unfold soon. Zhang Xintian chuckled lightly. I wonder if that fellow Wang Dahu possesses the strength to arrive here. If he witnesses what just transpired, a conflict with Chu He is inevitable. If that occurs, we shall witness Chu He's true prowess through Wang Dahu's confrontation. Lu Qingtian nodded. Since he has made it here, it is sufficient proof that he is no nameless junior. Perhaps we have been secluded for far too long, rendering us somewhat ignorant of the affairs beyond our own realm. The Zhang clan, of which Zhang Xintian was a part, was a prominent hidden force in Qingzhou, with rumors suggesting that their patriarch had reached the Divine Palace realm. Lu Qingtian, who conversed with him, was a top genius of a sect, with his own sect leader also being a powerful figure of the Divine Palace realm. Chu He, standing guard beside Luo Shuer, vaguely overheard Zhang Xintian and others discussing him, but chose to disregard their words. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a protective barrier around the two of them and began his own cultivation. If he could break through to the 10th level of the Cave Heaven realm, he believed it would not be long before he ascended to the Divine Palace realm. Why then, with the assistance of the system, he would be able to suppress those of the Purple Palace realm with his Divine Palace strength. He merely wondered when that day would arrive. As Chu He cultivated, a continual influx of cultivators arrived outside the platform, fiercely battling for the last 5 coveted spots. The once lush forest was now reduced to mere withered branches and leaves, with countless deep pits appearing on the ground. Zhao Qiansheng, let us join forces to defeat them. Among these 10 spots, there will surely be a position for us, one cultivator declared. They had united their strengths, recognizing that if they did not collaborate, they might lose the opportunity to acquire the treasure. Tang Guang, wielding a long sword, faced Zhao Qiansheng. Very well, let us combine our efforts to vanquish them and ascend the platform. With that, Zhao Qiansheng surged his aura to its peak and charged at a nearby cultivator. A smirk played on Tang Guang's lips as he wielded his sword, relentlessly attacking the adversary before him. The last spots belong to the worthy. If you lack exceptional strength, I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, it would be a loss to be slain here when many opportunities await outside. Huang San, at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, declared to the cultivators before him, on what grounds? Do you truly believe that your strength at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm can intimidate us? Retorted one of 3 cultivators at the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm. We shall surely defeat you. Surrender now. With that, several cultivators charged at Huang San, and the sounds of clashing weapons filled the air. Chu He remained oblivious to the chaos outside, engrossed in his cultivation, his aura gradually rising. The battle raged for 2 to 3 hours before concluding, with Tang Guang and his companions securing the last few spots. After the clash, many cultivators arrived at the platform's edge, but upon seeing the 10 cultivators already standing atop, they sighed in resignation. They had braved numerous trials to reach this point, only to ultimately lose their chance at the treasure. In stark contrast to the despondency of those below, the cultivators on the platform wore smiles of triumph. Suddenly, an elder appeared at the center of the platform, emanating an aura that rendered all present in awe. Congratulations to the 10 of you for obtaining the final spots. However, the rules for this round differ from those of the past. Among you 10, only one shall claim the ultimate treasure and gain access to the Immortal Emperor's secret realm. Chu He sensed the elder's formidable presence and ceased his cultivation, dispersing the protective barrier he had cast. Luo Shuer, having nearly completed her recovery, opened her eyes just in time to hear the elder's words. Elder, isn't this a bit unfair? Previously, all 10 of us could obtain treasures, she protested. Du Fengao, the first to ascend the platform, gazed at the elder in prior rounds. Each of the 10 had been able to claim their own treasures, including a key to unlock the Immortal Emperor's secret realm. The elder, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully and waved his sleeve, unleashing a powerful aura directed at Du Fengao. The latter quickly attempted to defend himself. As the elder had not unleashed his full strength, he only staggered backward a few steps. These rules were established by me. You have no room to contest them if you do not wish to obtain the ultimate treasure. You may choose to leave now. Du Fengao nodded, recognizing the elder's ire and opting to remain silent. Now, you 10 shall engage in pairs, determined by drawing lots to ascertain your opponents. The elder continued. The last remaining cultivator shall claim the ultimate treasure, effectively gathering the treasures of all 10 into one. Upon hearing this, Chu He's brow furrowed. If all 10 treasures were consolidated into the hands of a single individual, that cultivator would undoubtedly become a target for others. Without formidable strength, even if one achieved victory, the spoils might not be enjoyed in peace, as for those who did not reach the final stage. You may leave now, the elder declared, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators beneath the platform. Those cultivators sighed and began to depart, though some chose to linger, hoping to discover who would ultimately claim the treasure. They reasoned that if they could identify the victor, they might seize the opportunity to strike, thus securing the treasures for themselves. Chapter 42. A Hero's Rescue. Once more now, please approach me to draw lots. The elder announced, producing a sealed wooden jar containing pairs of identical wooden tokens. Chu He approached the elder and drew a black token, while Luo Shuer drew a red one. Once everyone had retrieved their tokens, the elder spoke again. The ones with the white tokens shall engage first, utilizing all their abilities, but must refrain from killing their opponent. Tang Guang and Zhao Qinqing stepped forward, former allies now transformed into adversaries. You have 1 hour to contend. If you cannot determine a victor, you will both forfeit your qualifications. With that, the elder performed a hand gesture, enveloping Tang Guang and Zhao Qinqing in a powerful spiritual shield. Chu He glanced sideways and noticed that Du Fengao held a black token, marking him as his opponent. Do you know who Du Fengao is? Luo Shuer inquired. Yes, she replied. He belongs to the Flame Sect, a force comparable to the Luo Shuer sect. He is considered a prodigy within the Flame Sect. His pride rests in his mastery of a yellow-tier spiritual flame, which is exceedingly rare in this region. With the aid of the elders in his sect, he has managed to tame this flame, significantly enhancing his power. I sense he will be a formidable opponent. Do you feel confident? Chu He observed Du Fengao closely, detecting a subtle yet potent fiery energy emanating from him. Are there any treasures that can counter spiritual flames? If one possesses a flame of a higher tier than his, could that not lead to victory? Luo Shuer nodded in agreement. Indeed, I noted your technique, fiery conflagration, and it appears your flame is indeed far more powerful than his. Thus, the means he takes pride in are but mere tricks before you. I sense that you are destined for ultimate victory. Upon hearing these words, Chu He smiled, seemingly pleased that the effects of his unleashed skills had instilled great confidence in Luo Shuer. Meanwhile, within the spiritual barrier, Tang Guang and Zhao Qinqing faced each other with palpable intensity, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Both understood the significance of this battle, thus their strikes were ruthless and deadly. You need not struggle any further. I am at the 8th level of the Dongtian realm, while you are merely at the 7th. If this battle continues, you will inevitably succumb to your fate of being defeated by me. Every attack unleashed by Zhao Qinqing was deftly countered by Tang Guang, which only served to embolden him further. It is premature to speak thus. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. With that, Zhao Qinqing consumed a black pill, a 5th-grade forbidden drug capable of temporarily elevating one's power to a higher level in no time. A dark radiance emanated from Zhao Qinqing, and in the blink of an eye, his realm ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of the Dongtian realm. Witnessing this, Tang Guang furrowed his brow. You would resort to forbidden drugs to defeat me? Do you comprehend the consequences you will face afterward? Although these drugs may enhance a cultivator's strength for a brief period, once their effects wane, the cultivator will suffer excruciating pain, and in severe cases, may even regress in their cultivation. Zhao Qincheng wore a sinister smile. If I defeat you, there will still be 4 battles remaining, and the time afforded to me will be sufficient to recover my strength. Tang Guang shook his head in resignation. To attain victory at the cost of his own future seemed a steep price to pay. Once Zhao Qincheng stabilized his aura, he charged directly at Tang Guang, who could only barely fend off each of his attacks. Observing this scene, Chu Hie's lips curled into a slight smile. This battle was indeed captivating. His gaze unintentionally drifted to Du Fengao, who, with eyes tightly shut, seemed indifferent to the happenings around him. Chu He noted that Du Fengyao's realm was also at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm. Yet he remained unperturbed by this fact. With the aid of the system, he knew he could attain the strength of the 10th level simply by activating his realm effect, in stark contrast to Chu Hie's indifference. Luo Shuer appeared somewhat beleaguered. Sensing her current state, Chu He inquired, "Who are you facing? What is their level of cultivation?" Luo Shuer sighed and replied, "The one I am up against is at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm. Their strength is truly formidable. I have no chance of victory in direct combat." Chu He, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded. "If it were you contending with Du Fengao, would you be able to defeat him? You could unleash your icy powers and surely suppress him." Luo Shuer nodded in agreement. "Though he is at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm, my powers can indeed restrain him. He cannot hope to defeat me swiftly. Moreover, I possess a secret treasure. Once activated, I can surely overcome him." Hearing this, Chu He smiled and presented his black token to Luo Shuer. "What are you doing?" she asked, puzzled. "If you take my token, you could face Wang San. Allowing me to ascend as well," Chu He explained slowly. Luo Shuer forced a smile and waved her hand. "Perhaps it is best to refrain. Among these individuals, my strength may be the weakest. Even if I were to face Du Fengao, I would ultimately be unable to procure that treasure. You should engage him. Your strength is sufficient to subdue him, and I believe you have a strong chance of victory. Reaching this point is already a commendable achievement. Though I may not obtain the treasure, I am nonetheless satisfied. I am grateful for your support during this time. Without it, I might have long since fallen in the northwest." Chu He pursed his lips, wishing to once again play the hero, yet alas, the damsel offered him no opportunity. "Very well, should I secure the ultimate treasure, I shall share some with you." Luo Shuer nodded with a smile, just as the two conversed. Within the spiritual barrier, a victor had already emerged between Tang Guang and Zhao Qincheng. Chapter 43. Chu He shines forth. Tang Guang knelt on the ground, propped up by his long sword. His body marred by countless wounds, blood flowing freely. Opposite him, Zhao Qincheng fared slightly better, though he too bore injuries. Thanks to the enhancement of the forbidden drug, he ultimately claimed victory in this contest. The elder waved his sleeve, and the spiritual barrier gradually dissipated, revealing himself between the two combatants. "Zhao Qincheng has emerged victorious. You may now step down and recuperate." Zhao Qincheng nodded laboriously, dragging his battered form to the side, where he consumed a healing pill to tend to his wounds. "Elder, could he really secure this victory due to the forbidden drug?" Tang Guang queried. The elder nodded. "As I stated during the introduction of the rules, you may employ any means necessary, including the use of forbidden drugs. You are still young. The path to ascendancy will reopen in 10 years, and you too shall have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle." Tang Guang bowed respectfully to the elder and stepped down from the platform to begin his recovery. Next, the individual holding the black token ascended the stage. Upon hearing this, Du Fengao opened his eyes and, with an expressionless demeanor, approached the elder's side. "Do your best. I have faith in you," Luo Shuer said with a beaming smile. Glancing at Chu He nodded with a smile, striding forward with an air of indifference to stand beside the elder. Clasping his fists, "There is no need for me to elaborate further on the rules. You may commence at once." The elder stepped aside, and a new spiritual barrier enveloped Chu He and his opponent on the platform. "Which faction do you hail from? I have never seen you before," Du Fengao inquired, refraining from immediate attack. However, his tone was laced with arrogance, dismissing Chu He entirely. Chu He scoffed coldly. "What are you? A mere nobody? My name is not one you should be familiar with. I advise you to concede quickly." Otherwise, you will face a most humiliating defeat. You stand no chance against me. Infuriated by Chu Hi's mockery, Du Fengyao's hand ignited with flames. Let me inform you, I am the foremost disciple of the fire sect, and do you know what this flame represents? Chu Hi shook his head dismissively. I care not what fire you wield. I have already stated, you are no match for me, so cease this fruitless banter. Du Fengyao smirked derisively. This is a spirit-grade flame. There is none other like it in the entirety of Qingzhou. You are so arrogant now, but I shall see just how powerful you truly are with that. Du Fengyao unleashed his aura at the 9th level of the Dongtian realm, channeling the flames in his hand, sending countless orbs of light hurtling toward Chu Hi. Observing this, Chu Hi made no attempt to resist. Instead, he silently activated his realm effect to its peak, elevating his strength to the 10th level of the Dongtian realm. As the orbs of light approached within mere yards, he suddenly bellowed, "Heavenly fire conflagration." Communicating with the system, Chu Hi maximized the effect of the heavenly fire conflagration, enveloping the orbs in an inferno that merged with his own flames. In the next moment, he directed this fiery torrent straight toward Du Fengyao. Your flames are utterly insignificant before me. They pose no threat whatsoever. As he unleashed his attack, he mocked, "You stand there perplexed, wondering why your flames were effortlessly extinguished by my assault. This was merely an appetizer. Now I shall unleash my full power." Du Fengyao infused every ounce of his strength into the flames in his hand, causing them to swell dramatically. Fire Dragon devours heaven. As Du Fengyao's voice echoed, the flames transformed into a colossal fire dragon, soaring high into the sky, charging directly at Chu Hi. The temperature in the arena surged with Du Fengyao's move, and even those beyond the spiritual barrier could feel the overwhelming heat. However, upon sensing the might of the fire dragon, Chu Hi merely smiled derisively. Heavenly fire conflagration. Had his realm been limited to the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand this assault. However, empowered by the might of the system, he had ascended to the 10th level of the cave heaven realm. A colossal fire dragon collided with the endless flames unleashed by Chu Hi, sparks flying in every direction, assaulting the nearby spirit barrier. Du Fengyao could distinctly feel his fire dragon's power being devoured, while Chu Hi's attack grew increasingly potent. Just as Chu Hi summoned the blazing inferno, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Since he could subdue this spiritual fire, why not draw it closer and transform it into his own power, with the system's might backing him? When he unleashed the inferno again, its potency would surely be significantly amplified. Sensing Chu Hi's intent, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host can directly absorb this spiritual fire into their body. I can assist the host in refining it, thus allowing the host to subdue this spiritual fire. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Hi burst into laughter. Realizing he had received tremendous assistance, he began to diminish his own power. And soon the fire dragon broke through his defenses, charging toward him. Observing the dragon neutralizing his attack, a smile crept onto Du Fengyao's face. I wonder how you will withstand my next strike. This time, I have infused the spiritual fire into this fire dragon, unleashing its full potential. Chu Hi, however, wore a worried expression as he gazed at the fire dragon, seemingly bereft of any means to retaliate. Outside the spirit barrier, Luo Shuer felt a pang of anxiety for Chu Hi upon witnessing this scene. In no time, the fire dragon enveloped Chu Hi entirely, his screams echoing throughout the arena. Upon hearing Chu Hi's cries, Du Fengyao laughed heartily. Yet, aside from the elder, no one else perceived this as a ruse concocted by Chu Hi. With the system's power, Chu Hi began to absorb the fire dragon's energy entirely into his being, while the flames surrounding him were of his own creation. Chapter 44. The threat from Du Fengyao. Chu Hi expertly obscured the truth, as Du Fengyao continued to pour his energy into the fire dragon before him. Chu Hi relentlessly absorbed the dragon's power until the entire entity was drawn into his body, coiling in his dantian. Now it is your turn to perform, system. A slight smirk graced Chu Hi's lips as he exerted his power to subdue the fire dragon, soon transforming it back into spiritual fire. At that moment, the system's force enveloped the spiritual fire, and Chu Hi could distinctly feel a connection forming between himself and the flame. Du Fengyao, observing the flames surrounding Chu Hi, felt a flicker of confusion. What in the world is happening? How is he so resilient? He shook his head, persistently injecting his energy into the flames encircling Chu-He, intent on annihilating him. After a brief interval, with the system's aid, Chu-He had successfully tamed the spiritual fire. Sighing with relief, he withdrew the flames enveloping him and beamed at Du Fengao. It seems your calculations were indeed flawed. Did you truly believe that mere spiritual fire could defeat me? That is rather naive. Seeing Chu-He unscathed, Luo Shuer exhaled in relief, having feared she would never see the young man who had saved her twice again. How are you unharmed? What has become of my spiritual fire? Du Fengao suddenly realized that he had severed his connection with the spiritual fire, unable to summon it back, no matter how hard he tried. Chu-He regarded Du Fengao with keen interest as a brand new flame appeared in his hand. Just after subduing the spiritual fire, he had fused it with the blazing inferno, creating a completely new flame. Are you referring to this flame in my grasp? I apologize, but it seems it deemed you too weak and has already been refined by me. Du Fengao momentarily lost his composure, shaking his head in disbelief. How is this possible? I nurtured it for nearly a century. Why would it succumb to you? Chu-He chuckled lightly. It is because you are simply too feeble. Unworthy to be its mastered in the realm of power, only the capable deserve to possess it. Is time for you to concede. If you refuse to yield, I shall personally escort you to your demise. Du Fengao muttered incessantly that it was impossible before, in a frenzy, charging at Chu-He. Yet, his most formidable technique had been the spiritual fire. Without it, his power diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Chu-He, having refined the spiritual fire, unleashed a mere gesture and boundless flames enveloped Du Fengao entirely. In the next moment, Du Fengao fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Unable to move, it is evident who the victor of this battle is. I believe it is time to announce the outcome. Chu-He retracted the spiritual fire and turned to the elders standing nearby. The elder nodded, dissolving the spirit barrier and stepping forward between Chu-He and Du Fengao. The ultimate victor of this battle is Chu-He. The practitioner who possesses the blue token may now step forward for their contest. After uttering these words, the elder exerted his power, sending Du Fengao away from the platform. Struggling to his feet, Du Fengao glared at Chu-He. Mark my words, this matter is far from over. You will regret this. With that, he staggered away, leaving everyone in suspense regarding his destination. However, Chu-He paid no heed to Du Fengao's threat, allowing him to depart without concern. With a slight smile, he approached Luo Shuer. This time, victory is mine, and I have unexpectedly refined his spiritual fire. Luo Shuer nodded with a bright smile. You truly are remarkable. Just moments ago, I thought you had fallen victim to Du Fengao's techniques, yet it was merely an act to mislead others. However, that fellow will not relent easily. He is a prodigious disciple of the Blazing Fire sect. Moreover, his father holds a significant position within the sect. He will undoubtedly seek assistance to reclaim the spiritual fire. You are merely a wandering cultivator. If those behind him come seeking you, I fear you may not be able to withstand them. As she finished, Luo Shuer gazed at Chu-He with a serious expression. Chu-He waved his hand dismissively and no need to worry. I must secure the ultimate treasure of the Ascendant Path before departing. For the time being, he cannot reach me. Should he wish to seek revenge, he will have to wait 2 years. Chu-He was unconcerned about Du Fengao's retribution, relying on the system's power to ensure his escape. Now, do not fret on my behalf. Focus on preparing yourself to face Wang San. There is still time for you to adjust your strength and perform at your best. Luo Shuer nodded and sat down to cultivate her state. With nothing pressing, Chu-He resumed observing the battles in the arena, striving to gain a comprehensive understanding of the strengths of all participants so he could confidently seize the ultimate treasure. Your earlier tactics were quite impressive, successfully deceiving everyone present. However, you could not fool me. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu-He's mind. Recognizing the voice's owner, he glanced at the elder, who stood deep in thought. Elder, did you not say that any means could be employed during combat? I merely acted slightly and successfully refined the spiritual fire he wielded. This proves that Du Fengao had not fully mastered it, thus granting me an opportunity. You wouldn't intend to strip this fire from me, would you? The elder replied, that was your own stratagem. However, you may soon face the wrath of the entire Blazing Fire sect. I believe, given your current strength, you will find it exceedingly difficult to escape their pursuit. The sect leader is a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Mansion realm. You, on the other hand, are merely at the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm, utterly incapable of opposing the entire Blazing Fire sect. Consider your escape strategy carefully. With those final words, the elder fell silent. Chu-Hi sighed. Realizing the situation was indeed quite precarious, he previously naively believed that the master of the Flame Gate should be akin to himself, merely at the 10th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Regrettably, he had only just reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. To break through to the Divine Mansion realm, he would need at least another year. Contemplating this, Chu-Hi let out a self-deprecating smile. Why dwell on such thoughts? When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. I refuse to believe that these old codgers can truly capture me, since I have already refined the spiritual fire. It belongs to me. Attempting to snatch it from my grasp is nothing more than a pipe dream. Chu-Hi sat down once more and consumed a 5th-grade elixir, intent on refining it in these final moments to genuinely achieve the 10th level of the Cave Heaven realm. The battle in the arena was extraordinarily fierce, with each practitioner unleashing their full potential, unwilling to relinquish the treasures within their reach. The cultivators standing beneath the platform could hardly contain their impatience. Before long, many had departed. Returning to their respective sections, they had profoundly sensed the overwhelming power of those vying for supremacy, realizing it was far beyond their capabilities to contend with. Half an hour later, the elder opened his eyes, dispelling the protective aura of spiritual energy, and began to announce the victor of this 3rd match. The triumphant practitioner was a hidden member of the Chen family, known as Chen Long, who, with his 9th-level Cave Heaven prowess, had decisively defeated his opponent. Next up was the practitioner wielding the red token. Luo Shuer paused her training and, noticing Chu-Hi in meditation, refrained from disturbing him. Instead, she approached the elder alone. Another figure appeared before Luo Shuer. It was Huang San. You are merely at the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm, while I stand at the 9th. There is simply no comparison between us. I advise you to concede now to avoid bodily harm. A delicate beauty like you is not someone I wish to harm. Huang San sneered as he stepped onto the stage. Who will die is yet to be determined. Do not boast so readily. Perhaps I shall turn the tide and defeat you, Luo Shuer retorted, unwilling to surrender so easily, eager to gauge the extent of her prowess against these regional prodigies. Huang San scoffed, casting a glance at the elder. Elder, we are ready. We can commence battle at any time. The elder nodded. In that case, let the duel begin. He stepped back to the edge of the platform, waving his sleeve to form a protective barrier around Luo Shuer and Huang San. I can grant you one more chance. If you concede now, I shall refrain from attacking, Huang San said with a grin. Yet, Luo Shuer disregarded this, conjuring an ice lotus in her hand, from which countless icy crystals emerged behind her. Pearl of Heavenly Lotus. She propelled the ice lotus forward, unleashing the array of crystals toward Huang San. Seeing Luo Shuer daring to strike, Huang San's expression turned vicious. Since you refuse my kindness, do not blame me for being ruthless. Earthly Force Slash. A blade of light flashed, shattering the multitude of icy crystals upon impact. Luo Shuer felt a surge of anxiety. She recognized Huang San's formidable strength, but had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity. 10,000 Snow Divine Lotus. At this juncture, she had no choice but to unleash her most powerful technique. If this could not severely injure Huang San, she would be left with no strength to continue. A 3-meter-long ice lotus radiating brilliance appeared above Luo Shuer, surging toward Huang San. Upon witnessing this, Huang San smirked slightly. It appears you have acquired the legacy of the Falling Snow sect. Let me see how potent your 10,000 Snow Divine Lotus truly is. Unforeseen blade technique. A phantom clad in armor wielding a giant blade materialized behind Huang San. As Huang San swung his long blade, the specter mirrored his movements, dragging the blade toward the ice lotus. Resounding crash echoed as their attacks collided, both Luo Shuer and Huang San exerting their utmost power in a bid to determine the victor. As time ticked away, Luo Shuer struggled to maintain the ice lotus, which began to crack. Realizing the peril, she poured her remaining strength into it, but it was futile. Huang San's blade surged forward, cleaving the ice lotus in two. Just as his blade was a mere meter from Luo Shuer's head, a long sword intercepted the blow. Huang San glanced around, discovering that Chu-Hi had risen, wielding his accompanying sword, the Qinglong sword. Concede. Chu He addressed Luo Shuer without acknowledging Huang San. Luo Shuer quickly nodded, turning to the elder. Elder, I concede. The elder nodded, and the protective barrier dissipated with a thunderous roar. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shuer flew to Chu He's side, reclaiming the Qinglong sword at that moment. Are you all right? Chu He inquired warmly. Luo Shuer pursed her lips, exuding an adorable charm. That I am fine. Had it not been for you, I might have perished beneath that blade. Once again, you saved me. Chu He waved his hand with a smile. It was but a trifling effort for me. Focus on healing now. Though Luo Shuer had not been struck by the long blade, she had sustained internal injuries. Why is this not a fair duel between two individuals? Why was he allowed to stand outside and intercept my attack? Huang San expressed his bewilderment at the unfolding events. Feeling they blatantly defied the elder's rules, the elder approached Huang San, fixing him with a stern gaze. Your intention was to eliminate Luo Shuer entirely, was it not? Had it not been for Chu He, I would have intervened myself. You seem to disregard the rules I established. I have explicitly stated that killing is forbidden here. But if she concedes, I would immediately cease my attack, and I did offer her an opportunity initially, which she failed to appreciate. You are all ganging up on us, Huang San protested. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the dignity of the ascending path will be irreparably tarnished, the elder said gravely. Turning his gaze to Chu He, since you disregarded the rules to save her, I shall punish you by having you face the last survivor of their final duel to determine who may claim the ultimate treasure. Do you have anything to say? The 10 practitioners will select 5 victorious cultivators for another duel, with one person receiving a bye. The elder granted this privilege to Chu He. Chu He smiled and nodded. I have no objections. I accept the punishment bestowed by the elder. However, a discerning individual could easily see that this is not a punishment, but rather a reward. I have already penalized him. Do you have any further objections? The elder coldly asked Huang San. Huang San understood that the elder favored Chu He, prompting him to sheath his blade and coldly retreat to the center of the platform to tend to his wounds. The final match would feature the practitioner with the yellow token. As the elder's voice faded, 2 practitioners emerged to engage in combat at the center of the platform. While the two clashed, Chu He approached the elder, slightly bowing. Thank you, elder, the elder sneered. Why thank me? You just disregarded the rules I set. This is merely a punishment for you. Chu He chuckled. I understand that well, but I am curious about the forces behind Huang San. The elder was taken aback. You are unaware of the power behind him, and yet you dared to deflect his attack. Are you not afraid of inviting disaster upon yourself? Chu He lightly laughed, declaring that he had feared no one since arriving here. I have some knowledge of the 8 major forces in plain sight, yet I am less informed about the hidden 8. He cannot possibly come from one of those major clans. Can he? The elder nodded. Indeed, you have now directly provoked 2 super forces, the Flame Gate and the Huang clan. The leaders of the Flame Gate and Huang clan are both at the 5th level of the Divine Mansion realm. If you remain within the ascending path, they will not dare to act against you. However, once you leave, they will pursue you relentlessly. Do you have any safe place to go? Chu He shook his head. None, the elder sighed. Then allow me to guide you. You can head towards the central region because once you obtain the treasures here, the Immortal Emperor's secret realm lies in the center. Once you arrive in the central region, your first endeavor should be to seek out the secret realm of the Celestial Emperor to enhance your own prowess. The treasures within are sufficient to elevate you to the Divine Mansion realm. At that point, you shall possess the ability to safeguard yourself. Chu He nodded. Once he breaks through to the Divine Mansion realm, with the assistance of that level, and if he comprehends a unique effect, he would no longer fear the Flame Sect. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, but do you truly believe I will attain ultimate victory? Chu He remarked, surprised by the inexplicable trust the elder seemed to have in him, as well as the assistance he offered. Could it be that the elder recognized his innate talent? While others were all at the peak of the Cave Heaven realm, he had already reached the pinnacle of that level. If he could not defeat them, he would not be worthy of the title genius. Very well, go prepare yourself. Once their battle concludes, you shall duel the strongest among them. Chu He nodded and bid farewell to the elder before approaching Luo Shuer. What did that senior discuss with you? Luo Shuer inquired. Chu He forced a smile. After the ascension path concludes, I may be compelled to embark on a journey of escape, as I have already provoked two formidable factions. Luo Shuer cast a self-reproachful glance at him. If only my strength were not so feeble, you would not be pursued by these two factions. Sensing her guilt, Chu He chuckled, do not worry. Believe that where there's a will, there's a way. I have always been particularly fortunate, and I refuse to believe I shall meet my demise here. However, regarding the secret realm of the Celestial Emperor, I may not be able to take you with me to explore it. But once I have completed my investigation, I can certainly share some treasures with you. Chu He did not wish to involve Luo Shuer due to his own circumstances. I will discuss with the sect leader to see if he has any means to shield you for a moment. You currently possess only the Cave Heaven Mirror and cannot escape the clutches of the Divine Mansion realm, Luo Shuer continued. Chu He nodded. All right, you may speak with your sect leader, if it is not feasible. It is of little consequence. I believe that fortunate individuals are always favored by destiny. A person as handsome and dashing as I can surely accomplish great feats. Hearing his words, Luo Shuer could not help but laugh. You are quite the character. Even in dire straits, you can still jest. Aren't you at all afraid? Chu He waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? Everything I do is dictated by my own will. I will definitely return as a king. Once my strength increases, I will pay visits to all the sects pursuing me and let them feel my wrath. At that point, I will unify the entire Qingzhou and establish my own faction. To be honest, Chu He had harbored such thoughts long ago, but he had not anticipated the existence of 8 major factions lurking in the shadows, which truly vexed him. Luo Shuer nodded and stepped aside to take out a communication stone to contact her sect leader. Meanwhile, Chu He remained indifferent to the external world, focusing on the two combatants engaged in battle. They fought for over half an hour, each bearing various wounds. One practitioner, overly aggressive, neglected defense and sustained the most injuries, while the other, gripped by fear, was dominated by his opponent and ultimately faced defeat. The attacker, brimming with confidence, smiled victoriously as he claimed the win. The elder approached the center of the platform, summoning the victorious practitioners before him. You 5 have triumphed over your opponents and stand here. Next, you shall face each other in pairs, with Chu He receiving a bye. Why are we not the ones granted a bye? Zhao Qinqing asked. Puzzled. Upon hearing this, Chu He pushed the effects of his unparalleled mastery and the skills of the Cave Heaven Mirror to their zenith, an overwhelming aura spreading throughout the arena. How could I, with such prowess, not suppress you? You few are unworthy to contest for the bye from me. With the system's backing, Chu He stood confidently before them. Feeling the aura emanating from Chu He, Zhao Qinqing instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by an insurmountable presence that made him feel insignificant in comparison. Enough, enough, reign in your aura. Unless someone among you dares to challenge it, the elder interjected, prompting Chu He to cease his display and revert to a normal demeanor. Zhao Qinqing shook his head. I have no objections. Nor do I. The other practitioners echoed, surrendering their claim to the bye under Chu He's intimidation. Since there are no objections, we may commence this final contest. Huang San will face Zhao Qinqing, while Lu Qingtian will duel Zhang Xintian. After your bouts, the victors will clash once more, ultimately deciding who will face Chu He for the final prize. The elder's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Chu He and the others retreated to the edge of the platform, leaving only Zhao Qinqing and Huang San in the center. The rules remain the same. You may begin your battle. Remember, you have only 1 hour. And do not strike to kill, the elder instructed, waving his sleeve to envelop the two in a powerful spiritual barrier. Are you ready to depart now, or shall you wait for me here? Chu He approached Luo Shuer, inquiring. Luo Shuer, with her whimsical nature, peeked out. Do you wish for me to wait here for your battle to conclude, or shall I leave now? Ha ha ha. Chu He chuckled. Of course, I hope you will witness my fight with the final practitioner. How did your discussion with your sect leader go? Did he agree to assist me? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuer's expression turned solemn. After informing him of the situation, his response was that he would not involve himself in this matter. But he assured me he would not act against you. Your strength is the strongest among these individuals. Should you acquire this treasure, you will undoubtedly attract the ire of several other factions. Thus, all I could secure was that Luoshua's sect would refrain from participating in this matter, while the rest is up to you. Chu He nodded, finding the response quite reasonable, as he was not one of Luoshua's sect's own. Do not fret. Once you have sufficiently recovered, you should prepare to leave. This place will soon be a storm of blood and chaos. I fear that when the time comes for battle, I may not be able to care for you. You should return to Luoxua's sect as soon as possible, Luo Shuai sighed, feeling guilty for not being able to assist Chu He, especially since he had saved her numerous times. You need not feel guilty. The world is indeed a place of the survival of the fittest. Without a strong backing, it is nearly impossible to contend for a treasure. Even if you were to acquire it, you would merely be sewing the garments for others. Nevertheless, I believe that fortunate individuals are destined for good. I will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Sensing Luo Shuai's despondency, Chu He offered words of comfort. Luo Shuai managed a faint smile, then said, I truly apologize for this situation. I am powerless to assist you. Chu He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. These are trivial matters. Focus on recovering your strength. Once I obtain the treasure, I will leave Qingzhou. At that time, I shall venture to Zhengzhou to seek the secret realm of the Celestial Emperor. If you have the time, feel free to find me. I refuse to believe their reach extends so far. Once I conceal my identity in Zhengzhou, no one will be able to locate me. Besides, given some time, I am confident I will break through to the Cave Heaven realm and then ascend to the Divine Mansion realm. Luo Shuai nodded, then hastened to strengthen your abilities. I hope to see you again at that time. I shall repay you for saving my life. Right now, I truly feel powerless. Chu He smiled faintly and ceased to speak further, instead moving aside to sit cross-legged on the ground, beginning his cultivation. While the two were engaged in conversation, Zhao Qiansheng and Huang San had already commenced their battle, with the fluctuations of spiritual energy relentlessly striking against the protective barrier. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of Zhao Qiansheng's lips. The injuries he had previously sustained had yet to heal completely, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential with each attack. He felt a wave of inadequacy, and just as he contemplated consuming an illicit drug once more, Huang San refrained from making another move against him. You consumed an illicit drug not long ago. If you were to take it again now, it would be of no avail even if you obtained the ultimate treasure. The damage caused by such drugs is permanent, and the highest realm you might attain in the future is likely to be the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm. Huang San had conveyed this, leaving Zhao Qiansheng to decide whether to heed his advice. Zhao Qiansheng found himself in a quandary. Without the drug, he was no match for Huang San. As he pondered, a voice reached his ears. There is a simpler solution. You could concede now. After Chu He acquires the treasure, you can rally the strength of your sect to confront him at that point. Regardless of how formidable his abilities may be, he would not stand a chance against the might of the Divine Mansion realm. What do you think of this plan? It was evident to any discerning observer that the aura Chu He had just displayed had already reached the pinnacle of the Dongtian realm, making them no match for him. Thus, they could only resort to this method to claim the treasure he had won. As there were no other alternatives, Zhao Qiansheng nodded. Very well, I shall follow your lead. At that time, you will also gather the strength of the sect to hunt him down, correct? Huang San's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course, I am well aware that I am no match for him. So I informed the elders of my clan before engaging you in battle. Once the path to ascension concludes, they will strike against Chu He and eliminate him here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiansheng turned to the elder and waved his hand. Senior, I concede. As he uttered these words, a smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Chu He, engrossed in his cultivation, remained oblivious to their exchange, yet he was already aware of the fate that awaited him after obtaining the treasure. Chapter 48. The Duel of Former Brothers. The elder slowly approached the center of the two. Are you certain you wish to concede? You still possess the strength to fight. Zhao Qiansheng nodded resolutely. Senior, I concede. I am not Huang San's opponent. With that statement, Zhao Qiansheng directly leaped from the edge of the platform to begin healing his injuries. In that case, you have achieved the ultimate victory. Go recuperate your strength. Another battle awaits you. After Zhao Qiansheng departed, the elder addressed Huang San. Huang San cupped his hands in respect to the elder before stepping away from the center of the platform, settling at the edge to restore his strength. Lu Qingtian and Zhang Xintian, you may step forward to engage in combat. As the elder's voice faded, two figures appeared before him. Senior, may we begin now? The elder nodded, and his figure promptly vanished from the scene. Lu Qingtian regarded Zhang Xintian with a cheerful expression. I never imagined we would end up as rivals in the end. This time, let me see the level of your strength. During their previous trials in the third round, Lu Qingtian and Zhang Xiantian had been friends, journeying together to this point. Zhang Xiantian nodded. Indeed, but what of it? One battle cannot diminish the bond between us and my view. Whoever obtains the treasure in the end will do so through their own strength, so do not hold back when the time comes. Give it your all, Lu Qingtian smiled, appreciating Zhang Xuantian's fierce demeanor and his earnest approach to every endeavor. Rest assured, unleash your full power. I too wish to see how far apart we truly are. Both of them had reached the 9th level of the Dongtian realm, and who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Zhang Xiantian wielded a long spear, his body radiating with spiritual energy. Behold my technique. Thunderous fury. With the spear raised, Zhang Xiantian summoned a torrent of lightning that surged toward Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian let out a fierce roar. Come forth. Spiritual energy converged upon his fists, and in the next moment, he unleashed 2 strikes, the shadows of his fists merging as they charged toward the oncoming lightning. Boom. The 2 attacks collided, sending ripples of spiritual energy cascading against the barrier, creating mere ripples on its surface. As the dust settled, Lu Qingtian and Zhang Xiantian stood opposed, both marked with numerous wounds. A smile appeared on Lu Qingtian's face. I didn't expect your strength to have increased so rapidly during this time. However, I have not remained stagnant either. Zhang Xiantian nodded, recognizing that Lu Qingtian had indeed grown stronger from their earlier engagement. In that case, let us engage in earnest. Lu Qingtian nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into his fists and launching a relentless barrage at Zhang Xiantian. Zhang Xiantian would not yield, wielding his spear to counter Lu Qingtian's assaults. They fought evenly matched, the waves of spiritual energy radiating outward, yet all contained within the protective barrier. However, as time passed, Lu Qingtian's injuries began to multiply, and he struggled to withstand the onslaught from Zhang Xiantian. Thunder Lotus. Zhang Xiantian swung his spear, conjuring a lotus formed of lightning that surged toward Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian took a deep breath, channeling the scant remaining spiritual energy within him into his right fist. Great Compassion Fist. A massive shadow of a fist barreled toward the lotus, the 2 attacks colliding instantaneously. Yet, the lotus appeared undeterred. Ha! Zhang Xiantian scoffed lightly, continuously channeling power into the lotus. In the next moment, Lu Qingtian's condensed fist shadow began to dissipate. Just as the lotus drew within a yard of Lu Qingtian, its power gradually waned. Lu Qingtian recognized that he had lost this round, yet he still bore a smile. I didn't foresee that I would still fall short of you in the end. However, this exchange has allowed me to clearly see the areas where I must improve. I hope you can endure until the final battle with Chu He. Zhang Xiantian nodded in agreement. If you continue to train diligently, I believe you will emerge at the forefront in the next ascension path. Life is filled with ups and downs. No one can claim perpetual victory, nor can anyone be condemned to perpetual defeat. To enhance one's strength relies on both talent and personal endeavor. As long as you persevere, you may transcend the Dongtian realm and reach the Divine Mansion realm. Lu Qingtian smiled and nodded, bowing respectfully to the elder before making his way to the edge of the platform. The elder's figure swiftly appeared beside Zhang Xiantian. You will have an hour to recuperate. After that, you will duel with Huang San. The victor between you two will then face Chu He for the ultimate prize. And who will claim the treasure will depend on your efforts. Zhang Xiantian nodded and moved aside to consume a healing elixir to mend his injuries. Meanwhile, Chu He remained utterly unaware of these developments. Wholly immersed in his cultivation, as his aura gradually intensified, progressing from the 9th to the 10th level of the Dongtian realm. While Zhang Xiantian was healing, Huang San approached Lu Qingtian. You cannot possibly stand idly by and watch the treasure be seized by Chu He. Can you? Lu Qingtian looked at Huang San with confusion. What do you mean by that? Are you saying even you cannot deal with Chu He? Huang San nodded solemnly. His realm has reached the 10th level of the Dongtian realm. While Zhang Xiantian and I are merely at the 9th, we are no match for him. However, I believe you will not simply allow this treasure to slip from your grasp. Why not combine our forces and pursue him? We could then divide the treasure among ourselves. What do you think? Lu Qingtian turned to observe Chu He, who was engrossed in his cultivation, contemplating deeply. But I feel that obtaining this treasure through such means might be somewhat unethical. After all, he earned it through his own strength, and we simply lack the power. Huang San sighed. Why can't you understand what I'm trying to convey? Chapter 49. Forming alliances against Chu He in this world. It is not merely about individual strength. The support of powerful factions behind one is essential. He is but a solitary cultivator. He alone obtained the treasures that rightfully belong to the 10 of us, which was inherently unjust. Thus, I rallied the other defeated practitioners and urged them to summon their respective forces to take action against Chu He. Only in this manner could we ensure that our efforts were not in vain. Lu Qingtian let out a slow sigh. Indeed, Huang San's words held some merit, yet he found it difficult to surmount this mental barrier. Allow me some time to ponder it further, he replied. Huang San nodded. Having made his point, whether or not Lu Qingtian would act was now entirely up to him. In the blink of an eye. An hour passed, and Zhang Xintian gradually opened his eyes, stepping into the center of the platform. Where Huang San stood opposite him, I presume your strength has not fully returned to its peak, he remarked. Zhang Xintian smiled, responding, in my view, even without regaining my full strength, you are not my match. The techniques I command are far more intricate than they may appear. Huang San regarded Zhang Xintian with keen interest. I am curious to know who bestowed upon you such audacity to speak thus. The outcome remains uncertain. Zhang Xintian nodded as an elder appeared between them. Very well, this battle may commence. The victor among you shall face Chu He in the ultimate duel. The two exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. As the elder moved to the edge of the platform, I shall make my move. Let me witness whether your prowess is as formidable as you claim, Huang San declared, brandishing a long blade and charging directly at Zhang Xintian. In response, Zhang Xintian extended his right hand, revealing a long halberd that materialized within his grasp. With the might of thunderous force, he proclaimed, as countless bolts of lightning coalesced upon the halberd. Zhang Xintian surged forward like a bolt of lightning, and the two engaged in combat within an instant, neither able to gain the upper hand as they unleashed their full might. 3 styles of Chaotic Blade. First move, Chaotic Dance of Demons. As Huang San uttered these words, the great sword in his hand became elusive, appearing suddenly behind Zhang Xintian. Slash! Zhang Xintian executed a sweeping strike, deflecting the long blade. Second move, Overwhelming Blade. An aura of invincibility radiated from Huang San as he swung his blade toward Zhang Xintian. Thunderous force. Zhang Xintian enveloped himself in a tempest of lightning, each of his strikes imbued with electric power. However, to master such a technique, one must endure the torment of lightning coursing through their body, a pain beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. When the long blade and halberd clashed, both fighters were compelled to take a step back. The halberd trembled in Zhang Xuantian's grip, numbing his hand. He had not anticipated Huang San's assault to be so domineering. Capable of consuming his own lightning-infused strength, I have merely unleashed the first 2 moves. You can hardly withstand them? Then brace yourself for my final strike. Huang San taunted, a smirk gracing his face. With a mighty roar, he declared, third move, all blades return to the source. Surrounding Huang San, hundreds of spectral blades appeared, converging upon the long blade he wielded. Zhang Xintian could keenly sense the formidable nature of Huang San's impending attack. Were it not for his own ultimate techniques, he would stand no chance of countering. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered above, enveloping him in a shroud of lightning. The power of myriad thunders aids me. A sweeping strike. At that instant, Zhang Xintian channeled all his strength into the halberd, delivering a blow infused with lightning, aimed directly at Huang San. The 2 attacks collided, and a dense fog enveloped them. The crackling of lightning resonating within as the mist began to dissipate. Both fighters emerged, revealing Huang San's chest charred and riddled with the lingering energy of lightning. Opposite him, Zhang Xintian fared no better. His left arm had vanished, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Suddenly, Zhang Xintian fell to one knee, barely managing to remain upright with the support of his halberd. Huang San, panting heavily, wore a triumphant smile. He had secured the ultimate victory. A stream of spiritual energy enveloped Zhang Xintian, gently carrying him to the edge, where his wounds began to heal. This act was the work of the elder, who could not bear to see such a talented individual perish. The elder approached Huang San. Congratulations on your victory over Zhang Xintian. You now have 3 hours to recuperate. Should you require more time, I can extend it. Huang San waved his hand, smiling. 3 hours will suffice for me to regain my peak strength. I shall commence my recovery now. The elder nodded, and Huang San settled onto the ground to begin his healing. Meanwhile, during the skirmish, Luo Shuer had managed to recover from her injuries. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed her severed arm. Shaking her head, her gaze shifted to Chu He, who was deep in meditation. Not wishing to disturb him, she chose to guard his side. As 2 hours elapsed, the elder approached Chu He and roused him from his concentration. Irritated, Chu He realized he had nearly touched the threshold of the 10th layer of the cave heaven realm and was dismayed at the interruption. Upon recognizing the elder as the one who awakened him, his anger subsided. "May I inquire what you require, esteemed elder?" Chu He asked, rising to face him. "While others engage in fierce battles, you remain here in seclusion." Oblivious to the conclusion of their fight, the elder retorted coldly. Chu He offered an awkward smile, scratching his head. "I lost track of time in my training. Is it time for the final duel already?" The elder shook his head. "There remains 1 hour. Use it wisely to prepare. Additionally, you must contend with the pursuit of the 8 hidden forces of Qingzhou. I trust you have not forgotten this matter?" At this, Chu He maintained a calm demeanor. "Of course I have not forgotten, but for them to pursue me, they would need to dispatch several peak practitioners of the cave heaven realm. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to detain me. So I harbor little concern." Chapter 50. The final battle commences. The elder chuckled, unsure whether to regard Chu He as bold or merely uninformed of the hidden force's true capabilities. "You truly are unfazed. Do you presume the strength of those hidden factions is so limited? Should they wish to target you, they would not merely send peak practitioners of the cave heaven realm. They may well dispatch cultivators of the 1st or even 2nd layer of the divine mansion realm. I believe that once you obtain the ultimate treasure, you should focus on enhancing your own strength. With my protection, you need not fear them. However, once you leave this place, I can no longer assist you, and I can only grant you a little over half a year's time. Whether you can elevate your power to the divine mansion realm during this period is contingent upon your own fortune." Upon hearing this, Chu He promptly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Over half a year is ample time for me to break through to the divine mansion realm. At that point, I shall not fear them." Once he achieved this breakthrough, combined with the system's assistance, he would be able to utilize a realm-specific effect, instilling fear in his pursuers. "Very well, prepare yourself. In an hour, your final duel with Huang San will commence." With this, the elder quietly departed. Chu He stretched his neck, observing Huang San as he regained his strength, a smirk playing on his lips. What is he but a 9th layer of the cave heaven realm? I could easily suppress him with one hand. "You certainly exude confidence in your abilities," a voice interjected, drawing Chu He's attention to a stranger who had approached. "Who might you be?" he inquired. Lu Qingtian smiled. "I fought alongside Zhang Xintian earlier, during which you were still engrossed in your training. Hence, you may not recognize me. However, I have some intriguing news you might find interesting." Chu He regarded him with curiosity. "Do share." "While I was recovering from my defeat at the hands of Zhang Xintian, Huang San approached me and urged me to rally my forces against you. He seemed reluctant to relinquish the ultimate treasure without a fight. However, I found such a method of victory unappealing, and thus I declined his request. I suspect you were unaware of this development, so I felt it prudent to inform you," Lu Qingtian explained. Chu He nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "What does that matter? Is it not simply envy of my strength? Let us examine whether the individuals behind him possess the strength to vanquish this elder." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingtian regarded Chu He with a look of confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Chu He chuckled and shook his head. "It means nothing, but I must express my gratitude for relaying this information to me. I shall bestow upon you some treasures in due course." Lu Qingtian, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Chu He with a calm demeanor. "I shall not accept treasures that are not earned through my own merit. I merely wish to prevent you from being so brazenly bullied. They are most fond of oppressing the weak, flaunting the strength of their elders within the sect. I find their behavior utterly reprehensible." Chu He nodded, sharing his disdain for those who, lacking in strength, still dare to impose their will upon others. "Well then, watch closely as I best Huang San. His arrogance will not endure for long. However, should I inadvertently slay him, it would be a reflection of his own inadequacy." Lu Qingtian furrowed his brow, astonished at Chu He's audacity to consider slaying Huang San before the watchful eyes of the crowd. "I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from such actions. The forces behind him are not to be trifled with." Huang San hails from a prominent family known as the Huang clan, and his father is none other than the current clan leader, Huang Ping, who has attained the 5th level of the Divine Abode realm. Furthermore, there are several elders within the clan at the same level. Their powers should not be underestimated. Chu He nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I would not engage in actions without confidence. I was merely jesting. Lu Qingtian said nothing further and turned to depart, leaving with the several cultivators who awaited his return below the platform. Observing Lu Qingtian's retreat, Chu He shrugged his shoulders, and just then, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his arm. There are matters within my sect that require my attention, so I must take my leave. Chu He gazed at Luo Shuer in confusion. Why the haste to depart? Cannot you wait until my battle with Huang San has concluded? Luo Shuer nodded. Indeed, my sect leader has summoned me back to discuss urgent matters. Fear not, they will not act against you under my counsel. However, do remain vigilant regarding the Liuhua sect and the forces backing Huang San. Their power is significant. Chu He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. These are trifling concerns. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. Trust in my ability to handle the situation. Yet, Luo Shuer continued to regard Chu He with a hint of worry. His cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. A far cry from those ancient beings. Take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. Chu He nodded, and soon, Luo Shuer transformed into a streak of light, departing the platform. Alas, I did not expect to be left alone at the end. How pitiful! After Luo Shuer had left, Chu He could not help but lament. In the following hour, he remained industrious, diligently honing his strength, striving for a breakthrough to the 10th level of the cave heaven realm. Had it not been for the elder rousing him at a critical moment in his training, he would have undoubtedly achieved that breakthrough. However, armed with previous experience, he adeptly approached the threshold of the 10th level. As time passed, the 10th manifestation of his law appeared behind him, unnoticed by anyone else in the arena. Ahem! The elder cleared his throat and stepped into the center of the platform. Huang San and Chu He, you may ascend the stage now. You shall engage in your final duel to determine who shall claim the ultimate treasure. Chu He rose, stretched lazily, and moved beside the elder, his face adorned with a smile. Huang San, having paused his cultivation, ambled over to face Chu He. You may begin your battle now, with a time limit of 1 hour. Upon concluding his statement, the elder stepped aside, conjuring a new barrier of spiritual energy. Chapter 51. Huang San under the influence of prohibited drugs. Just as the elder departed, Huang San suddenly sneered. Do you believe your strength at the 10th level of the cave heaven realm is formidable? Alas, at this critical juncture, I too have transcended my limits. With that, Huang San revealed his aura at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Observing this, Chu He merely chuckled, regarding Huang San as one would a fool. I have been at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm for quite some time. While you have only just reached it, I am curious as to what gives you the confidence to believe you can defeat me here. Huang San smirked. You are merely a loose cultivator, while I am supported by a powerful clan that provides me with elixirs and cultivation techniques. Consequently, my starting point is far superior to yours. You are merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Alternatively, I can offer you a choice. If you concede, I shall refrain from allowing my backing to intervene. However, should you refuse to yield, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Chu He rolled his eyes, revealing his own aura at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm in response to Huang San's challenge. This time, he relied not on the effects of his realm but on his genuine strength. Since you boast of your prowess, allow me to test your true capabilities. Sword, arise. With a call, the Qinglong sword materialized in Chu He's grasp. Let me use you to refine my sword techniques. A sword cleaves through the universe. Chu He struck forward with his sword, unleashing a formidable aura that surged toward Huang San. Sensing the power of the strike, Huang San hastily drew his long blade. A myriad of blades unites. Countless phantom blades emerged, converging upon the incoming sword energy. However, while Huang San was preoccupied with countering the sword energy, Chu He had already stealthily positioned himself behind him. Thunderclap, slash, a beam of sword light, accompanied by arcs of lightning, cleaved into Huang San's back. Huang San screamed, his body uncontrollably lurching forward. Once he steadied himself, Chu He was already before him once more. Cut. Another beam of sword light descended, sending Huang San staggering back several hundred steps. Even before Chu He reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of that level. Now, having attained it through his own strength, his power surged far beyond what could be achieved through mere effects. Huang San struggled to halt his momentum, gazing at Chu He before him. Why is your strength so formidable? When we fought previously, your power was not nearly as potent. Chu He chuckled lightly, one remained stagnant. We all strive to cultivate diligently, therefore, you would do well to concede. Otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently slay you here. Which would be quite unfortunate. In the brief interval during which Chu He spoke, Huang San consumed a healing elixir, rapidly mending his injuries. You think I will concede? You may wait a few millennia for that. 10,000 blades returned to sect. Huang San's aura surged to its zenith, as if on the verge of breaking through to the divine abode realm, channeling all his strength into his long blade. As he grappled with the overwhelming power, Huang San's body trembled uncontrollably. Just as he was about to falter, he swung forward, unleashing a wave of blade energy. The air crackled with thunderous roars as the platform beneath them began to fracture. Chu He, witnessing this, smiled. It is time for you to experience the might of my system. Blazing fire consumes the heavens. A torrent of flames surged toward the blade energy, enveloping it and causing its speed to diminish. Yet, this was not the end. Chu He struck down with a hand, summoning the great Luo heaven palm toward Huang San. As the palm print obscured his vision, Huang San's expression turned to one of terror. He hastily swung his long blade, but it was already too late. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the arena, leaving a massive palm print on the platform, from which a figure staggered back, spitting blood. Huang San was thoroughly incapacitated by Chu He's attack, unable to regain his footing for an extended period. Utilizing the might of his spiritual fire, Chu He had neutralized Huang San's offensive and now loomed over the edge of the pit. Gazing down at him, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you do not concede, I shall be forced to eliminate you here. Huang San struggled to lift his head to meet Chu He's gaze. You expect me to concede? You may wait for eternity for that. With that, he retrieved a black elixir from his storage ring and hastily consumed it. Observing this, Chu He shook his head in resignation, astonished that the cultivators here were so fond of using forbidden drugs. Did they not comprehend the peril such substances pose to their own well-being? Huang San's aura surged dramatically, ascending from the early pinnacle of the cave heaven realm directly to its later pinnacle. With one foot already stepping into the divine mansion realm, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate as he rose to his feet, coldly fixing his gaze on Chu He. With just 2 moves. You truly have no sense of your own limitations, daring to force me to consume forbidden medicine. You are the first, and you shall be the last. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Huang San, Chu He remained largely unfazed, as he himself was already at the later pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Then let me see just how far your strength can rise after taking the forbidden medicine. Huang San slowly emerged from the pit, leaping above Chu He's head. Since you wish to see, I shall give you a proper display. Spirit of 10,000 blades, Huang San transformed into a sharp, curved blade, channeling his formidable energy into the long knife he wielded. Behind him, a colossal black long knife materialized, gleaming with a sinister light. Blazing fire devouring heaven, Chu He roared, unleashing an inferno that enveloped Huang San entirely. Soon, the air was thick with the scent of roasting flesh as the black aura surrounding Huang San was visibly consumed by the flames. Having just communicated with the system, Chu He discovered that this blazing fire devouring heaven could incinerate all worldly evils. Thus, he unleashed it, unexpectedly devouring the black sheen of the forbidden medicine Huang San had ingested. Is this all you are capable of? You can't even withstand this attack. Then allow me to show you another move. Chapter 52. Encirclement from all directions. Great Luo Heaven Palm. A palm imprint surged towards Huang San, who, tormented by the blazing fire devouring heaven, was utterly incapable of defending against this strike. Moments ago hovering above Chu He, Huang San now plummeted to the ground like a falling star, lying there unable to move a muscle. As Chu He prepared to unleash another attack, the figure of an elder appeared before him. Resting a hand on his shoulder, the power he had just gathered was forcibly retracted back into his body. The matter is far from over. You have already secured your victory and need not pursue a complete annihilation. The elder coldly remarked. Chu He shrugged, reflecting on how close he had come to completely slaying Huang San. Alas, his strength had proven insufficient. The elder summoned a force that enveloped Huang San, placing him beneath the platform. Senior, since I have attained the ultimate victory, may I not claim those treasures? Chu He inquired with a grin. The elder nodded, waving his hand as a beam of white light illuminated Chu He. Feeling a warm sensation, Chu He sensed his spiritual energy beginning to flow. He realized this was undoubtedly a special inheritance, and thus sat down to absorb the white radiance in the next moment. He felt as though he had entered another realm. Do you know what the Divine Mansion realm is? A voice inexplicably echoed in Chu He's mind. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a peculiar space, facing an elderly man with a head of white hair. To be honest, Senior, I do not understand what the Divine Mansion realm entails, and I hope you can enlighten me, Chu He admitted, recognizing this as a personal opportunity. The Divine Mansion realm is not vastly different from the Cave Heaven realm. The Cave Heaven realm condenses a Dharma aspect disk, while the Divine Mansion realm involves creating a Tao Mansion within one's Dantian. Upon breaking through to the Divine Mansion realm, you will harbor a Tao Mansion within you, and as you continue to cultivate, more Tao Mansions will emerge. The strength you can wield will increase accordingly, and for every 10 Tao Mansions you construct, you will break through another layer of realm, the elder explained, his patience wearing thin. Chu He nodded, glancing at his Dantian to find the Dharma aspect disk he had previously condensed had entirely vanished. Replaced by a Tao Mansion. Senior, does this mean I have now broken through to the Divine Mansion realm? The elder nodded. In truth, your foundation is quite solid, allowing you to surpass your limits and reach the Divine Mansion realm upon beginning to accept my inheritance. I shall continuously transmit my power to you. How much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. A surge of power emanated from the elder's hand and struck Chu He, establishing an inexplicable connection between them. Seizing this opportunity, Chu He sat down to forge a brand new Tao Mansion within his Dantian. Years passed, and when Chu He finally opened his eyes, he discovered the elder had vanished, and he had successfully constructed 15 Tao Mansions. A slight smile played on his lips as he realized he had unexpectedly broken through to the second level of the Divine Mansion realm. Ding! Detected that the host has broken through to the Divine Mansion realm. Unlocking the realm effect. Pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. Would you like to claim it now? The system's voice resonated in Chu He's mind, revealing a white card visible only to him. Claim! The white card transformed into a stream of light that entered Chu He's mind, granting him the ability to wield the power of the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. It truly seems that thoughts manifest into reality. However, why not the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm? Sighing deeply, Chu He's figure vanished from the scene. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, the elder stood before him. Chu He attempted to gauge the elder's realm but still found himself unable to discern its depth. Impressive, you have constructed 15 Tao Mansions. It appears your talent is commendable, yet achieving such a realm is still far from sufficient. Beyond this world, the Fire Gate and the Huang Clan's cultivators await you. Have you contemplated how to confront them? Chu He nodded with a smile. There is no need for you to worry, Senior, but am I not yet to inherit many treasures? The elder chuckled lightly and produced numerous treasures that cascaded before Chu He. Among them were dozens of king-tier weapons, several hundred 6th-grade elixirs, and numerous king-tier cultivation manuals. Staring wide-eyed at the bounty before him, Chu He was astonished by the wealth he had acquired in the elder's hand. A golden light coalesced, and in the next instant, a key appeared. This is the key to the Immortal Emperor's secret realm. With this key, you can enter the Immortal Emperor's secret realm unscathed. After speaking, the elder handed the key to Chu He. Holding the key, Chu He asked, Senior, is there any other method to unlock the Immortal Emperor's secret realm aside from this key? The elder nodded. Indeed, there are other means, but the cost is not something an ordinary force can bear. If you wish to open the Immortal Emperor's secret realm through other methods, you must offer countless treasures as sacrifices. Hearing this, Chu He felt a sense of relief, having feared the price would be exorbitantly high. However, what I previously mentioned still stands. You may continue to cultivate here for another 50 years. Chu He waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for your concern, Senior, but I do wish to request your assistance with something. The elder looked at Chu He with curiosity. You do not intend for me to help you drive those people away? Do you? That I cannot do. Chu He shook his head. That is not my intention. I would like you to assist me in opening another passage to exit this place while concealing my aura here to create a false impression. Once I depart, the situation will become much more manageable, and they will be unable to capture me." The elder nodded sagely. "This matter shall be entrusted to me. However, I will need to send those individuals away. And they have all witnessed the treasures you have acquired." Chapter 53. The Hidden Forces Strike. If you are concerned about the revelation of the treasures you have obtained, it would be better to eliminate them here and now. Upon hearing this, Chu He shook his head. "I am not one to fear having my treasures taken, and besides, I hold no enmity against them. It would be unwise to slay them here. Therefore, Senior, I only ask that you send them away and create the illusion that I remain here. The rest need not trouble you." Seeing Chu He so resolute, the elder had no choice but to comply with his wishes, using his power to send all the cultivators out of the ascending path. However, before these cultivators departed, they had already witnessed the immense treasures Chu He had gathered. The treasures he acquired are ample enough for him to establish a brand new faction. Truly, there are far too many remarkable items. Who could argue otherwise? Just witnessing those artifacts stirs a twinge of envy within me. Were it not for his formidable strength, I might have been tempted to seize them. Another cultivator echoed this sentiment. A flash of white light swept over them, and the group found themselves outside the path to ascendance, where they were greeted by several exceptionally powerful cultivators. "What did you witness within? Who ultimately obtained the treasures of the path to ascendance?" Du Tianhua inquired, approaching one of the practitioners. Du Tianhua is the cousin of Du Fengao, and they all hail from the Flame Sect. With him being a practitioner at the second level of the Divine Palace realm. In the end, Chu He defeated Huang San and claimed the ultimate treasure, and at this moment, he remains within the path to ascendance. It is likely that the elder will release him soon. He is probably undergoing some form of inheritance. Upon hearing this, Du Tianhua nodded, transforming into a streak of light as he departed the scene. Within a resplendent palace, several cultivators were engaged in fervent discussion. "Fenger, is what you say truly the case? Has he alone acquired all the treasures?" Du Tianguang inquired, his face alight with mirth. Du Fengao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, while I departed rather early, his prowess is unmatched among us. Undoubtedly, he claimed all the treasures for himself. Thus, my early return was to inform you of this news. We should encircle him before he emerges. At that point, those treasures may very well fall into our hands, enabling us to foster a greater number of Divine Palace realm cultivators." Du Tianguang nodded with a smile, eagerly awaiting news from Du Tianhua. Once the information is confirmed, he would lead all members of the Flame Sect toward the path to ascendance. "Brother, I have returned." At that moment, a voice resonated from outside, and Du Tianhua's figure materialized within the palace. Du Tianguang rushed to his side. "Has the information been confirmed?" Du Tianhua nodded. "I have been waiting outside the path to ascendance, and a recently emerged cultivator informed me that Chu He has obtained the ultimate treasure and is still within the path to ascendance. Brother, we can dispatch someone to intercept him now. Other factions are already stirring, eager to take action against Chu He. We cannot allow them to seize the initiative. Let us gather our forces and head towards the path to ascendance without delay." Du Tianguang placed his hands behind his back, pacing thoughtfully. "I believe we should deliberate this matter further. We cannot ascertain whether he has a powerful protector backing him." Du Tianhua looked at Du Tianguang with exasperation. "Brother, ever since Fenger returned, we have confirmed this news. There is no cultivator supporting him. Although he has interacted with the 8 great factions, those individuals are hardly formidable. Thus, there is no cause for concern. We can simply act against him." Just as Du Tianhua finished speaking, Du Fengao chimed in, "Father, hesitation will lead to defeat. We must act swiftly. Once he exits the path to ascendance, locating him again will prove exceedingly difficult." The remaining elders in the room quickly voiced their agreement, all urging Du Tianguang to send someone to encircle Chu He. However, it need not be such a grand mobilization. "Tianhua, take 5 Peak Cave Heaven Realm practitioners with you to intercept Chu He. He is merely a Peak Cave Heaven Realm cultivator at present. With you there, nothing untoward should occur." Under the collective persuasion, Du Tianguang resolved to take action. Hearing this, Du Tianhua's face broke into a smile. "Brother, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, I will return shortly with an abundance of treasures. Await my good news." After uttering this, Du Tianhua set off with several Peak Cave Heaven Realm practitioners toward the path to ascendance. Meanwhile, in a concealed mountain range, a sect resided there. Sect Master, everything I have said is true, and the Huang family intends to join forces with us to confront Chu He. We cannot allow others to gain the upper hand. After all, the treasures he possesses are finite, yet sufficient to enhance our strength. Zhao Qinqing knelt before an elder practitioner. Has the trial at the path to ascendance concluded? The speaker was Zhao Mingyang, the sect master of the Wind and Thunder sect, a fourth-level divine palace realm practitioner. Since my return, 7 or 8 hours have passed. Their battle must have concluded by now. Therefore, sect master, you should make a decision on whether we should take action against him. At present, all 10 practitioners' treasures have fallen into Chu He's hands. My suggestion is to gather several divine palace realm elders to accompany me to the path to ascendance. Zhao Qinqing continued. Very well. Let Wang Minglong lead several peak, cave, heaven realm disciples to the path to ascendance, and you shall accompany him. Zhao Mingyang responded slowly. Zhao Qinqing nodded in agreement, then withdrew. Shortly thereafter, several practitioners, led by Wang Minglong, set out towards the path to ascendance. However, amidst the preparations of several hidden factions, the Falling Snow sect remained utterly silent, thanks to Luo Shui's counsel. Chu He is merely a loose cultivator. His current achievement undoubtedly comes from the assistance of a great master. Moreover, he has saved me on multiple occasions, and thus, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Therefore, it is best that we refrain from taking action against him. In front of Luo Shui stood a woman with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a light green gown, whose mere presence evoked a plethora of thoughts. Chapter 54. The bashful Luo Shui. The woman turned slowly, revealing a faint smile. Shui, tell me, do you harbor special feelings for this Chu He? Upon hearing this, Luo Shui's face flushed crimson. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? I merely traveled alongside him. There are no other thoughts. By Shui giggled that I raised you myself. How could I not perceive your feelings? Fear not, I have no intention of acting against your little admirer. However, others may not share my sentiments. Once they learn of the treasures Chu He possesses, they will certainly pursue him. Luo Shui nodded, feeling powerless in the face of it all. No matter, as long as we do not act against him, we can alleviate some of his burdens. However, he mentioned before that he would share some treasures with me. Bai Shui shook her head. You are still too young. His mere words should not cloud your judgment. For the time being, remain within the sect. I will personally instruct you for the next few days. Once you reach the Divine Palace realm, you may venture out. Oh, Luo Shui sighed, wishing fervently for Chu He to navigate this ordeal unscathed. When do you plan to leave here? The Immortal Emperor's secret realm is located in Zhongzhou. If you wish to go, it may require several days of travel. The elder and Chu He sat opposite each other, a chessboard between them, and a rush. I will linger here for a few more days, as I intend to solidify my strength. After all, I have just broken through to the Divine Palace realm and have yet to fully grasp this level. Chu He placed a black stone on the chessboard. Very well, however, several factions are already waiting for you outside the path to ascendance. You must exercise utmost caution when you decide to emerge, the elder continued. Rest assured, senior. I trust that Providence will favor the righteous. I will not easily fall here, bow them. I merely appear as a peak cave heaven realm cultivator, yet they remain unaware that I have reached the second level of the Divine Palace realm. With the system's assistance, my cultivation can ascend to the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm. At that point, I shall fear no threats from these factions. Then proceed as you see fit. Once this game of chess concludes, you may focus on solidifying your strength. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. Moreover, I will devise ways to fend off those outside, allowing you to thoroughly consolidate your power. As the elder spoke, he placed a white stone on the board, instantly reversing the situation and placing Chu He in a precarious position. Observing the chessboard before him, Chu He sighed. I did not expect to be outmaneuvered. It seems my chess skills require further refinement. In that case, senior, I shall take my leave to solidify my strength. I entrust everything outside to you. The elder nodded, prompting Chu He to rise and ascend to the platform, where he settled onto the ground to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy in order to fortify himself. After Chu He departed, the elder stood up, his gaze fixed beyond the ascending path, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Having finally found a successor, he could not allow them to take his life so easily. With that, the elder transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the ascending path. Wang Minglong had not anticipated that it would be you who arrived this time. Surely you do not wish to acquire those treasures from Chu He as well? Du Tianhua, leading a group of followers, had just arrived and noticed that Wang Minglong and his companions were already present. Wang Minglong laughed heartily. You and I are alike in our desires to obtain the treasures he possesses. Yet, why haven't we seen anyone from the Huang family? They typically arrive early for such favorable opportunities. Why is it that they are yet to make an appearance today? Just as Wang Minglong finished speaking, several individuals adorned in splendid attire appeared, a large golden character Huang intricately embroidered on their chests. I did not expect that after these years, you still long for me so much. Seems I have arrived a bit late. Huang Ping remarked, leading a contingent of followers. Do you think you would personally lead the team this time? However, since Chu He remains within the ascending path, we can only wait outside. Wang Minglong replied slowly. Humph. Huang Ping scoffed. Why are you all so timid? It would be far more effective to breach the protective barrier and seize him. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, causing Huang Ping and his companions to involuntarily take a couple of steps back. It appears you have little regard for my master's will, daring to attempt to forcibly breach the barrier. Let me see if you possess the strength to do so. Surrounded by streams of light, the elder appeared before them. Upon seeing his arrival, Huang Ping and the others quickly clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Elder Lu. We were merely speaking in jest. How could we not hold the immortal emperor in high regard? Elder Lu snorted coldly. I see you all are quite impatient. Let me clarify. Chu He is currently within the ascending path, and if you wish to capture him, you must wait until he exits. While he remains on the ascending path, he is under my master's protection. Do you understand? Wang Minglong nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, senior, we shall wait here for him and will not act recklessly. But when might he emerge? This last question was also on Huang Ping's mind. They had come here to acquire the treasures on Chu He's person, and waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. He will likely emerge in 3 to 5 days, as he is undergoing cultivation. He seems to be aware of your intentions towards him. Therefore, once he completes his training, he will come forth. You may wait here in peace. Elder Lu replied slowly. At that moment, Huang Ping suddenly spoke. Elder Lu, could we perhaps see if Chu He is still here? I fear he might escape from some hidden corner. Hearing this, Elder Lu's brow furrowed. But ultimately, he opened a small gap in the protective barrier, revealing Chu He's figure to everyone. Seeing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. If Chu He had managed to slip away under their noses, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. Chapter 55. Chu He's departure. Now you all may wait here properly, but without my command, you are not permitted to enter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. The elder declared as he revealed his own aura. Feeling the pressure emanating from the elder, Huang Ping and the others nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, senior, we will not act out of line. We will simply wait for him to emerge. Anything that transpires after he exits the ascending path should have no bearing on you, correct? The elder nodded. Once he leaves the ascending path, his life and death, along with any treasures he has acquired here, are no longer my concern. His failure to protect himself merely reflects his lack of ability. With that, the elder's form gradually dissipated from the scene. Once Elder Lu departed, the group collectively exhaled in relief, for the pressure he had exerted was almost suffocating. Knowing he is still within the ascending path puts my mind at ease. However, I must make it clear. We shall share the treasures equally. Otherwise, if there is an uneven distribution, it may lead to conflict among our factions, which would be detrimental to our harmony. Wang Minglong chuckled lightly. I have no objections, came the chorus of agreement. Seeing that everyone was in accord, Huang Ping stepped aside to await Chu He's emergence. At present, Chu He had thoroughly reinforced the Taoist abode he had crafted, and his aura had grown steady. Alas, once you discover my master's legacy, you will be poised to stand tall in the entirety of Zhongzhou, though the journey ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Should fortune smile upon you, it may grant you the means to transcend the limitations of this world. Reaching an entirely different realm, the elder remarked as he stood before Chu He. Yet, Chu He was engrossed in fortifying his own power and did not hear the elder's words. After a moment's pause, the elder prepared to depart but sensed an unusual force surrounding Chu He. Frowning slightly, he enveloped Chu He with his own power, but after probing, he found nothing amiss. With a resigned shake of his head, The elder took his leave. However, once the elder was gone, Chu He opened one eye to survey his surroundings, relieved to find the elder absent. He had not fully immersed himself in his cultivation. Rather, he had remained vigilant. Thus, when the elder had arrived, he had sensed his presence. It was a close call. His system nearly exposed itself to the elder, and had that happened, it was uncertain whether the elder would have taken action against him. In the days that followed, Chu He continued to consolidate his strength while remaining wary of the elder. Meanwhile, Huang Ping and his group waited outside the ascending path. What treasures could he possibly have acquired to be cultivating for such an extended period? Wang Minglong could not help but inquire. Huang Ping chuckled lightly. When we were cultivating in the cave heaven realm, our sessions lasted not just 10 days or half a month. Thus, it is perfectly normal for him to be here for such a long duration. If you do not wish to wait, you may leave now. The treasures will not simply fall into your hands. Wang Minglong rolled his eyes. What does it matter? I have nothing pressing to attend to within the sect. So I might as well wait a few more days here. 3 days later, Chu He slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists, feeling the power he now commanded. A subtle smile graced his lips. Is this the power wielded at the divine abode level? It is indeed a significant improvement over the cave heaven realm. What did you expect? The road ahead is still long. Do you truly believe that the purple abode realm is the pinnacle of cultivation? The elder's figure materialized suddenly behind Chu He. Startled, Chu He patted his chest. Senior, could you please make your entrance from the front next time? Your ghostly appearances are quite alarming. Hearing this, the elder chuckled. Those outside are still awaiting you. Are you ready to depart? Chu He nodded. I have completed my cultivation and am prepared to leave for Zhengzhou in search of the immortal emperor's secret realm. I would appreciate your assistance in escorting me out. The elder waved his hand, forming a teleportation array behind Chu He with a series of hand seals. I cannot guarantee where this array will take you, but it will certainly distance you from those individuals. As for what transpires afterward, that is beyond my purview. You will need to handle it on your own. Chu He clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your life-saving assistance, Senior. However, have you no desire to venture outside? What is so appealing about remaining here? The elder shook his head. What is there to see outside? It is a constant struggle for dominance. It is far more comfortable to exist here, and I have grown accustomed to this place. However, if you have time, feel free to bring some fine wine and meat when you visit, and I will gladly impart further guidance on your cultivation. Chu He chuckled, having assumed the elder abstained from such indulgences. Rest assured, once I emerge from the immortal emperor's secret realm, I shall bring you fine wine and meat. I am truly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Then I shall take my leave for now, but you must condense your aura so they do not detect you, the elder instructed. Nodding in agreement, he waved Chu He off. Time is of the essence. Make your departure swiftly. Once outside, head towards the central region. Remember, enhancing one's own strength is the true path to success. Do not act impulsively. Sometimes, taking a step back allows for numerous paths to unfold before you. Chu He smiled and nodded, then turned to enter the teleportation array. After a whirlwind of motion, he fell heavily from the sky. Observing Chu He's departure, a faint smile appeared on the old man's face, and he used his power to manifest a shadow of Chu He's lingering aura. After completing this task, the old man vanished from the scene. Ouch, that hurt like hell, Chu He exclaimed as he clambered to his feet. Feeling quite battered and bruised from the fall, that old man must have done that on purpose. I'm really at my wit's end. I was hoping for some meat and wine, but it seems that it's just a dream. Rubbing his backside, he walked forward, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Chapter 56. Constructing the array. Sighing, he thought, I should find a safe place to heal. If it weren't for his improved strength, that fall from such a height would surely have left him shattered. Chu He found a cave and sealed the entrance before commencing his recovery. Days had passed, 5 or 6, to be precise. Yet he wondered why he had not yet emerged. Du Tianhua looked at Huang Ping across from him and couldn't help but inquire. Do you have any idea what's taking him so long? How should I know? Who can fathom why that kid has lingered for so long? Huang Ping replied tersely. Is it possible that the old man is protecting Chu He, preventing him from leaving? Huang Ping suggested, somewhat irritated. Wang Minglong sighed as he approached the barrier of the ascending path, allowing his power to seep through. Here, he sensed Chu He's presence. Turning to Du Tianhua and Huang Ping, he reassured them, rest assured, he is still within the ascending path. He will emerge eventually. Waiting a few more days for his safety is worth it. Du Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I know he is still in the ascending path, I feel reassured. We can't let an opportunity slip through our fingers. However, our grand display may intimidate him, causing him to linger longer than necessary. I have a suggestion, though I'm unsure if you're interested in hearing it. Huang Ping nodded. Please, share your thoughts. We're eager to hear your plan. Du Tianhua's lips curled into a slight smile. We could construct a hidden array here, concealing our forms. When I noticed the absence of any sentinels outside, I was certain he would soon escape. Once he does, we can capture him. What do you think of this plan? Wang Minglong and Huang Ping exchanged glances, smiling in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, neither of us brought an array master along, which complicates matters. Du Tianhua chuckled again. Have you both forgotten? I am also an array master, although I may not compare to the true masters. Nevertheless, I am confident in handling a mere junior in the Cave Heaven realm. I will begin arranging the array now. He produced several array stones, directing his disciples to place them at the 4 cardinal points, and then commence the construction. Oh, the old man observing, their actions merely added a hint of amusement to his otherwise mundane existence. In fact, the old man had already planned to inform the others of Chu He's departure in a month's time. This duration would be sufficient for Chu He to travel from Qingzhou to Zhengzhou in search of the immortal emperor's secret realm, thereby acquiring the means to protect himself. After several hours of meticulous arrangements, a hidden array enveloped Huang Ping and the others, rendering them invisible from the outside. This time, I refuse to believe we cannot catch him. Now we wait. Huang Ping observed the entrance to the ascending path, his anticipation palpable to meet Chu He. Du Tianhua felt a tinge of irritation. Despite his considerable efforts for them, they offered no words of gratitude. Just then, Wang Minglong approached Du Tianhua. I didn't realize you were adept in arrays. We truly owe you for this. Du Tianhua chuckled lightly. It was nothing, but I did expend a great deal of energy setting up this array. I need to rest now. If anything unusual happens at the ascending path, please inform me promptly, lest I feel like I've made a wedding gown for you. Wang Minglong burst into laughter. Rest easy, I, Wang, am not ungrateful. You take care of yourself. We'll handle everything. Du Tianhua nodded, then began to recuperate his strength. While their focus was on the entrance to the ascending path, Chu He had ceased his meditation. Stretching lazily, he felt rejuvenated after healing. Now, to discern where I am, I hope it's not too remote. His goal was to reach Zhengzhou, and the closer he was, the better. However, he was entirely ignorant of the immortal emperor's secret realm's location. Chu He waved his right hand at the cave entrance, causing the protective barrier to dissipate. He stepped outside, concealing his aura. Wandering aimlessly, he overheard a conversation between 2 sisters. Sister, do you think they will accept us as disciples when we join the Falling Snow sect? The speaker, a girl with sparkling eyes, wore a flowing black dress that accentuated her curves. I believe it's very likely, as our father has already spoken with the sect master. We are sure to pass the test. The other sister replied with a smile. Moreover, both our strengths have reached the foundation establishment stage. Surely they will not deny us entry. But I heard the sect's saintess went to participate in the ascending path. I wonder if she achieved victory. Who can say? But once we arrive at the Falling Snow sect, everything will become clear. Remember to focus on your training. Don't be like before. The sect will be filled with talents. And we are merely of average aptitude, so we must strive harder. I aim to break through to the Cave Heaven realm soon. I want to visit Zhengzhou, Ding Shuang said to Ding Shuer. Ding Shuer smiled sweetly. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely focus on my training. I'm so excited to meet so many talented individuals. Ding Shuang chuckled, fond of her mischievous sister, who often neglected her training. Ding Shuer's potential surpassed her own. With diligent effort, she could break through to the Cave Heaven realm within a year. From a distance, Chu He listened to the sisters' conversation and realized he was indeed within the territory of the Falling Snow sect. It seemed fate had intertwined his path with that of the sect's saintess, unexpectedly leading him here. Perhaps he could enlist her assistance in reaching Zhengzhou to search for the immortal emperor's secret realm. As he was rather lost on his own, with a smile, Chu He shook his head and swiftly appeared before the 2 sisters. Chapter 57. Journeying to the Falling Snow sect together. Upon seeing Chu He, Ding Shuang quickly shielded Ding Shuer behind her, eyeing him warily. Who are you? Chu He chuckled and waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, I mean you no harm that I overheard your intention to join the Falling Snow sect. I seek someone there but lack knowledge of the way. I hope you can guide me. Ding Shuang remained protective, still concealing Ding Shuer. What are you, exactly? Why can't I sense your aura? Ding Shuer, however, was unafraid and stared at Chu He. Your realm is higher than ours. If you had ill intentions, you would have acted already, so there's no need for fear. I assure you, I am a gentleman. Ding Shuang scoffed at him. Only villains claim to be gentlemen. State your purpose clearly, or I won't hesitate to act. Chu He shrugged, surprised that speaking the truth could elicit disbelief. He controlled his realm at the pinnacle of the cave heaven stage and revealed his aura. See for yourselves, as mere Foundation establishment practitioners, you cannot harm me, therefore, I kindly request your guidance. As Ding Shuang observed Chu He, who bore no semblance of malice, her hands gradually descended. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Allow me to inform you that my father has had dealings with the leader of the Luo Shui sect. Should you dare to harm us, the sect will pursue you relentlessly. Chu He nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, but we must hasten our journey to the Luo Shui sect. How far are we from it? Ding Shuang pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately a day's journey remains. With a sigh, Chu He expressed his impatience. In that case, guide me, and I shall lead you to the Luo Shui sect. Upon finishing his words, he enveloped the two with his power. Simply head east. The Luo Shui sect lies at the far eastern end. Ding Shuang stated, sensing Chu He's formidable presence and realizing that she had no alternative but to acquiesce to his wishes. Chu He nodded and swiftly set off towards the east. Along the way, he learned that the two sisters hailed from a family within the territory of the Luo Shui sect and sought to join its ranks. Due to Chu He's immense strength, what should have taken a full day was accomplished in merely an hour, bringing them to the foot of the Luo Shui sect's mountains. Wow, is this the Luo Shui sect? How magnificent it is! The sect was nestled within a majestic mountain range, its pristine environment serving as a prime cultivation ground. Upon hearing Ding Shuer's admiration, Ding Shuang couldn't help but smile. All right, we can enter now. Once inside, you'll see what it's like. With that, Ding Shuang led Chu He and her sister toward the entrance of the Luo Shui sect. Chu He felt a pang of regret. He should have asked Luo Shuer for a means of contact before her departure, which would have spared him the need to enter. By the way, do you possess anything that could alter one's appearance? My current guise is rather conspicuous. Ding Shuang furrowed her brow, wondering if Chu He was a nefarious criminal. Sensing her apprehension, Chu He quickly waved his hands. I am being hunted by some enemies, and I fear that revealing my presence here could lead to dire consequences. Throughout their journey, they had conversed extensively. Did she truly think him a villain? Ding Shuang shook her head and handed him a pill. This pill can subtly alter your appearance, but it is the only one I possess. Once we reach the Luo Shui sect, I will introduce you as a member of the Ding family who has accompanied us. However, once you find who you seek, you must depart. I fear for our safety should your pursuers discover you. Chu He gazed at Ding Shuang with gratitude. I sincerely thank you. I have something that might suit you. Why not take it? He then produced a manual of Earth-level techniques, which he had acquired by chance. You carry an Earth-level manual with you? Are you perhaps a young master from a prominent family? Ding Shuer inquired with wide, sparkling eyes. Chu He smiled and waved his hand up. No, please keep this manual for now. We should proceed inside. Ding Shuer stepped forward to stow the manual, and Ding Shuang, witnessing this, said nothing as they made their way into the Luo Shui sect. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the sect. Who are you? Two disciples of the Luo Shui sect approached as the trio reached the threshold. We are members of the Ding family, here to join the Luo Shui sect, and we request a notification, Ding Shuang said with a respectful bow. The disciple nodded. Members of the Ding family, no need for notification. Follow me to meet the elder, who will introduce you to the sect leader. A smile spread across Ding Shuang's face as they followed the disciple into the sect. The architecture within the Luo Shui sect was exquisite, each structure radiating opulence. After leading the three to a guest room, the disciple departed. At last, we have arrived at the Luo Shui sect. I wonder what the assessment will entail, Ding Shuang sighed, uncertain of her chances. Chu He chuckled reassuringly, there's no need for concern. Cultivators at the foundation level are always regarded as exceptional, even if they cannot rival those of the cave heaven realm. Being a disciple here should pose no issues. Though Chu He had never joined a sect, he understood that foundation-level cultivators would serve as substantial mid-tier power within any sect. As they conversed, A woman dressed in resplendent attire entered the guest room. "You must be the daughter of Ding Lao," she stated. Ding Shuang quickly rose and nodded that I am Ding Shuang. "This is my sister Ding Shuer. We have come to join the Luo Shui sect." The elegant woman acknowledged them. "I am aware of your intentions. I will take you to meet our sect leader to discuss your assessment. But who is this behind you? I have not seen him before." Ding Shuang promptly replied, "He is accompanying us. He is also from the Ding family and wishes to join the Luo Shui sect." The elegant woman said nothing more and led the group deeper into the sect, where every disciple they encountered greeted her with respect. Chu He observed the overall environment of the Luo Shui sect. Upon entering, he discerned that the woman possessed the strength of a deity's abode, albeit only at the first stage. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the highest peak of the Luo Shui sect, where a pavilion stood. "Please wait here. I will notify the leader," the elegant woman said before stepping inside. Shortly thereafter, she reappeared with another woman. "You two must be the Ding sisters. Since you are the daughters of Ding Lao, there is no need for an assessment. You are directly accepted as disciples of the Luo Shui sect," the sect leader declared. Ding Shuang stared in astonishment. "Is this true, sect leader? We truly do not have to undergo any assessment?" The sect leader nodded. "Let Elder Lin assist you with the necessary formalities, and you will officially become disciples of the Luo Shui sect. However, your companion must remain here. I have matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing this, Ding Shuang glanced at Chu He, who nodded in return, sensing the sect leader's astuteness in recognizing his concealed identity. Thus, the sisters departed with Elder Lin. Once they were gone, a faint smile played on the sect leader's lips. "I did not expect you to be so fearless, coming here alone. All your treasures hold immense allure for any faction. Are you not afraid that I might slay you here and seize everything you possess?" Chu He chuckled softly, shedding his disguise. "If you intended to harm me, you would have acted immediately rather than engage in conversation. However, I am not naive. I have come to accompany the Saintess to the central continent in search of the immortal emperor's secret realm." The sect leader regarded him with intrigue. "I am curious. Why do you wish to travel with Shuer? Surely you could venture forth alone." Chu He sighed. He could not reveal that he had traversed time and space. "I am not well acquainted with the central continent, nor do I possess extensive knowledge about the immortal emperor's secret realm. I am unaware of its location. However, I believe the Saintess is familiar with it, and I intend to accompany her. Moreover, I trust that you would not wish for her to forfeit this opportunity." The sect leader nodded with a smile. "Very well, then you may accompany me. Did anyone notice you upon your arrival?" Chu He responded as they walked. "No, I encountered only Ding Shuang and her sister. No one else is aware of my presence here." The sect leader nodded, remaining silent as they traversed through the pavilions until they reached a secluded mountain. "Shuer, your little admirer has come to see you," the sect leader announced as they arrived, halting his steps. "Sect leader, what are you doing? He is not my admirer." As the words fell from her lips, a woman clad in a white dress appeared before the two. Luo Shuer, in this attire, radiated an extraordinary charm, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. Upon seeing Chu He, she was taken aback. "How did you come to be here? Has the path to ascendancy already concluded?" Chu He nodded. "Indeed, the path to ascendancy has ended, which is why I have come to seek you." Luo Shuer was even more perplexed. When he departed, she sensed an unknown force heading towards the path to ascendancy. She was curious about how Chu He managed to emerge from it. "With the assistance of that esteemed elder, I traversed from another location and arrived here. The members of the Fire sect had not noticed my departure from the path to ascendancy. They must still be waiting outside, however. Should they learn of my early exit, I would relish witnessing their expressions." Luo Shuer chuckled softly, surprised by Chu He's unexpected sense of humor. "But your visit to find me is of little consequence. The power of the Falling Snow sect is utterly incapable of contending with the other major factions. I never claimed I sought your assistance to confront the other factions. Do refrain from making such presumptions." The sect leader of the Falling Snow sect regarded Luo Shuer with an air of superiority. Luo Shuer giggled. "I believe the sect leader would not be so unfeeling. Nevertheless, I am quite curious about the purpose of your visit." Chu He revealed his intentions. He wished to travel alongside someone to the secret realm of the immortal emperor. Unsure of whom to seek, he fortuitously arrived at the Falling Snow sect, hoping to take the Saintess with him to Zhongzhou. "I see. You wish for me to accompany you in search of the immortal emperor's secret realm. However, if we are to go, I must make some preparations first." At that moment, the sect leader interjected. I have yet to agree to your journey, and you are already contemplating your preparations? Truly, you have been completely swept away by Chu He. Luo Shui's face flushed crimson. Sect leader, what are you implying? I merely wish to accompany him, and besides, he is unaware of where the secret realm lies. I also wish to see what this immortal emperor's secret realm entails. Perhaps I might even break through to the divine palace realm. Does the sect leader not wish for me to possess greater strength to protect myself? To safeguard the falling snow sect? The sect leader chuckled. Having nurtured you for so long, I am well aware of your thoughts and intentions. However, this matter cannot be decided hastily. Moreover, there are many things you need to prepare. Why not have Chu He stay here for a day or two? After that, I shall escort you both to Zhongzhou, and you may then venture forth to explore the immortal emperor's secret realm. What do you think? Chapter 59. Provocation from the weak Luo Shui turned her gaze towards Chu He. That is certainly acceptable. But sect leader, please do not disclose my whereabouts to the other factions lest they come to capture me. Chu He smiled. The sect leader has her hands behind her back, gazing at me with a grin. So, in your eyes, I am that kind of person, am I? Then I shall summon others to come. Upon hearing this, Chu He maintained a calm demeanor, showing not an ounce of concern. Observing Chu He's unwavering calmness, the sect leader chuckled. You do possess a certain confidence. Rest assured, I shall not divulge your whereabouts to anyone else. Snower, show him around the falling snow sect. After 2 days, you may depart. With those words, the sect leader rose and left the courtyard. Oh, not worry. My master would never harm you. She simply enjoys jesting. After the sect leader departed, Luo Shui quickly spoke. Fear not. I am not one to indulge in idle worries. You returned so early, yet did not witness the final battle between me and Huang San. Chu He replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui instantly became intrigued and requested Chu He to recount their battle. Chu He chuckled softly and shared his previous experiences with Luo Shui. I never expected his talent to be so formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm at the last moment. However, even so, he is no match for you. I am genuinely curious about your limits. Luo Shui rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Chu He. In truth, I am unsure where my limits lie. But I will continue to ascend towards the highest peaks. I wish to behold the splendor of this vast world and engage with other geniuses, sharing insights with them. Sometimes, relentless cultivation alone cannot bring improvement. One must also engage with others to progress more swiftly. Chu He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Luo Shui nodded, seemingly understanding. All right, I shall heed your words if I encounter any confusion in my cultivation. May I come to you for guidance? Chu He shook his head. Your master is of a higher realm than I. Any questions you have should be directed to her. Asking me would be seeking distant solutions. Hearing this, Luo Shui felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded after a moment of silence. Previously, my master informed me that the immortal emperor's secret realm may be fraught with peril. We must exercise utmost caution when we go in a couple of days. Additionally, we must be wary of certain factions in Zhongzhou that have long coveted the immortal emperor's secret realm. Chu He nodded. I hope they refrain from any reckless actions. Otherwise, I shall not let them off lightly. As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from him, exuding an air of indifference towards the world. Now, let me show you around the falling snow sect. You may also explore its cultivation techniques. Luo Shui looked at Chu He. Very well, I shall follow your lead. With that, she grinned broadly and led Chu He outside. Not long after they stepped out, several disciples spotted their saintess in the company of a stranger, leaving them perplexed. Who is this man? Why is he with the saintess? One female disciple whispered, I too am curious. I have never seen this individual at the falling snow sect before. Could he be the saintess's beloved? As their speculation grew bolder, a male disciple suddenly vanished from sight. This is where we practice daily. These individuals are all disciples of the falling snow sect. Luo Shui pointed out to Chu He as she introduced him to the practitioners before them. Most of these individuals are at the first or second levels of the cave heaven realm. It is rare to encounter anyone above the 5th level. You must be the strongest disciple of the falling snow sect. Chu He turned to Luo Shui. Indeed, I am the strongest here, and I have only just reached the 8th level of the cave heaven realm. I hope that during our visit to the immortal emperor's secret realm, I can break through to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. As she spoke, Luo Shui gazed at Chu He with longing. Certainly, During my journey on the path to ascendancy, I obtained a 6th grade elixir that can enhance one's comprehension. You may try it and see if you can reach the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. With that, Chu He handed a pill to Luo Shuer, of which he possessed several dozen. Luo Shuer felt a surge of temptation at the sight of the elixir but feigned reluctance. This seems rather inappropriate. I have not aided you in any way, and I have been rescued by you on multiple occasions. I cannot accept this. The corners of Chu He's mouth curled slightly. Why the formality? You are to accompany me to the immortal emperor's secret realm. You must improve your strength. Luo Shuer nodded and accepted the elixir. However, just then, several practitioners approached them from not far away. Chu He narrowed his eyes, sensing the aggressive demeanor of these practitioners. He felt as though trouble was looming. Yet upon assessing their strength, which was only at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven realm, his interest waned. Almost as if on cue, the group of practitioners, led by a disciple, arrived before Chu He and Luo Shuer. We pay our respects to the saintess. Luo Shuer nodded. What brings you here? Wang Liang glanced at Chu He. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to ascertain what level of strength one must possess to converse so casually with the saintess. May I inquire where this brother hails from? Wang Liang's gaze towards Chu He was laced with hostility, as if he believed his beloved had been stolen away. I can offer you a chance. Vanish from my sight at once, or I shall assist you in leaving. Chu He was not inclined to give Wang Liang a favorable response. One did not simply invite trouble upon oneself. Oh, such bravado. Your strength must be formidable. Why not engage in a friendly spar? Chu He twisted his neck. Since he dared to provoke him, he had no objection to teaching him a lesson. Just as he was about to step forward, a pair of hands rested on his arm. Why bother lowering yourself to his level? Let us visit the technique pavilion instead. Chu He sighed with relief. He had no intention of seeking trouble with them. Yet trouble had sought him out. You wouldn't want to hide behind the saintess forever, would you? Without her protection, you would be as helpless as this puddle of mud on the ground. Chapter 60. The Azure Light Sword Technique. Bang. The moment Huang Liang's words fell, his figure shot backward like a meteor, crashing heavily into the wall. The companions accompanying him had not even seen how Chu He had made his move before Huang Liang was already sent flying. Aren't you going to hurry and take Huang Liang away for treatment? Luo Shuer coldly regarded the few cultivators before her. The cultivators rushed to Huang Liang's side, helping him up and making their way outside. I truly feel a bit embarrassed that you encountered such an incident on your first visit. After the group departed, Luo Shuer looked at Chu He with a face full of apology. It's nothing. Didn't you say you would take me to see the technique pavilion? Let's go there now. With that, Chu He took the lead, and Luo Shuer closely followed behind him. After walking a few steps, they arrived before a grand pavilion, which boasted 3 floors filled with various techniques collected by the Luo Shuer sect. Upon reaching the pavilion, Chu He halted. Are there any sword techniques for cultivators here? Luo Shuer nodded. Of course, there are. Let me take you inside to have a look. Luo Shuer then took Chu He's hand and led him into the pavilion, a scene that did not escape the notice of many disciples nearby. Nodding to an elder on the 1st floor, Luo Shuer led Chu He directly to the 2nd floor. Upon seeing the array of cultivation techniques before him, Chu He was somewhat taken aback. The cultivation resources of a top-tier force were certainly beyond his comparison. This entire floor contains the techniques you need. Feel free to browse. Chu He nodded and began to examine the techniques laid out before him. De Luo Tian Sword. By wielding the long sword with the spiritual power within one's body, one can unleash unimaginable power through the operation of this technique. Azure Light Sword Technique. It is divided into 3 parts. Slash the sky. Shatter the earth. Slay the gods. Just flipping through this technique captivated Chu He with its descriptions. What grade is this technique? Chu He picked up the Azure Light Sword Technique and handed it to Luo Shuer. This technique is of the heavenly grade but is the most difficult to cultivate. I think you might want to consider choosing another one. Luo Shuer explained to Chu He. In our entire Luo Shuer sect, very few can master this technique completely. I know your talent is exceptional, but the difficulty of this technique is also immense. Chu He smiled. These are minor issues. I will choose this one. By the way, do you have anything that can enhance one's speed? Luo Shuer, appearing somewhat helpless, pointed to a nearby row of techniques. All the techniques in this row are focused on enhancing speed. You may take a look. Chu He nodded with a smile and began selecting from another row of techniques. Since it was Luo Shuer who had brought him here, he need not worry about spirit stones or the like. Moreover, He possessed an abundance of wealth himself. After a careful selection, Chu He chose a technique that suited him, named a glimpse of the phoenix. Seeing that Chu He had chosen two of the hardest to cultivate techniques within the heavenly grade, Luo Shuai sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Do not worry. Since I have chosen these two, it means I can fully unleash their power." Hearing this, Luo Shuai refrained from further protest and led Chu He back to the first floor. Luo Shuai took the two techniques from Chu He's hands and presented them to the elder before them. "Senior, these are the two techniques I have selected." The elder exhibited a look of perplexity upon seeing the two techniques. Yet he proceeded to record them. "If I recall correctly, the saintess does not wield a sword. How did you come to select such a technique?" Luo Shuai smiled and pointed at Chu He. "These techniques are not for me but for him. He is a sword cultivator." The elder said nothing further, and Luo Shuai led Chu He out. Luo Shuai brought Chu He to a secluded pavilion where he could cultivate, instructing him to return in 2 days. "Brother, you must support me." I merely exchanged a few words with him, and he immediately attacked me. A cultivator stood before Huang Liang's bed, listening to his account. "You mean this cultivator is someone you've never seen before? Could he be an outsider?" the cultivator inquired. Huang Liang nodded. "I have been in Luo Shuai for so long and have never encountered such a figure. Judging by his attire, he should be a loose cultivator." Hearing this, the cultivator frowned slightly, a figure that should not have appeared surfacing in his mind. "Describe this person you encountered." Huang Liang used his power to etch Chu He's visage in detail. When the cultivator beheld the phantom before him, he was instantly taken aback. Outside the path to ascend to the heavens, Du Tianhua and others awaited Chu He, unaware that he had intruded into the Luo Shuai sect. "Are you certain the person you saw looks like this?" Huang Liang nodded with great difficulty. "I would stake my life on it. It was he who repelled me. Could he be the one your factions are pursuing?" Du Heng nodded. "Indeed, this is the very brat our factions are after. Who would have thought he would appear here? In that case, you should rest well and keep an eye on his movements. If anything arises, inform me immediately. I must return to discuss this with the clan leader and relay this news swiftly. We cannot allow them to wait any longer." Without waiting for Huang Liang's response, Du Heng departed. "Ha ha ha." Hearing that Chu He is being hunted by several major factions, Huang Liang, despite his injuries, could not help but laugh heartily. "This time, you shall pay the price for daring to strike at me. You truly have a death wish, yet I cannot bear to see you die at their hands. It would be somewhat disheartening." The onlookers outside the room, hearing Huang Liang's inexplicable laughter, thought he had lost his mind from the beating. Meanwhile, Chu He had just entered the training chamber and immediately took out the two techniques. He needed to seize the time to cultivate diligently and prepare for entering the Immortal Emperor's secret realm. Chapter 61. The scheme exposed. The Azure Light Sword technique begins by explaining how to transform the practitioner's internal spiritual power into sword energy, thus forming sword chi. However, for Chu He, who had only recently begun his journey with the sword, this was somewhat perplexing. What exactly is sword chi? The text does not specify its exact form. How am I supposed to cultivate this? With a deep sigh, Chu He felt utterly lost, yet he still attempted to see if he could cultivate sword chi. For the next hour, Chu He devoted himself to practicing sword chi but could only manage to form a faint outline. Opening his eyes, Chu He saw the sword chi swirling around him, allowing him to relax momentarily, yet soon he furrowed his brow again. "My sword intent too weak." Realizing this, Chu He suddenly understood and thus abandoned the cultivation of sword chi, shifting his focus to cultivating sword intent. After the battles on the path to ascend, Chu He had gained a deeper understanding of the sword. The sword was not merely a weapon for killing. It could also temper one's character, victorious yet humble, defeated yet unbowed. Only then could one truly be called a sword cultivator. Cultivating the sword is cultivating the heart. An endless stream of sword intent emanated from Chu He, enveloping him entirely. "Huh." Chu He exhaled. Now having reached the third level of sword intent, deepening his comprehension even further. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he continued to hone his sword intent in a certain region of Qingzhou. Du Heng had just returned to the fire gate and went to the hall. "Please inform the sect master that I have urgent matters to report." Du Heng addressed a cultivator before him. "The sect master is currently busy. You can tell me first, and I will relay the message later." The cultivator replied nonchalantly. Du Heng gasped for breath, pausing for a moment before continuing. "This matter is of utmost importance. I need to speak with the sect master personally. The cultivator, feeling somewhat impatient, nodded and proceeded towards the main hall. Du Hang, a disciple from the inner sect of the Flame Sect, was typically not qualified to meet the sect leader in person. However, upon hearing that there was a matter to report, he entered to convey the message. Before long, the cultivator emerged, instructing, "You may enter now." Du Hang hurriedly stepped into the hall. Upon arrival, he half knelt before Du Tianguang, who looked down at him. "What is it that you wish to convey?" Du Tianguang asked coldly. "Master, we have all been deceived by Chu He. He is no longer on the ascending path. He has already escaped." Du Hang trembled as he replied, feeling the weight of Du Tianguang's authority. Upon hearing this, Du Tianguang furrowed his brow. "Do you fully comprehend the gravity of your words? Such matters are not to be taken lightly. If you are deceiving me, you must be aware of the consequences that await you." Du Hang nodded fervently. "Master, everything I have said is the truth. I visited the Falling Snow sect today, and their disciples confirmed that Chu He is indeed among them. I stake my life as a guarantee." "I would never dare to deceive you." Du Tianguang nodded slowly. "If that is the case, then accompany me to the ascending path, and we shall verify the veracity of your claims." With that, Du Tianguang took Du Hang and soared towards the ascending path. Half an hour later, they arrived, where they encountered the hidden formation established by Huang Ping and the others. Upon seeing Du Tianguang, Du Tianhua hurried over. "Elder brother, why have you come in person? Chu He has yet to emerge." Du Tianguang acknowledged him with a nod. "I am aware. I simply wish to check in. But how did you ascertain that Chu He remains on the ascending path?" Du Tianhua pointed towards the path. "There still lingers the aura of Chu He within. We dare not enter ourselves, so we must wait here." "Has something transpired?" Du Tianguang sighed. "Let Du Hang explain the situation to you." Subsequently, Du Hang recounted everything he had witnessed. "What? He has actually left?" Huang Ping and the others rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "What are you discussing? Who has fled?" "Chu He has departed from the ascending path. He is now near the Falling Snow sect." Du Tianhua replied slowly. Wang Minglong sensed Chu He's aura within the ascending path, albeit faintly. "Is he not still there?" "I can still feel his presence. Esteemed elders, I assure you with my life that I would not dare deceive you. This is the truth. Chu He has indeed left," Du Hang hastily explained. Du Tianguang nodded. "I will investigate myself." With that, he discreetly infused his power into the ascending path. Shortly thereafter, he furrowed his brow. He could indeed sense Chu He's aura, but it bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary cultivator. He had already departed. Boom! A distant mountaintop was shattered by Du Tianhua's attack, boulders cascading down. "Tio think he could escape right under our noses, truly? He does not regard us at all." Huang Ping seethed with anger. They had been made fools of, and if word got out, their reputation would be tarnished. Wang Minglong, suppressing his fury, turned to Du Tianguang. "Where is Chu He now?" "It seems he is at the Falling Snow sect. Then we must hasten and find him. We cannot allow him to escape again." Du Tianhua nodded, and the group set off in the direction of the Falling Snow sect. Just as Du Tianguang and his companions departed, the figure of an elder slowly materialized in the surroundings. I did not expect even Du Tianguang to mobilize this time. "Young man, you must tread carefully." With that, the elder relayed the news of their departure to Chu He, urging him to prepare in advance. As Chu He practiced, he heard the elder's voice resonate in his mind. Upon grasping the elder's words, he was startled awake from his meditation, realizing that his scheme had been uncovered much sooner than anticipated. It seemed he needed to leave this place promptly. Chu He rose from the meditation chamber and headed towards the residence of Luo Shuer. "What? They are coming here to find you." Luo Shuer looked at Chu He in shock. Chu He helplessly nodded. "I did not expect my plan to be discovered so quickly, so we must leave at once to avoid implicating the Falling Snow sect." He understood that the sect's reluctance to act against him stemmed from Luo Shuer's presence. He could not be ungrateful. "Very well, let us seek my master and depart from here." Chapter 62. A full-throttle journey to Central Province. With that, Luo Shuer led Chu He towards the main hall. "Master, we must leave immediately." Upon seeing the sect leader, Luo Shuer spoke without delay. The sect leader looked at her with confusion. "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" Chu He awkwardly smiled and conveyed to the sect leader the news he had received from Huang Ping and the others. "Ah, so that is the case. You two should leave at once. Once they arrive, I will find a way to delay them, granting you the time to escape." The sect leader spoke slowly. Chu He, upon hearing this, was visibly astonished, kneeling before the sect leader. I shall never forget your assistance this time. Master, should you require aid in the future, I will not hesitate to help. The sect leader waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Simply take good care of Schwer. Once you enter the Celestial Emperor's ruins, exercise utmost caution. Now, off you go. Chu He nodded, departing the Falling Snow sect with Luo Schwer, heading towards the central region. This time, they chose not to travel by flying vessel. For the sake of safety, they concealed their presence and proceeded on foot. Just as Chu He exited the Falling Snow sect, he suddenly halted. Did you forget something? Luo Schwer inquired hastily. Chu He shook his head, but his expression brightened. After receiving the elder's message, he had momentarily panicked and forgotten about the system he possessed. No worries. In fact, we need not rush. Let us take things as they come. Chu He ambled towards the central province, while Luo Schwer, perplexed, followed closely behind. Shortly after their departure, Du Tianguang and his group arrived within the territory of the Falling Snow sect. Has he not appeared here before? Du Tianguang pulled Du Heng forward. Indeed, Chu He was previously here. Then let us commence our search here and see if we can locate him. With that, Du Tianhua and the others unleashed their powers, beginning a thorough search through the mountains. Ah, what winds have blown you all here? But what business do you have in the territory of my Falling Snow sect? The sect leader of the Falling Snow sect appeared before the group. Du Tianguang nodded respectfully towards him. Is Chu He within the Falling Snow sect? I have heard reports that he has been sighted here. The sect leader shook his head, a mocking expression crossing his face. I truly do not know of such matters. Is it conceivable that he could escape right under your noses? Du Tianguang felt his face flush with embarrassment and continued. It was indeed these individuals who blocked Chu He at the periphery of the ascending path. But they were caught off guard and he escaped. Thus, we have followed him here. If you are aware of his whereabouts, please inform me promptly. I am willing to share some of the treasures we obtain. The sect leader crossed his arms, shrugging helplessly. If I knew, would I not tell you? Besides, he is a moving treasure himself. I would never let him slip from my grasp. You may as well search diligently here. Should anything arise, feel free to inform me. With that, the sect leader turned to leave. Du Tianguang scoffed coldly. To expect benefits without effort was laughable. You may as well wait in the Falling Snow sect. Under their thorough search, the group soon detected Chu He's aura. His aura lingers here, yet after this point, it vanishes, Huang Ping remarked, gesturing towards the mountain range. Since he has acquired the ultimate treasure, it implies he possesses the key to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. I believe he must be heading towards the central region. Chu He must not have gone far. We should be able to catch up. Du Tianhua stated coldly. Wang Minglong nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten and pursue him. With that, Wang Minglong took the lead, dashing in the direction Chu He had taken, with the others following suit. As Chu He walked along the path, he soon paused. Retrieving a flying vessel. Hop on. At our current pace, who knows how long it will take to reach the central province? Luo Schwer shook her head, expressing her concern. We are being far too conspicuous. They will surely discover us. Chu He smiled reassuringly, pulling Luo Schwer up beside him. Do not fret. I have everything under control. All you need to do is tell me the direction to Zhengzhou. At this moment, Chu He felt no fear, for he had already attained the second level of the Divine Mansion realm, and with the assistance of his system, he felt invincible. Reluctantly, Luo Schwer agreed and indicated the direction to Zhengzhou. Chu He began to propel their vessel with all his might, eagerly anticipating the wonders that lay within the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. At our current speed, it may take us about 2 days to reach Zhengzhou. You can begin your cultivation in the meantime. I had previously given you a pill. Focus on breaking through to the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, while maneuvering the flying vessel. He glanced at Luo Schwer. Are you certain that we are truly safe like this? A flicker of unease lingered in Luo Schwer's heart. Should Du Tianhua and his companions catch up, they would face utter destruction. Chu He waved his hand dismissively, casting a reassuring look at Luo Schwer. Rest easy. I shall ensure everything goes smoothly. If they dare approach, I will make sure they return empty-handed. I am not made of dough. Let them see if they possess the strength to rob me. With a resigned shake of her head, Luo Schwer chose to ignore him. She found a place to cultivate, consumed the pill, and began her training. In truth, Luo Schwer's talent was not lacking. It merely appeared dim in comparison to Chu He. After she departed, Chu He devoted himself entirely to steering the flying vessel towards Zhengzhou. Their presence lingered along the way. They were undoubtedly heading towards Zhengzhou. However, at their current pace, they could not possibly catch up. It would be more prudent to contact some forces in Zhengzhou to encircle them together. Perhaps offering them some benefits would suffice. For once they entered the Celestial Emperor's secret realm, capturing them would become even more impossible. Du Tianguang had set out in haste, neglecting to bring a vessel, which rendered their speed significantly slower than Chu He's. Wang Minglong nodded in agreement. Indeed, what the leader of the Du family says holds merit. Allow me to make contact. Chapter 64. The system unleashed heavenly cold divine palm. A colossal shadow surged towards the endless flames, only to be devoured by them in an instant. Witnessing this, the cultivator instinctively recoiled, but at that moment, the flames enveloped him entirely. Chu He clasped his hands, gazing at the anguished cultivator before him. When did you reach the divine mansion realm? Just then, Luo Shuer approached his side, inquiring, in truth, I attained the divine mansion realm when I departed from the ascending heaven road. I simply chose not to reveal my aura until now. As Chu He turned to respond, he noticed several unfamiliar cultivators had appeared before him. Luo Shuer gasped in shock. She had not anticipated that Huang Ping and the others would act so swiftly to track them down. Chu He, we have been utterly deceived by you. You have kept us in the dark all along. Upon arriving, Du Tianhua coldly remarked. Chu He regarded the group with keen interest. Where did you lot emerge from? Daring to rescue him? Do you wish to court death? The cultivator who had been scorched by flames now bore no trace of the fire, yet his visage was irrevocably disfigured beyond recognition. However, having reached the divine mansion realm, he could utilize his power to obscure his injuries, rendering it inconsequential. Are you not curious about our identities? Wang Minglong asked, gazing at Chu He with skepticism, unwilling to believe he was unaware of their backgrounds. Chu He inhaled sharply. No matter how he looked at them, he had never seen these individuals before. As he squinted, he suddenly recognized them as those who had awaited him outside the ascending heaven road. So, it is you. Why do you persist in shadowing me? Are you not tired from pursuing me all the way from Qingzhou? Chu He found himself somewhat impressed by their tenacity, chasing him for the sake of treasures. How about we strike a deal? If you surrender all the treasures you acquired from the ascending heaven road, I shall spare your life. Du Tianguang stepped forward, his aura as a fifth-level divine mansion cultivator pressing down upon Chu He. Chu He summoned all his strength to clash with Du Tianguang's aura, momentarily staggering back. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. He possessed a clear understanding of his abilities and would not lament over such a minor setback. You have lived long enough. Do you intend to bully the weak with your numbers? Chu He coldly regarded Du Tianguang. Should they fail to recognize their folly, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. In our world, what is tested is not merely individual strength, but also the power backing you. Without a formidable force supporting you, you cannot hope to thrive. We have investigated you prior to our arrival. You are merely a loose cultivator, now left without recourse, Du Tianguang declared, his companions encircling Chu He. Such actions are truly unbecoming. Everything Chu He has gained is a result of his own efforts. Luo Shuer interjected, unable to tolerate Du Tianguang's conduct. Were it not for your status as the saintess of the Falling Snow sect, we would have slain you here, so consider yourself fortunate. Do not prance before us, lest we decide to eliminate both you and Chu He. Huang Ping glared coldly at Luo Shuer. As a man, how dare you speak to a woman in such a manner? Do you not fear the disgrace of your words? Chu He laughed heartily. Since you desire the treasures I possess, I have a request. If you can fulfill it, I shall part with my treasures. Du Tianguang nodded. No problem. State your conditions. It is quite simple. Really? You may select one person to challenge me in single combat. Should you defeat me, I will surrender all my treasures. If I prevail, you shall let both of us leave unscathed. Chu He stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Du Tianguang hesitated, while Wang Minglong interjected, Leader Du, do not waste your breath on him. Just take action and seize all he possesses. It is a straightforward task. Indeed, he is merely stalling for time. We should seize him at once, Huang Ping added. Du Tianguang chuckled, nodding in agreement. You need not ask. You already know the answer, so surrender quietly. With that, they advanced toward Chu He. Alas, Chu He sighed, realizing they had cornered themselves into a dire situation. Since you are so aggressive, I shall demand justice from this world. If the world cannot provide it, I shall take it for myself." With those words, Chu He pushed his realm effects to their zenith, unleashing a powerful aura that swept over the group. Having reached the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm, he viewed the strength of these individuals as insignificant. Du Tianguang frowned, sensing an ominous threat emanating from Chu He. He knew he was no match for him. "I did not wish to engage with you in this manner, but you have forced my hand." Azure Light Sword Technique. Sky severing. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, causing Du Tianguang and his companions to stagger back, deep gashes appearing across their chests. "What have you done? Why has your strength surged so dramatically?" Du Tianguang inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. Chu He scoffed dismissively. "Why should you concern yourself with my actions? Now, I am the butcher, and you are the meat. Surrender all your treasures, or you shall leave your lives here." Wang Minglong exchanged glances with Huang Ping, and the others shared knowing smiles before drawing their weapons. "Though we may not understand why your strength has suddenly amplified, we have the advantage of numbers. I do not believe you can survive our combined assault. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain." Du Tianguang coldly remarked that he had merely been careless earlier, allowing Chu He to push him back, and now he sought to redeem his previous humiliation. Chapter 65. System Activation. He was now a practitioner at the 6th level of the Divine Palace realm. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle, he was already a formidable figure in Qingzhou. Moreover, Huang Ping and his companions were no novices. Their current status was not solely due to their intellect, but rather because they were all formidable forces within the Divine Palace realm. Subsequently, Wang Minglong and the others encircled Chu He, trapping him firmly in the center. Observing this scene, Chu He let out a cold shout. "Do you truly believe that your combined efforts can match me? You underestimate my capabilities. I can grant you another chance. If you leave now, I shall spare your lives. However, if you persist in your attacks, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter, for the situation was clearly in their favor, rendering Chu He's proposition absurd. "Consider your own safety," one taunted. "Even if you refuse to relinquish those treasures, you shall not leave here alive." "Humph!" Du Tianguang scoffed, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, resonating with the sound of tumultuous waves. Wang Minglong and the others, not foolish enough to remain idle, unleashed their assaults upon Chu He. Yet, to Chu He, their attacks seemed like mere child's play. With the support of the system, he could effortlessly nullify their efforts with just a flick of his finger. "How disappointing! I offer you an opportunity, and you squander it. Since you refuse to flee, your lives shall be forfeit here." As he uttered these words, Chu He slowly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, Du Tianhua could not help but laugh heartily. "Brothers, he has abandoned his resistance. Let us unleash our strongest strike and annihilate him here." Wang Minglong nodded and, building upon his previous attack, channeled all his strength into a final blow aimed at obliterating Chu He. However, Chu He would not submit easily. Blazing Inferno. A sphere of flames materialized in Chu He's hands, derived from the spirit fire he had acquired from Du Fengao, coupling it with his own mastery of fire. This move embodied an unprecedented power. In moments, Chu He was enveloped in flames, while the attacks from Du Tianguang and the others disintegrated upon contact with his fiery barrier. What does this mean? Du Tianguang, witnessing his attacks vanish without a trace, appeared perplexed. The others were equally astonished, having never encountered such a phenomenon. "You are merely scratching an itch," Chu He declared. "Since you refuse to leave, your lives shall remain here." Great Celestial Palm. Emerging from the flames, Chu He unleashed a mighty palm strike towards Du Tianguang, the imprint ablaze with intense fire. Du Tianguang concentrated all his strength into a single punch, the two forces clashing with a force that severed trees in their wake. Yet, this was far from the end, as Chu He's attack continued to advance towards Du Tianguang. "His strength is overwhelming. I am no match for him. Someone save me!" Du Tianguang exclaimed in desperation as he sensed the impending doom of Chu He's assault. Du Tianhua quickly moved to his side, brandishing his long blade to counter the threat. "If you wish to perish together, I shall oblige." Blazing Inferno. Chu He gathered flames into his palm, conjuring a fireball that intensified the surrounding heat. From afar, Luo Shuer marveled at Chu He's ability to contend against the leaders of these formidable factions. "Wang Minglong, what are you doing standing there?" Hurry and assist me. If I perish, none of you will escape unscathed." In this dire moment, Du Tianguang cast aside his dignity and called for help. Huang Ping glanced at Wang Minglong, realizing that if Du Tianguang fell here, they could seize control of the flame sect. Yet, Wang Minglong moved to shield Du Tianguang, unleashing his power to withstand Chu He's might. Huang Ping sighed and joined him, but even then, their combined efforts proved feeble against Chu He's onslaught. "What is happening? How can four of us not withstand his two attacks?" Sweat beaded on Wang Minglong's brow as he struggled against the oppressive heat. In my view, he must have ingested some forbidden drug. If we can hold out for half an hour, he will be like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What do you all think? Shall we wait here or retreat now? Huang Ping understood the gravity of their situation. A moment's inattention could cost them their lives. Perhaps we should retreat. We cannot risk our lives for mere treasures. This requires careful consideration. His strength is beyond that of ordinary practitioners, and we are utterly outmatched. Wang Minglong added, "Someone must make a decision. I sense Chu He's power growing stronger. If this continues, we will surely perish." Du Tianhua nodded emphatically, looking to his elder brother. Hearing their words, Du Tianguang sighed. He, too, longed to seize the treasures from Chu He. Yet his strength fell short. "Let us retreat for now and ally with the forces in the central region to eliminate Chu He later. However, by then, our share of the spoils will be significantly reduced. Though we may gain access to the immortal Emperor's secret realm." Faced with such a predicament, retreat appeared to be their only option. Wang Minglong agreed. "Very well, let us unleash our combined might and then depart. If they cannot be saved, so be it." Upon hearing this, the others nodded and channeled all their strength to confront Chu He's attacks. The arena erupted into a cacophony of sound as countless waves of energy surged outward, carving away at distant mountain peaks. Chapter 66. The demise of Huang Ping as Chu He sensed the surge in their attack's potency. A faint smile graced his lips. He understood that their resistance was merely a desperate stand. And with their combined strength, they posed no threat to him. Before reinforcements could arrive, he resolved to eliminate one of them. "Run!" Wang Minglong shouted as he dashed towards the path they had come from. Feeling the intensifying force of Chu He's onslaught, Du Tianguang and his brother quickly followed suit, while Wang Minglong and his companions had already retreated, leaving Huang Ping to fend for himself. As Huang Ping prepared to escape, Chu He's attack loomed before him, and he realized that without a plan, his life was forfeit. Skyward strike. A long staff appeared in Huang Ping's grip, growing immense under his command as he attempted to block Chu He's assault. Observing this, Chu He's figure slowly faded from view, only to reappear behind Huang Ping, wielding the Qinglong sword. "It seems they have abandoned you here. What are your thoughts?" Huang Ping turned in shock to face Chu He, fully aware that he had fallen into the latter's trap. "Do as you wish. I would rather die standing than live on my knees." Chu He chuckled, surprised by Huang Ping's resolute spirit. "They betrayed you, left you to fend for yourself. Could there be a conspiracy at play?" Huang Ping, however, closed his eyes, ignoring Chu He's taunts. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu He unleashed a flash of swordlight, severing Huang Ping's head, which rolled to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Minglong and his companions, witnessing Huang Ping's demise from a distance, felt a mix of emotions but recognized their helplessness. "We should depart. Our combined strength is insufficient against him. We will unite with the forces in Zhongzhou and deal with him later." Du Tianguang gazed into the distance at Huang Pingdao, while Wang Minglong nodded in acknowledgement. The group swiftly made their way back to their respective sections. Chu He discovered Huang Ping's storage ring, yet it contained nothing of value, merely tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, lacking even a single decent cultivation manual. Following the conclusion of the fierce battle, Luo Shuer hurried to Chu He's side, inspecting him from head to toe. "You weren't injured, were you?" she inquired, her concern palpable. Chu He chuckled, shaking his head. "Dio, you really think those old geezers could harm me? That would be a jest indeed. Now, let us proceed towards the immortal Emperor's secret realm." Luo Shuer breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as she had feared she might lose her life in that place. "We are currently just outside Giant City, with 3 days' journey remaining to the immortal Emperor's secret realm. Oh, you think we should rest for the night in Giant City, or continue our journey?" Chu He stroked his chin, contemplating as he glanced at the nearby Giant City. "For me, the exertion has not been significant. Let us press on directly to the immortal Emperor's secret realm." Entering the secret realm sooner is, in fact, safer for us. He looked at Luo Shuer, noting that apart from the key in his possession, the only other means to access the secret realm would require an abundance of treasures. He found it hard to believe that these individuals would sacrifice so many royal-grade treasures just to pursue him. Once I enter, I shall be exceedingly safe. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Luo Shuer replied, nodding as she guided Chu He towards the secret realm. The battle between Chu He and Wang Minglong had already attracted the attention of numerous cultivators within Giant City. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of devastation. Who fought here? The remnants of the battle are astonishingly potent. A cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, upon arriving, could not help but inquire. If I am not mistaken, it was several cultivators of the Divine Mansion realm who clashed here. Fortunately, we arrived late. Otherwise, the residual force of the battle could have grievously injured us, another cultivator slowly remarked. Meanwhile, some Foundation establishment cultivators did not linger but instead scoured the surroundings, hoping to discover treasures left behind by the powerful combatants. Yet, none could have anticipated that a cultivator of the second level of the Divine Mansion realm would stir up a tremendous uproar in Zhongzhou. After Du Tianguang and Du Tianhua returned to the fire-blazing sect, they immediately retreated to their quarters to recuperate. The injuries they sustained were severe, and without timely treatment, their future cultivation could be adversely affected. What do you mean Huang Ping was killed by Chu He? You must be jesting, Zhao Mingyang scoffed at Wang Minglong's claim. How could a cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm possibly slay Huang Ping? Wang Minglong, aware that Zhao Mingyang would doubt his words, continued, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Everything I say is the truth. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Du Tianhua at the fire-blazing sect. With our strength, we could have certainly subdued him, yet I cannot fathom what Chu He did in the end to drastically enhance his power. In the end, all of us combined were no match for him. Which is precisely why Huang Ping perished at his hands. Observing the seriousness on Wang Minglong's face, Zhao Mingyang began to suspect that Huang Ping might indeed have fallen to Chu He. And this was far from good news. He recalled that when he fought Huang Ping, it was not a foregone conclusion who would emerge victorious. Yet, Chu He effortlessly dispatched Huang Ping despite the combined efforts of several others, which spoke volumes about his formidable strength. In his presence, Zhao Mingyang felt like merely a pawn, and he now regretted heeding Zhao Qinqing's counsel to confront Chu He. What should we do now? Sect leader, shall we continue our pursuit? Wang Minglong quietly inquired. Zhao Mingyang shook his head, slumping into his chair, realizing he had landed himself in a grave predicament, one that might spell doom for the Thunderstorm sect. What plans do they have? Zhao Mingyang uttered wearily. Before we departed, it seemed that brothers Du Tianguang and Du Tianhua intended to continue pursuing Chu He, seeking to ally with the forces in the central region. However, in my view, we are simply no match for Chu He. The fire-blazing sect has a few allies in Zhongzhou, while we possess nothing at all. Hence, I believe we should withdraw and cease our hostilities against Chu He. This will yield a more favorable outcome. Wang Minglong spoke slowly. Zhao Mingyang sighed and nodded. Then let us not proceed against him any further. Once he emerges from the Immortal Emperor's secret realm, we shall visit him to apologize, hoping he might forgive us. After the battle, some celebrated while others lamented. Chu He, in high spirits, traversed the mountains with Luo Shuer, their journey filled with laughter and chatter, transforming an otherwise tedious trek into a delightful hunting expedition. This beast's meat is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite during my time at the Falling Snow sect, Luo Shuer exclaimed, voraciously tearing into the roasted meat before her. Chu He smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Of course, I added my specially crafted seasoning. The flavor is unparalleled. If you enjoy it, do indulge. Nodding in agreement, Luo Shuer continued to feast while Chu He savored his own share, chewing contentedly. Although their journey was fraught with challenges, he had established a foothold in Qingzhou. Yet, this was not his aspiration. Chu He was not one to desire dominion over a small locale. He yearned to explore grander horizons and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. What thoughts occupy your mind? Luo Shuer tilted her head. Gazing at Chu He, he chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Nothing of consequence. Merely reflecting on the trials and tribulations I have endured along this path. There have been numerous instances where I narrowly escaped peril. This has taught me that to thrive in this world, one must possess formidable strength. At the very least, the ability to safeguard oneself. I sense that this matter is far from resolved, as they represent merely the forces of Qingzhou. I cannot believe that the individuals from Zhongzhou lack interest in the immortal emperor's secret realm. They will undoubtedly employ various means to gain entry. When the time comes, we shall face the geniuses of Zhongzhou, and the challenges ahead will be formidable. Upon hearing these words, Luo Shuer ceased her gnawing on the meat, her demeanor growing serious. You are indeed correct. However, we are not defenseless. Only the younger generation may enter the immortal emperor's secret realm, while those with great strength but advanced age cannot. This provides us with ample opportunities. Do not fret. We must always look forward. Our future is bright. Chu He smiled, and after they finished their meal, they leapt onto a branch to rest. The following morning, both rose early to continue their journey towards the immortal emperor's secret realm. Eager to arrive before the forces of Zhongzhou took notice. After a restful night, I feel rejuvenated. Chu He exclaimed, sprinting forward. Indeed, we have yet to reach that point. A good night's rest is crucial for us. Luo Shuer replied thoughtfully. At our current pace, we should arrive at the immortal emperor's secret realm by tomorrow morning. Is this immortal emperor a realm above the Purple Mansion? Chu He inquired, somewhat unfamiliar with the details. Indeed, the strongest realm on this continent is that of the immortal emperor. However, since the fall of that immortal emperor, no one has emerged in Zhongzhou to take the mantle. Compared to Zhongzhou, Qingzhou is significantly weaker. So once the cultivators learn of the immortal emperor's secret realm, they will undoubtedly rush here fervently. They all hope to obtain the legacy left behind by the immortal emperor to break their limits and ascend to the immortal emperor realm. Yet, it has been a millennium since that immortal emperor's demise, and no one has managed to claim his legacy. It's not that no one has entered the immortal emperor's secret realm. It's just that those who did have vanished without a trace. Perhaps they perished within. Luo Shuer recounted everything she had learned from ancient texts. Chu He nodded, realizing that he was indeed incredibly fortunate on this occasion. If one were to acquire the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, would it not allow them to traverse this continent with unparalleled ease? He had already resolved that upon entering the Celestial Emperor's tome, he would first seek the inheritance, striving to reach the Purple Mansion realm. For only then could he gain new extraordinary abilities. It appears that both of us are merely a step away from becoming Celestial Emperors, Chu He jested. However, Luo Shuer sighed, expressing that the path to becoming a Celestial Emperor was far from simple. Many had toiled for millennia without achieving such a realm, let alone the two of us. Throughout this millennium, countless prodigies had emerged, yet in the end, most only reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, there was but a single individual at the Purple Mansion realm in the entirety of Central Continent, and it had been a long time since he had graced the world with his presence. No one knew whether he had already perished. Chu He chuckled, remarking that if that old man were to die, once he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, he would be the most formidable person here. I hope he does not become our adversary. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in grave danger. Chu He mused. Indeed, however, he ultimately did not join any faction, nor did he concern himself with worldly matters. We merely need to focus on ourselves. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. I believe we will undoubtedly become the brightest stars. At that moment, Luo Shuer's eyes sparkled with hope. She truly yearned for the outside world and did not wish to remain within the confines of the Snowfall sect. Desiring to venture forth. Let us strive together to achieve this goal as soon as possible. Now, we must hasten towards the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Do keep up. I might leave you behind if you lag too far. Chu He felt their pace was somewhat sluggish, so he took Luo Shuer by the hand and headed towards the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Along the way, they experienced the differences between Central Continent and Qingzhou. The spiritual energy here was denser than that of Qingzhou, making cultivation far more effective. Chapter 69. Arriving at the Celestial Emperor's secret realm as Chu He's unwavering confidence radiated, Luo Shuer felt an unexpected calm wash over her. As if with Chu He by her side, any obstacle could be effortlessly overcome, and all misfortune could be transformed into fortune. Enough of such thoughts. Let us first satisfy our hunger, she suggested with that. Chu He began to devour his meal voraciously, relishing the delicious food he had not tasted in quite some time. This time, he intended to savor every moment, and no one knew what lay hidden within the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. It was entirely possible they might find themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Nonetheless, there had once been an extraordinarily brilliant prodigy who, from a young age, shone brightly and ultimately broke through the limitations of the Purple Mansion realm to reach the Celestial Emperor realm. Upon achieving this status, this prodigy vanished from the continent, only to return after a long while. Upon the Celestial Emperor's return, he delivered a shocking revelation to all. He was not the pinnacle of cultivators beyond this continent. There existed many other luminous talents in the outside world who could defeat him with a single move, and it seemed some were plotting something. After the Celestial Emperor's return, disregarding his injuries, he utilized all his strength to seal off the entire continent, a scene that left many perplexed. Shortly after accomplishing this, the Celestial Emperor perished in a mountain range within Central Continent, leaving his legacy embedded within a space that materialized after his demise. When the Celestial Emperor initially fell, other cultivators dared not approach the space he had transformed into. However, some cultivators, in pursuit of the so-called legacy, attempted to enter the Celestial Emperor's secret realm, only to be ensnared by an invisible force. Before long, those who entered the secret realm were mercilessly cast out as mere bones. This spectacle only heightened the curiosity of the masses regarding the Celestial Emperor's secret realm, yet none dared to approach recklessly. Approximately a millennium later, a disciple claiming to be the Celestial Emperor emerged, establishing the path to ascension in both Central Continent and Qingzhou. Only those who excelled in the path to ascension could obtain the key to unlock the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Initially, many cultivators managed to enter the secret realm, but once they did, they vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, each iteration of the path to ascension attracted countless prodigies to compete, a tradition that persisted for a century. After a century, one day, the disciples suddenly declared that cultivators from Central Continent were henceforth prohibited from participating in the path to ascension. Only cultivators from Qingzhou would be allowed to undergo the trials and seek their own opportunities within the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. However, every Qingzhou cultivator who obtained the key to the secret realm was hunted down the moment they set foot in Central Continent. It was precisely due to this that very few cultivators have been able to truly enter the Celestial Emperor's secret realm to this day. To the public, the Celestial Emperor's secret realm grew increasingly enigmatic. When news of Chu He acquiring the key to the secret realm spread, it caused a significant uproar. Countless prodigies from Central Continent flocked towards the Celestial Emperor's secret realm, eager to seize the key from Chu He and venture into the depths of the mystery. After satisfying their appetites, Chu He followed Luo Shuer towards the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Along the way, they continued to conceal their identities, wary of being recognized by others. They encountered many cultivators, all intent on snatching the key from Chu He. Consequently, Luo Shuer regarded these cultivators with disdain, while Chu He remained unfazed. In his view, these cultivators merely added an element of excitement to his journey to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Otherwise, traveling alone would be rather monotonous. Observing the smile on Chu He's face, Luo Shuer, perplexed, inquired, "How can you smile when all these people are out to kill you? Your heart is truly vast. Why fear? Their strength is insufficient to contend with me. They are merely here to swell their ranks." Upon hearing Chu He's response, Luo Shuer sighed deeply, feeling that accompanying him was a grave mistake. "Do not worry. Should anything happen, I will take the brunt of it. You need only follow my lead, and you will enhance your strength in the process. I believe that before long, you will become a formidable cultivator of the Divine Mansion realm," Chu He continued. Luo Shuer managed a weary smile. "Genuinely curious about the extent of Chu He's potential, I hope so." With that, the duo ambled towards the Celestial Emperor's secret realm at a leisurely pace. Along the way, they encountered numerous cultivators, varying in strength. Some had even achieved the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Yet, to Chu He, they seemed no more significant than ants, as they lacked the treasures necessary to elevate their power. With the assistance of the system, Chu He could elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. As long as no strong Purple Mansion cultivators emerged, he would reign supreme here. Before long, Chu He arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Emperor's secret realm, where thousands of cultivators had gathered. Upon seeing these individuals, Luo Shuer felt a wave of uncertainty. "You are not still worried, are you?" Chu He spoke softly. Luo Shuer sighed. "If only my heart were as large as yours. These people are all here to kill you. Are you not concerned?" Chu-He shook his head, as if suddenly struck by a thought, and inquired, "Is there only this single entrance to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm? With the key in hand, I should be able to enter from other locations, right?" Luo Shuer suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. After all, Chu-He held the key to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. They could indeed enter from alternative entrances. "All right, I will take you to another location. They will certainly not anticipate that we can enter from elsewhere." With that, Luo Shuer led Chu-He away from the throng of cultivators, who were all waiting for Chu-He's arrival. Yet, none of them anticipated that Chu-He would merely brush past them, rendering their plans to unlock the secret realm futile. Luo Shuer guided Chu-He in a wide arc. And as the number of cultivators ahead dwindled, a smile graced her face. Ahead lay a secluded entrance to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. They would never suspect we would enter from here. When there were no cultivators in sight, Luo Shuer came to a halt. "In that case, let us enter from here." Chapter 70. Chu-He enters the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Chu-He did not hasten to produce the key to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. Instead, he took a couple of steps forward, only to find an invisible barrier blocking his path. "Allow me to see if I can force it open with sheer strength." Chu-He concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right fist and struck out, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Boom. When Chu-He's fist made contact with the protective barrier before him, it merely created ripples, leaving no trace whatsoever. Observing this scene, Chu-He chuckled. It appeared that only by producing the key could he unlock the barrier before him. Chu-He retrieved a resplendent golden key from his spatial ring, and as it emerged, an entrance materialized before the protective barrier. "All right, let us proceed." He turned to glance at Luo Shuer, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, the two of them stepped into the protective barrier, which began to seal itself slowly behind them. Upon entering, they were astonished to discover that the world within was entirely different from the vibrant jungle they had glimpsed from the outside, which was teeming with life. Instead, they found themselves in an endless expanse of desolation, devoid of any semblance of life. "This is astonishing. It utterly defies my understanding," Chu-He exclaimed, marveling at the scene before him. Luo Shuer, equally taken aback, had envisioned the immortal emperor's secret realm as a place rich in vitality, brimming with countless treasures. However, it appeared that seeking their fortunes here would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. "Let us delve deeper and see what lies ahead. Opportunities will not simply present themselves to us," Chu-He remarked with a smile. Observing Luo Shuer's astonishment, he continued onward, but after a short distance, he noticed that she remained rooted in place. Concerned, he approached her and gently poked her arm. Luo Shuer jolted from her reverie and looked at Chu-He. "What is it?" Chu-He offered an awkward smile, pondering whether it was he who should have posed that question. "What happened to you? Why have you been standing still?" Furrowing her brow, Luo Shuer responded. "I felt as though I was communicating with you the entire time after we entered. It was as if I had slipped into another realm." Chu-He nodded in understanding and took her hand, leading her onward. This time, she exhibited no signs of distraction. The two of them traversed the vast, barren landscape, appearing as mere grains of sand in the vastness. Meanwhile, outside the immortal emperor's secret realm, various gifted individuals awaited Chu-He's arrival, having already spent several days in anticipation. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Do you think Chu-He has already entered the immortal emperor's secret realm?" At this remark, the expressions of the cultivators darkened, as they seemed to have overlooked this possibility. "Yet, we have no means to ascertain whether he has indeed entered." A man clad in opulent attire spoke softly. "Indeed, we have been here for quite some time. It is possible that Chu-He has already gone inside. Remaining here is futile. Perhaps we should offer some treasures to gain entry into the immortal emperor's secret realm," suggested another cultivator. His words were met with a chorus of agreement from the others. "Certainly. We cannot allow a mere ant to profane the immortal emperor's secret realm before our eyes. Let us find an alternative method to access it." One of them declared, "I have heard of another means to unlock the secret realm, but it requires an immense quantity of treasures. It is impossible to open it with just one person's strength. Especially with so many cultivators here, we can all contribute our treasures. Upon entering the immortal emperor's secret realm, we can seize our own fortunes," the well-dressed man continued. However, before he could finish, another cultivator stepped forth to counter him. That alternative method is merely a tale from ancient texts, never tried or tested. What if we offer all our treasures and are unable to enter? Unlike you, I was not born into a prominent family. The treasures I possess have been earned at great cost. It would be better to leave now and seize what we can from Chu-He once he emerges, as soon as he finished speaking. A wave of derisive laughter echoed through the crowd. You underestimate Chu-He and the value of the immortal emperor's secret realm. He has already reached the second tier of the Divine Mansion stage. If he finds an opportunity inside, his strength will surely increase. By the time he re-emerges, he may have ascended to the Purple Mansion stage, and who among us could withstand such a formidable opponent? A heated debate ensued among the gathered cultivators when suddenly, a powerful aura belonging to a 9th-tier Divine Mansion cultivator swept through the assembly. This cultivator, known as Lin Tian, hailed from one of the top factions in the Central Continent and was reputed to be able to match Purple Mansion cultivators in strength. Chu-He may have already entered. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Why are we here if not to explore the immortal emperor's secret realm? Those treasures hold little value for us individually. But if we use them to unlock the secret realm, the potential rewards could be immense. Since none of you are willing to sacrifice your treasures, I shall take the lead. I will offer 10 royal tier weapons as my contribution. Consider this. Sacrificing your treasures for a greater opportunity may be the wiser choice, Lin Tian declared. Chapter 71. Entering the secret realm by another means. As soon as Lin Tian made his statement, several well-dressed cultivators positioned themselves behind him, expressing their unwavering support. Brother Tian, we will follow you. It's just a few treasures. Once we enter the immortal emperor's secret realm, countless more await us inside. The quality of treasures found there will surely surpass what we possess. This is a classic case of trading small for great. Another cultivator chimed in. Who knows if others will have the same resolve? Regardless, we are prepared to follow Brother Tian and seize the immense opportunities that could allow us to break into the Purple Mansion stage. One more cultivator added. Lin Tian nodded, turning to address the remaining cultivators. Have you heard their words? This is truly a case of trading small for great. Consider your choices wisely. He refrained from revealing his treasures, instead waiting for the others to act. What should we do now? Should we follow Lin Tian or leave? A woman in a flowing green dress asked the man beside her. After a moment's silence, he replied, if we were to cultivate on our own, it might take us a millennium to reach the Purple Mansion stage, and that is not something we can control. Since we are already here, we might as well follow Lin Tian to discover what lies within. The woman nodded and stepped behind Lin Tian. With their encouragement, more and more cultivators gathered behind him, eager to explore the immortal emperor's secret realm. Seeing this, Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Since you have all chosen to follow me, then let us prepare to present our treasures. Only the treasures above the earth tier need be offered. The rest you may keep for yourselves. With that, Lin Tian produced dozens of weapons and various peculiar items from his spatial ring. The first cultivators to align with him also began to present their treasures. After gathering these offerings, Lin Tian performed hand seals, causing an ethereal wheel to manifest before him. Now, everyone must place their treasures into this wheel. This may be our final chance to unlock the immortal emperor's secret realm. Countless items were slowly absorbed into the wheel under the control of the cultivators. Before long, the wheel began to emit a radiant glow. After a quarter of an hour, all those wishing to enter the immortal emperor's secret realm had contributed their treasures, while those hoping to take advantage without offering anything began to leave upon realizing their lack of opportunity. As time passed, the brilliance of the wheel intensified, and Lin Tian guided it towards the barrier. Just as the radiant light made contact with the barrier, an invisible force enveloped the crowd. A cultivator furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden shift in circumstances. What is happening? Are we to leave our lives here? Another practitioner shook his head, saying, have you not realized that this force poses no threat to us whatsoever? It is as if something has been injected into our very beings. With a sigh, the practitioner continued to gaze at the spinning wheel before him, uncertain if he would be fortunate enough to enter the immortal emperor's secret realm. Lin Tian infused all his strength into the wheel, and in the next moment, the barrier before him shimmered with ripples. Shortly thereafter, the fluctuations of the barrier intensified, even revealing a crack. As the crowd witnessed this scene, a faint smile crept upon their lips. Their previous fear was of having their treasures stolen without the ability to enter the immortal emperor's secret realm. for some had already gone bankrupt in their pursuit of entry. As time passed, the crack widened until it finally ceased expanding when a person attempted to pass through. At this moment, the luster of the wheel began to dim, and before long, its power vanished without a trace. Upon seeing the barrier that had been opened, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief, having expended a considerable amount of energy. All right, the entrance has been opened. We can now step inside to take a look. With that, Lin Tian transformed into a streak of light, leading the way into the immortal emperor's secret realm, closely followed by the others. In no time, all the practitioners had entered, while those left outside, eager to join, found themselves utterly unable to do so. Chu He and his companion had been traversing this endless desert for several hours, during which they had discovered nothing. After walking for a while longer, Luo Shuer crouched down. Noticing that Luo Shuer had fallen behind, Chu He halted. "What troubles you?" Luo Shuer sighed. "I can no longer continue. We have searched for so long without finding any opportunities. It feels as though this place is nothing but a desolate wasteland." Hearing this, Chu He chuckled. "If you cannot overcome such a minor hardship, how can you expect to seek out opportunities? That would be utterly impossible." After several hours had passed with no progress, he remarked, "I suspect they may be seeking other means to enter the immortal emperor's secret realm. Our time is limited. We must hasten to enhance our strength before encountering them." Luo Shuer sighed once more and slowly rose from the ground. "I have some understanding of the talents from Zhongzhou. A few possess particularly formidable strength. I sense you may face challenges when confronting them." Chu He looked at Luo Shuer, puzzled. "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my strength? Have you forgotten how I defeated Du Tianhua and his companions just days ago?" Luo Shuer smiled. "I cannot fathom how your strength could be so formidable in the end. But I believe it is not entirely your own power. We are currently in an endless desert. Where could opportunities possibly arise?" Chu He raised his head to survey the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there was only the endless desert, devoid of anything else. "Let us walk while we observe. We cannot remain stagnant here." With that, Chu He took Luo Shuer by the hand and continued onward. Not long after they departed from their previous location, a series of ripples appeared in the ground, which soon faded into silence. Chapter 72. Discovery of anomaly. After walking for another 2 or 3 hours, Chu He came to a halt, narrowing his eyes as he fixated on a stone statue before him. Initially, there had been nothing in their path, yet now, inexplicably, a statue had materialized, leaving them both bewildered. "I feel this might be an opportunity." "What do you think?" Chu He said slowly. Luo Shuer stared intently at the statue, noticing it seemed to be moving ever so slightly. "You should see if it is indeed in motion." Upon hearing her words, Chu He turned his gaze back to the statue. "Indeed, it appears so. Let us approach and take a closer look." He then boldly advanced toward the statue, and upon reaching its base, he realized just how colossal it was. The ground beneath him trembled, as though the sand were being engulfed by the statue itself. Noticing this, Chu He furrowed his brow, having never encountered anything quite like it. The statue was indeed moving at an incredibly slow pace. Initially, the statue had faced away from Chu He, but as time passed, he began to discern its full-formed it depicted a practitioner, yet its eyes were tightly closed. What on earth is this statue? Could it be that beneath this sand lies its true body? After observing for a while, Luo Shuer looked to Chu He. He soared into the air, gazing at the statue, and soon found himself at its lips. Given the statue's immense size, he could stand upon its lip with ease. Chu He gently touched the surface of the stone wall, only to discover it was exceptionally smooth, akin to flowing water. In the next moment, Luo Shuer joined him, and upon seeing the stone wall, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. "Have you discovered something? Why do you look so surprised?" Chu He, puzzled, asked, "What is it you see?" Luo Shuer pointed at the stone wall. "Do you not recognize what this wall is made from?" Chu He rolled his eyes. Had he known, he would not be standing there so placidly. The stone used to craft this statue is known as Qingxian stone, the most resilient type of mysterious stone in the entire continent. Weapons forged from this stone are exceptionally durable and significantly more powerful than those of the same rank, Luo Shuer explained to Chu He. Suddenly, Chu He erupted into hearty laughter, then proceeded to envelop the entire statue with his spiritual power. Yet the statue remained unmoved. "Am I being overly ambitious? Perhaps I should first take this small piece of mysterious stone. Thus, Chu He focused on the statue's teeth, repeatedly striking them with his own strength. Initially, his force elicited no response upon contact with the teeth. However, as his power intensified, the teeth gradually loosened, and before long, he had knocked down a large incisor. With a flourish of his hand, he collected the Qingxian stone before glancing at Luo Shuer. "Why do you not attempt to acquire some Qingxian stone for yourself?" Luo Shuer shrugged, her expression one of resignation. "I have only reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. I lack the ability to knock down this Qingxian stone." Chu He nodded, and behind the piece of Qingxian stone lay an endless black void, resembling an abyss staring back at them. "I sense there must be some opportunity within. Yet why does it give me such a terrifying feeling?" Chu He pointed toward the black void. "There might truly be opportunities within, and this statue is so immense, crafted from Qingxian stone. The boundless darkness is enough evidence that the space within this statue must be extraordinarily vast. Perhaps even a realm unto itself." Luo Shuer shared her insights. Upon hearing this, Chu He felt a light bulb go off in his mind. He had indeed been thinking too narrowly in that case. "Let us venture inside to take a look." Thus, the two entered the black void, and as they did, they discovered it was not an endless darkness, but rather filled with glimmers of light. After walking a short distance, they found themselves on a platform, and Chu He surmised they were likely standing on the tongue of the statue. "You think this statue might have been crafted by that immortal emperor? By the way, have you ever seen that immortal emperor?" An astonishing thought took root in Chu He's mind. Perhaps this statue was indeed a creation of the immortal emperor for himself. Otherwise, he could not fathom who else would possess such a treasure as Qingxian stone and invest such resources to create a statue of this magnitude. "I have never seen him, but who cares? Let us first explore inside. If this is indeed the statue of the immortal emperor, it is all the more reason to believe that countless opportunities await us within." Luo Shuer spoke slowly from beside him. Chu He nodded, and they continued deeper into the statue. As they ventured forth, following the faint glimmers of light, they could see that this was likely the throat of the statue. "If we were to fall down here, we might very well meet our demise." Chu He jested. "Do you think there is a chance we might be absorbed by some part of this statue once we enter?" Having delved so deeply, they had discovered that the statue was indeed modeled after a practitioner's form. Thus, it contained all the attributes of a practitioner within. "Do not speak nonsense." At this moment, the two individuals were uncertain whether to delve deeper or to depart. Just as they hesitated, a radiant light emanated from the throat of the statue, accompanied by a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. The stones beneath their feet trembled slightly, and before long, an immense force began to draw them toward the abyss below. This time, even if they wished to resist, they were compelled to enter. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, a group of people arrived outside the statue. "What on earth is this place, Tian Ge? How can there be a statue here?" This group, led by Lin Tian, was comprised of cultivators who, upon entering, found themselves lost in an endless desert. After a thorough search, they finally stumbled upon a peculiar location, the statue's exterior. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "Do you think I possess omniscience? I have never been here before. How would I know what this is?" Chapter 73. Entering the heart of the statue, no sooner had Lin Tian finished speaking than a cultivator pointed towards the statue's lips. "Tian Gu, look, it seems something is missing from the statue's lips." The group approached the statue's mouth and discovered the spot where Chu He had initially opened the incisor. Lin Tian examined the surrounding stone walls and addressed the cultivators behind him. "It appears this area has already been explored by someone else. It could very well be Chu He. He has likely been here already." The remaining cultivators had followed closely behind, and thus lacked the strength to arrive here ahead of Lin Tian. Consequently, the only possibility left was that Chu He had already entered. It is indeed true that one can find what they seek without much effort. "Since he is inside this statue, we might as well follow him in," suggested a cultivator named Haishi, looking at Lin Tian. "But we do not know if there are any dangers inside. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for Chu He to emerge," another cultivator whispered. After a brief silence, Lin Tian suddenly spoke. "Since we have arrived here, we cannot allow Chu He to seize the opportunity before us. We should act swiftly to capture him. If any of you fear for your lives, remain here to guard the entrance. The rest, come with me to investigate." With that, Lin Tian stepped into the dark abyss, followed closely by Haishi and the others. Meanwhile, inside the statue, after Chu He and his companion fell through the throat, they immediately felt a dizzying sensation, the sound of rushing wind howling in their ears. Chu He could distinctly sense his body being tugged by an invisible force. "Quickly, hold my hand. Do not let go," he urged, enduring the pain as he grasped Luo Shuer's hand. Indeed, it was an unseen force that was tearing at their bodies as they plummeted from the throat, akin to falling from the heavens to the earth at breakneck speed. However, as they continued to descend, Chu He's grip on Luo Shuer began to slacken. Sensing this, Chu He exerted all his strength to pull her closer, only to find his hand grasping nothing but emptiness. "Oh my heavens!" Chu He's eyes widened in shock. He was utterly alone now. Yet, time passed, and they still fell, the speed of their descent accelerating. Struggling against the vertigo, Chu He turned to attack downward. Relying on the force of his strikes to slow his fall, at that moment, he spotted a passage within the stone walls and quickly maneuvered his body towards it. Moments later, standing within the passage, the sensation of weightlessness faded away. Chu He exhaled deeply, realizing that had he continued to fall at that speed, he might have shattered upon impact. However, before he could regain his composure, his foot slipped, sending him down the passage once more. "Is there no end to this? Must I truly perish here?" Chu He shouted in frustration, feeling utterly lost. Fortunately, the passage was only about 5 to 6 zhang in diameter. Yet he found himself colliding with the walls, his body aching from the impact. After a quarter of an hour, he felt himself land, but the pain rendered him unable to open his eyes, forcing him to lie still on the ground. Eventually, he managed to open his eyes, finally able to discern his surroundings. He found himself in a vast pit, over 30 zhang high and more than 50 zhang wide. Yet the center was eerily empty. In the midst of this emptiness, he noticed a faint, indistinct black dot. What is this place? Could it possibly be the heart of the statue? Chu He mused, but no one was there to provide answers. After resting for a while, he struggled to his feet, discovering that the interior of the statue was also crafted from Qingxian stone, something only a select few could achieve. Approaching the central black dot, he found it shrouded in emerald green. Upon closer inspection, Chu He realized that this black dot was, in fact, a beating heart, pulsating with life. Standing beneath this verdant heart, he remained vigilant, instinctively aware that this was a curious phenomenon. How could the statue's heart still beat? The Qinglong sword appeared in Chu He's hand. Since he was uncertain of what this entity was, he decided to unleash an attack to ascertain its nature. Without hesitation, he struck the heart above him with his sword, and a deep rumble echoed throughout the cavern. However, to his astonishment, the heart seemed unaffected by his attack, leaving not a single mark upon its surface. Confounded, Chu He scratched his head. His strength was not insignificant, so how could he leave no trace? Determined, he summoned all his power for another strike, but the outcome was no different from before. The entire statue was constructed from Qingxian stone, a material capable of withstanding even the strikes of a Zifu realm expert, far beyond the capabilities of a mere Shinfu realm cultivator. Just as Chu He stood perplexed, the emerald wrapping around the heart began to slowly descend. Luckily, Chu He was quick-witted, dodging to the side just in time to avoid the falling debris. As the stones struck the ground, a thick cloud of dust engulfed the entire cavern, and when it settled, Chu He noticed that the heart remained encased in a layer of emerald. Thump, thump. As the outer green layer dissipated, the heart throbbed in a manner reminiscent of a true organ. Chapter 74. The replaced heart. Chu He was taken aback by the sight before him. He had not anticipated that a statue formed of stone could pulsate like a living heart. In his astonishment, he instinctively stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from the rhythmic thumping. The heart continued to beat, releasing increasingly more emerald gas that enveloped the entire chamber. And why heavens, what is happening here? Chu He gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, desperate to escape, only to find his body seemingly immobilized. System, it is time for you to assist me. If you do not transport me out of here, we shall both perish. Chu He silently implored, pushing his realm effect to its zenith. His power surged from the second level of Shunfu realm to its pinnacle. Yet, there was no effect. He remained trapped in place, increasingly surrounded by the emerald gas. I haven't even had the chance to enjoy this. Am I truly to perish here? Wasn't this supposed to be my fortune? How has it turned into my tomb? Chu-He struggled to comprehend the stark contrast of his situation, unable to accept that he might die here at such a young age. However, he soon realized that while the gas enveloped him, it posed no real threat. In fact, he discovered that it was genuinely tangible. Within this gas lay an abundance of vitality. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. If he could absorb this life force entirely, would his strength not increase once more? Upon reaching this realization, Chu-He felt a faint smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He began to absorb the verdant gas that enveloped him. When he discovered that this gas could indeed be assimilated, he was astounded. Suppressing his excitement and exhilaration, he continued to draw in the energy. As the green gas surged into his body, he found himself able to move with remarkable ease. He made his way toward the area beneath his heart, where the gas was even more concentrated. The scattered life force within the heart chamber was being stored, and as he absorbed countless energies, they flowed into his limbs and meridians. At that moment, a low hum reverberated as his heart's rhythm quickened, surpassing its previous cadence and drawing ever closer to him. Yet, Chu-He was so engrossed in absorbing the surrounding life force that he remained oblivious to this unfolding spectacle. Nevertheless, the gas emanating from the heart thickened, and his own vitality steadily increased. Thud, thud. Suddenly, two manifestations of energy erupted from a meridian in Chu-He's body, but this was merely the beginning, as he absorbed more life force. The rate at which his energy manifestations multiplied accelerated, increasing from 15 to 30 before him. The pulsating heart came to a halt, maintaining its rhythm. The life force that overflowed from it was entirely absorbed by Chu-He, continually augmenting his strength. 35, 40, 70. In the span of a single hour, the manifestations of energy on Chu-He's body surged to 70, elevating his realm from the 2nd to the 7th level of the divine abode. Feeling the stirring within him, Chu-He beamed with joy. However, when he sought to absorb more, he realized that the external life force had dwindled considerably. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the heart positioned so close before him. Wasn't this heart supposed to be above my head? How did it suddenly appear right in front of me? Puzzled, he gazed at the heart, and in the next instant, he instinctively reached out to touch the pulsating organ. A warm energy surged from his palm through his limbs, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping him. Thud, thud. The heart's rhythm intensified once more, and it continued its approach toward Chu-He's heart chamber. Surely, it cannot be seeking to replace my heart. Chu-He stared in shock at the moving heart. Countless threads emanated from it, wrapping around him and rendering him immobile. This is truly a matter of life and death. If my heart is replaced, can I survive? Desperation filled Chu-He's face as he struggled, but his efforts were futile against the heart's relentless advance. System, if you do not intervene soon, we shall surely meet our end. In this moment, he could only place his hopes on the system. As time ticked away, the voice of the system remained conspicuously absent, almost as if it had forsaken him. You have truly abandoned me. Chu-He found himself utterly helpless, powerless as the pulsating heart moved toward his heart chamber. Before long, a thread tore open a gash in his chest, revealing his own beating heart. In the next moment, the external heart gradually merged into his heart chamber, becoming one with his OWN. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming pain, as if a blade were scraping against his heart, a torment so intense he nearly lost consciousness. Yet, at that moment, the heart seemed to sense Chu-He's agony, and its merging process began to slow. Chu-He sighed deeply, resigning himself to this heart's transformation of him, with no means to resist. While the heart continued its integration, it suddenly emanated a multitude of energies that enveloped Chu-He entirely. From an external perspective, he appeared akin to a cocooned pupa. As the heart merged, anguished cries echoed at the cave entrance, followed by the sound of collisions against the walls growing ever nearer. I am truly going to be crushed to death. What manner of place is this? I feel as though my body is being drawn in against my will. Lu Chong, enduring the excruciating pain, stood up to survey his surroundings and addressed the other cultivators behind him. Lu Chong had been trailing Lin Tian, but the previous commotion had caused them to become separated. Fortunately, he was not alone, as several familiar cultivators accompanied him. I cannot fathom what this place is. It feels as though we have been swallowed by the very statue itself. Another cultivator rubbed his arm and looked at Lu Chang. Chapter 75. The manifestations of energy increased to 100. Look ahead. What is that? A cultivator suddenly spotted a jade green stone standing not far in front of them. Lu Chang and the others followed the direction pointed out by the cultivator and soon discovered the jade green stone. Lu Chang approached cautiously, gently touching it, only to find it resembled the stone from which the statue was crafted. Nothing particularly special. I have no idea what this thing is. Perhaps it's merely a decorative piece. However, there must be some opportunity here. We cannot have come for nothing. Another cultivator could not help but inquire. Lu Chang rolled his eyes, thinking that if they understood the nature of their current predicament, they would not be standing idly here. While the others chatted jovially, Chu He was engulfed in endless suffering, utterly unable to control his body as the heart replaced his own. Let us first recover our strength. Falling from such a height has left us quite injured. After uttering this, Lu Chang sat down to begin restoring his energy. The others followed suit, settling onto the ground to recuperate. Time passed, and as Chu He felt the pain within him begin to subside. He slowly opened his eyes, only to discover he was in a sealed space. But he paid little heed to that, lowering his gaze to observe the previous fissure in his heart, which had gradually faded away. I am still alive. Chu He's first thought upon awakening was one of disbelief. As he felt his heart continue to beat steadily, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Eager to ascertain his current strength, he was astonished to find that his manifestations of energy had increased to 100. The sight of the energy within him filled him with joy, for it signified that he had reached the pinnacle of the divine abode. Yet, moments later, his expression darkened as he realized that his realm remained at the 7th level of the divine abode. Logically, upon reaching this level, the system should provide some form of notification, but there was nothing. Was it not said that the manifestations of energy in the divine abode were limited to 100? Why, then, has my energy reached 100 without a corresponding breakthrough in my realm? Chu He felt a profound sense of frustration, fearing he might be indefinitely trapped in this level. As he pondered, his body inexplicably surged forward, attacking the stone wall before him. Shock coursed through him as he realized he had lost control over his own body. Could it be that I have become a puppet of this heart? With a few swift motions, he shattered the wall imprisoning him. When he beheld the scene before him, he was astounded, for not far away stood Lu Chang and his companions. They, too, sensed the commotion and regarded Chu He warily, astonished to discover another person within the confines of the stone wall. Lu Chang, does this person not resemble the Chu He we have been searching for? A fellow cultivator remarked, recognizing the familiarity of Chu He's visage. Initially, Lu Chang was merely taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he realized this truly was Chu He. Chu He, now moving uncontrollably, advanced toward the front. As if the others were inconsequential. Hey, who are you? Stop right there, Lu Chang commanded coldly. Chu He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chang, desperately wishing to convey that he was not in control of his actions. Lu Chang frowned, surprised that this stranger disregarded his command, treating him with such disdain. I shall say this once more. Halt! Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Yet, Chu He remained unmoved. Continuing on his path, it is not that I do not wish to stop. Rather, my heart compels me to advance. Chu He managed to utter with great difficulty. Oh, you think I would believe your words? Is your own heart not under your control? How could you come up with such a feeble excuse to deceive me? It seems you truly are Chu He, and your attempts to fool me are nothing short of a grave insult to my prowess. Lu Chang. Upon uttering these words, Lu Chang manifested a colossal hammer, channeling all his strength into it as he launched an attack towards Chu He. Lu Chang had already reached the 3rd level of the Divine Mansion realm. Although he could not compare to Lin Tian and his companions, he was nonetheless an extraordinary talent. The onlookers behind Lu Chang cast sympathetic glances at Chu He, as if foreseeing his imminent demise beneath the weight of the hammer. Yet, just as the hammer was about to make contact with Chu He suddenly turned and grasped it with a single hand. In that moment, a crimson thread shot forth from Chu He's heart, piercing Lu Chang's mind and pinning him against the nearby wall. An assault from Chu He's heart had struck Lu Chang down. Lu Chang could hardly fathom that he had been killed by a heart, and even more so that he had been utterly defenseless. Chu He, witnessing Lu Chang's demise, displayed little shock, for he too was powerless before the might of his own heart. With a resigned glance at his hand and then at the cultivators standing before him, he remarked, "I have already stated, it is indeed my heart that propels me forward, and your attempts to obstruct me are tantamount to courting death." The cultivators exchanged glances and then swiftly encircled Chu He. "I care not what tricks you play, but having slain Lu Chong, you shall not leave here alive," as the cultivator shouted. He charged at Chu He. The others, witnessing his aggression towards Chu He, unleashed their own attacks in unison. Chu He sighed in resignation, allowing the assault to strike him. Just as the attack was a mere 10 paces away, several threads erupted from his heart, and in an instant, the cultivators fell to the ground. Chu He rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had spoken the truth, yet they remained incredulous, truly deserving of their fate. After eliminating those individuals, Chu He's body moved forward uncontrollably, aware that the new heart sought to guide him to another place. Chapter 76. The astonishment of Li Hua. As Chu He continued to advance, he suddenly recalled that he resided within the heart chamber of this statue, which had been crafted to resemble the human form. Perhaps this heart would indeed lead him to other bodily regions. The thought filled him with exhilaration, for upon merging with this heart, his power had surged significantly. Although his realm had not experienced a marked elevation, the number of Dao houses he possessed had ascended to the pinnacle of the divine mansion realm. As for the current state of affairs, he could only await his chance to seek out Luo Shuer for further plans. As he proceeded, an overwhelming surge of vitality radiated from his heart, enveloping his entire being in a wave of euphoria. Good heavens! To have gained such benefits after taking a life is simply splendid. Chu He mused. These individuals were neither friends nor kin, and they had sought to trouble him upon their first encounter. He bore no psychological burden regarding their demise. Moreover, this heart was no longer his own. Even if he felt the weight of guilt, it was of no consequence, as he passively advanced. Absorbing the vitality emanating from his heart, he resolved, "Since I cannot break through at present, I shall continue to forge my Dao houses. The more, the merrier." Thus, he began to construct new Dao houses throughout his body, and before long, the 101st Dao house came into existence. The heart guided Chu He's body through the statue's passageway to other regions. Soon, he arrived at another chamber, and upon entering, he was taken aback to find himself in the vicinity of the spleen. This spleen, too, had been fashioned from the rare Qingxian stone, standing majestically in midair. In an instant, a crimson thread burst forth from Chu He's heart, swiftly converging upon the spleen, enveloping it entirely. Chu He could sense that this thread was drawing forth the vital energy from the spleen, surging into his own body. This vitality was partially absorbed by his heart, while some was taken in by himself to construct additional Dao houses. As his heart continued to absorb, the spleen gradually diminished in size, soon becoming desiccated. After devouring the spleen, the heart again urged Chu He's body toward another passageway. In no time, Chu He found himself at the location of the kidneys, where once more, his heart unleashed a crimson thread that enveloped the kidney before him, flooding him with an abundance of vital energy. Chu He distinctly felt that the majority of this energy was consumed by his heart, leaving him only a fraction to absorb. Nevertheless, he had already constructed an astonishing 130 Dao houses. Although he was unsure of his current condition, he could clearly perceive his strength steadily increasing. After the heart had completely absorbed the kidney, it provided Chu He with fresh vitality. Observing this scene, a smile crept upon Chu He's lips. The sensation of being controlled by his heart was rather agreeable, as it certainly facilitated the enhancement of his power. Following the absorption of the kidney, the heart directed him toward another one, and soon the second kidney too shriveled away. Next, under the heart's guidance, Chu He arrived at the lung region. Upon entering the lung chamber, he discovered that it was already occupied. The individuals within the void turned to see Chu He hastily approaching through the entrance, their expressions wary. "This place is already claimed. Get out!" A cultivator barked coldly. This individual, undoubtedly the leader, had attained the 5th level of the divine mansion realm. His name was Li Hua, a core disciple of a prominent faction from Zhongzhou, surrounded by other disciples of his sect. Upon seeing this disciple, Chu He inquired, "How did you manage to enter? Surely you must have squandered your treasures to gain entry?" Upon noticing the group, Chu He speculated on this possibility, unable to suppress a mocking tone. As he had entered without expending any effort, Li Hua's fury ignited at these words, his icy gaze fixed upon Chu He. You must be the Chu He we were searching for. I never anticipated finding you here. It appears you have been here for quite some time. Hand over all your treasures, or I shall make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a nonchalant laughter erupted from Chu He, as if Li Hua's threats were inconsequential. I'm afraid I cannot comply with your request, for I currently lack control over my own actions. At this, Li Hua's rage boiled over, and he spat, You insolent wretch, you truly wish for death. With that, 2 disciples behind him charged at Chu He. Observing this, Chu He could only chuckle in resignation. You refuse to believe my honest words. I truly do not know how to convey this to you. If you seek death, do not blame me. Suddenly, 2 threads erupted from Chu He's heart, piercing through the heads of the 2 disciples. In the next instant, those 2 Divine Mansion Realm disciples exploded, showering the area in a mist of blood. Yet, before the blood mist had time to dissipate, Chu He's heart released an endless stream of threads that absorbed the sanguine fog entirely. Feeling his strength surging from the sacrifice, Chu He grinned with delight, astonished that killing could indeed augment his power. If this were the case, he could continue hunting down his enemies, eliminating them all while enhancing his own strength. Li Hua, witnessing the fate of his charging disciples, was left utterly stunned. Chapter 77. The slaying of Li Hua, you bastard, Li Hua exclaimed. Are you truly seeking your own demise? As one of the prodigies of the Tianyuanzong, Li Hua naturally possessed a sense of pride. Although his strength paled in comparison to Lin Tian, it was utterly audacious for a mere Chu He to dare slay a fellow disciple in his presence, showing blatant disregard for authority. Furthermore, this individual had barged in without preamble, clearly seeking trouble. Chu He promptly asserted, This was never my intention. I had already informed you that I am under control, and my actions are beyond my volition. It is you who, upon seeing me intrude, sought to eliminate me here. All of this is merely a consequence of your own folly. Moreover, my heart possesses formidable power. Should you truly wish to court death, I shall not impede you. Upon hearing these words, Li Hua felt as though his intellect had been insulted. Was it possible that his heart was not under his control, as if someone else's heart had been implanted within him? It was clear that this fellow was mocking him. Are you jesting with me? Do you think I would believe your words? Though neither of them were particularly strong, possessing the ability to slay them with a single blow was enough to qualify as a worthy adversary. Li Hua clenched his fist, gathering a multitude of spiritual energy towards his right hand. I have already spoken my piece. Since you refuse to listen, do not blame me. No, rather, do not blame my heart. As Li Hua prepared to strike, Chu He stood quietly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Die! Li Hua's visage contorted with rage as he unleashed a powerful punch, countless strands of spiritual energy surging towards Chu He. Yet, at that moment, Chu He felt an overwhelming fury emanating from his heart. In the next instant, innumerable threads burst forth from his heart, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. These endless threads did not vanish. Instead, they advanced relentlessly towards Li Hua. Facing Chu He, Li Hua realized the true horror of his strength as he effortlessly deflected Li Hua's assault. However, he would not surrender easily, for he had expended countless treasures to enter this place. Wanyang fist, Li Hua's entire being radiated as if he had emerged from the sunlight, the temperature around him rising steadily. In the next moment, he thrust his fist forward. In stark contrast, Chu He remained still, showing no intention of countering, while his heart erupted with endless strands aimed at Li Hua. In an instant, Li Hua's body was pierced by these threads, meeting an untimely demise, not even uttering a final word. I am truly impressive. Chu He marveled at the power of his heart, having effortlessly slain Li Hua, who was at the 5th level of the Divine Mansion Realm. Having ascended to the 7th level of the Divine Mansion Realm, Chu He realized that he would need some time to deal with Li Hua. The threads unleashed from his heart absorbed the residual blood energy, returning it to Chu He's body. While part of this blood energy was consumed by his heart, a portion remained for Chu He. Seizing the opportunity, Chu He absorbed this blood energy to enhance his strength, and soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It seemed that replacing his heart was a fortuitous event, as his power had surpassed that of an ordinary peak Divine Mansion cultivator. After absorbing Li Hua's blood energy, The number of Dao Fangs he had opened reached an astonishing 140. What on earth is happening? Why has my realm not broken through while the number of Dao Fangs has increased so significantly? Chu He pondered in confusion, questioning why he could forge so many Dao Fangs. Could it be that the more Dao Fangs one created, the stronger one became? With a resigned shrug, he decided to let it be. Once the lungs were complete, his heart urged Chu He's body to venture further. Along the way, he had completely lost control over his own body. At each destination, his heart would indiscriminately absorb a new body part. Throughout this process, his strength surged, and the number of Dao Fangs he had opened reached an impressive 180. As he traversed this path, the heart absorbed all the internal organs, including the liver, kidneys, and spleen. En route to absorbing this blood energy, Chu He encountered other cultivators. Some, lacking foresight, were ruthlessly slain by his heart, while others, sensing Chu He's formidable strength, wisely chose to vacate the area. After his heart had absorbed all the organs from his upper body, it propelled Chu He towards the lower half of a statue. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a passage, where he overheard the sounds of a heated exchange. "Who are you? I assure you, I did not enter here alone, so do not harbor any improper thoughts towards me." A delicate female voice resonated within the cavern. Upon hearing this voice, Chu He frowned slightly. It bore a striking resemblance to Luo Shuer's voice. Could it be that she had remained here since their last parting? However, it seemed she was in some sort of trouble. It appeared that once again, it was time for him to play the hero. With that thought, Chu He attempted to enter the cavern, but his body remained stubbornly rooted in place, as if his heart did not wish for him to proceed. "Even at this juncture, when his life is in peril, you still refuse to let me in." Although he expressed frustration, Chu He remained unable to control his body. With a resigned sigh, Chu He found himself compelled to remain still. "I do not care who you entered with. Here, your calls will go unanswered," a rugged voice echoed within the hollow space. "I invested significant treasures to enter this place. And now that I have encountered you, you would do well to comply and follow me. Get lost. Even if I die, I will not accompany you." Luo Shuer's furious voice rang out once more. "How foolish! You truly invite calamity upon yourself. Perhaps I must be less courteous, lest you remain oblivious to your own insignificance." Chu He could sense the moment Luo Shuer was struck across the face. Chapter 78. Rescuing Luo Shuer. "Brother, I implore you to grant me this favor. Please hurry and enter to save her. Who knows what may transpire if we delay any longer?" Chu He gazed imploringly at his heart, and the next moment, his body involuntarily moved towards the cavern. Inside the cavern, Lin Hao sensed an inexplicable aura approaching and immediately cursed. "Who the hell is so blind as to enter and ruin my plans? You truly wish to court death." As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Chu He's figure materialized within the cavern, and he beheld Luo Shuer kneeling on the ground. A clear handprint marked her face. And upon seeing her pitiful state, Chu He's rage ignited. Upon noticing Chu He's return, Luo Shuer sighed in relief, having feared for her virtue. Moreover, she could distinctly feel that the aura emanating from Chu He was beyond her comprehension, perhaps reaching an astonishing level. However, before Chu He could speak, Lin Hao interjected, "Where did you come from? I will give you 3 breaths to get out of here. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Chu He merely chuckled coldly, standing silently without a word. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, astonished that this cultivator disregarded his warning. "Do you not know who I am? Or do you not recognize my brother? He is Lin Tian." Lin Hao is Lin Tian's younger brother, and they shared a close relationship. "What you are is of no concern to me. However, your recent actions hardly reflect the behavior expected of a man. You take advantage of a defenseless woman. Do you not feel shame?" Chu He glared coldly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao suddenly scoffed. "Since when do I require your guidance in my affairs? Get lost. Or you will find yourself speaking from a position far less favorable." Chu He shook his head. "It is impossible for me to depart. Since you are so blind to the situation, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." After uttering these words, Chu He intended to strike at Lin Hao, only to discover that he could no longer exert control over his own body. At this moment, Chu He appeared quite helpless. He could not simply stand by and watch as Lin Hao attacked him. Although he could not ascertain the current realm that Lin Hao had reached, the latter's reluctance to make a move left Chu He feeling uncertain. "Since you choose not to act, I shall not hold back. Lin Hao resolved to take the initiative, summoning a large blade that he directed straight towards Chu He. The sound of the blade scraping against the ground resonated ominously, akin to the death knell of Chu He's existence. Observing Chu He standing motionless before him, Lin Hao mistakenly believed that he had intimidated him into inaction. You are quite remarkable. Simply stand there and await my command to end your life. Otherwise, I might summon my elder brother, and your demise will be even more tragic. As Lin Hao approached, Chu He's ally, Luo Shuer, urgently implored him, Chu He, if you cannot contend with him, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. You may seek vengeance in due course. Though not particularly close to Chu He, she did not wish to witness his demise in an attempt to save her. Chu He harbored a desire to slay Lin Hao, but his body was not under his control. As the distance between them dwindled, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Several threads erupted from Chu He's heart, ensnaring Lin Hao entirely. Upon witnessing these sinister threads, Lin Hao instinctively recoiled, yet he found himself ensnared and unable to escape. What are these things? What is your intention? Lin Hao inquired, bewildered by the increasing number of threads surrounding him. Chu He, with an expression of calmness, replied, This is merely a minor technique of mine. Since you harbor murderous intent towards me, I shall dispense with pleasantries. In the next instant, the threads tightened their grip around Lin Hao, constricting him further. Despite his desperate struggles, Lin Hao realized that no amount of effort could free him from their grasp. If you proceed to kill me, my elder brother will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Chu He noted, taken aback that Lin Hao would threaten him in his final moments rather than plead for mercy. Such audacity was evident. Yet Chu He was no pushover. While he was uncertain of Lin Tian's precise realm, he was confident that it did not exceed the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. He had surpassed the requisite number of Dao houses for that level and felt no fear of Lin Tian. As the threads continued to constrict, Lin Hao's agonized cries filled the air, yet his struggles soon ceased as he succumbed to death at the hands of Chu He's heart. Following Lin Hao's demise, Chu He felt the invigorating power of blood essence flowing from the threads, and he swiftly began to absorb it. Luo Shuer, astonished by Chu He's effortless dispatch of Lin Hao, approached him after consuming a healing elixir. What fortuitous opportunity have you encountered, allowing your strength to escalate so rapidly? Lin Hao appeared as naught but a waste before you. Chu He offered a gentle smile. Indeed, I have encountered a fortuitous event, though the price paid is steep, as I am currently unable to control my body. Luo Shuer regarded him with confusion. Could it be that the threads you unleashed were not your own power? They are indeed my own power, Chu He sighed deeply. However, my body is beyond my control, as my heart has been replaced. He then recounted to Luo Shuer the events that transpired upon entering the statue. Hoping to discern why he had forged 180 Dao houses, yet could not break through to the 8th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Chapter 79. Keep your distance. Upon hearing Chu He's account, Luo Shuer's expression grew grave, as she too was uncertain of his current situation. However, the power we release upon breaking through to the Divine Mansion realm originates entirely from the Dao houses we create. Given your current circumstances, the power you can wield surpasses that of even a peak Divine Mansion practitioner. Should you encounter a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm here, I believe you could contend with them. Chu He smiled, for he too wished to test the extent of his newfound power. Yet his heart denied him the opportunity to strike. Each time he encountered a practitioner, his heart would swiftly eliminate them. Let us proceed and observe. As soon as Chu He uttered these words, his body began to move uncontrollably towards the exit. You should accompany me. I lack control over my body, but the places I traverse are filled with opportunities. It would be perilous to leave you here alone. Following me may afford you protection. He spoke without glancing back at Luo Shuer. She hurried to follow him, unsure how to respond to the sight of Chu He moving like a mindless automaton. My heart poses no immediate threat. It merely guides me in the pursuit of opportunities, he reassured her, sensing her concern. Let us hope so. However, remaining under the control of your heart is not a sustainable arrangement. You must find a way to confront it. Chu He nodded, accepting that for now, he would allow it to guide him, for his increasing power was indeed a boon. Under the heart's guidance, the pair arrived at another cavern, where a spherical object hovered in mid-air. They gazed at it intently. What on earth is this? Luo Shuer asked Chu He, who, with his current realm beyond her comprehension, was the only one she thought might discern its nature. Chu-He shook his head. Since entering, his heart had remained inert, and he was now able to move his body freely. However, the longer he looked at the object, the more familiar it seemed. "Dio, you know what this is?" Luo Shuai pressed. Her face flushed. "I do not know. It appears to be the location of an organ within the statue. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain its exact nature." Luo Shuai chuckled awkwardly. "This is a treasure of yours, Min." "A treasure? What treasure?" Chu-He asked. Confusion etched across his face, until suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "Oh my." Seeing Chu-He's astonished reaction, Luo Shuai could not contain her laughter. Since entering the statue, she had explored other passages and absorbed the blood essence from this organ. But despite this, much power remained, a boon for them both. Moreover, we are merely absorbing and integrating the blood essence here. We do not partake of anything else. Ultimately, it was Luo Shuai who broke the awkward silence. Chu-He nodded, conceding, "Very well, you may absorb the blood essence here. I have already taken from one." He then settled onto the ground in meditation. "You are truly something else, allowing me to absorb this without informing me." Chu-He chastised his heart. "You should at least have given me a heads up to prepare myself." Yet the emerald heart paid him no mind and remained still. The power contained within the spherical organ was indeed formidable. Chu-He had not fully absorbed it and had retained some within him, requiring time to refine it fully. However, as Chu-He sat, he distinctly felt a surge of heat coursing through him. He raised an eyebrow. Could the reaction be this swift? He felt he had not absorbed much at all. While the saying goes, "You are what you eat," he had not ingested anything. He merely absorbed a modicum of vital energy. Simultaneously, Luo Shuai was relentlessly drawing upon the life force within the sphere to enhance her own power. Previously, she had already absorbed a considerable amount of this energy, allowing her realm to ascend from the 9th level of the Divine Mansion to its peak. Before long, she had completely consumed the vital energy contained within the sphere, and at that moment, the air within the pit surged. The fluctuations of Luo Shuai's aura began to rise steadily. It seemed as if she had unlocked a layer of restriction, and her presence soon stabilized. Upon opening her eyes, a radiant smile adorned her face, for she had now become a practitioner at the initial stage of the Divine Mansion. If she could absorb just a bit more life force, her strength would experience another surge. After ensuring her aura was steady, Luo Shuai approached Chu-He. "Hurry and sit down. Do not come near me. Stabilize your aura," Chu-He urgently instructed upon seeing Luo Shuai approaching. "Do not approach you?" Luo Shuai queried in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Why must I keep my distance? I have already stabilized my aura. I am now a true practitioner of the Divine Mansion." Chu-He rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you not familiar with the saying, 'You are what you eat'?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shuai looked at him in astonishment. "You mean to say you are concerned about that?" Chu-He was momentarily speechless. It was hardly his intent. He struggled to maintain control, continuing to breathe deeply and adjust his own aura. However, his internal restlessness grew more intense. The presence of the enchanting Luo Shuai so near to him made it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Chapter 80. A sigh of relief noticing that Chu-He was no longer paying attention to her, Luo Shuai wisely moved aside, sitting down to refine the blood energy she had just absorbed. Though her realm had reached the 1st level of the Divine Mansion, it had not yet fully stabilized. She required more time to master her newfound power. Neither spoke, yet the subtle sounds of their breathing grew more pronounced within the pit. Observing this, Luo Shuai hastily retrieved a pill, swallowing it to calm her mind. She now understood why Chu-He had urged her to keep her distance. It was indeed for this reason. Nevertheless, as the effects of the pill began to take hold, the heat within her gradually dissipated. Even so, Luo Shuai was already drenched in fragrant sweat, her aura steadily stabilizing as she sat cross-legged. Time passed, and eventually, Luo Shuai ceased her cultivation, rising to her feet and waving her hand to make the sweat disappear. "How are you faring now?" she inquired of Chu-He, who remained silent. Her brow furrowed slightly as she pressed, "Are you all right? I have a pill that can help suppress your aura. Would you like it?" Yet, Chu-He still did not respond. With trepidation tinged with excitement, Luo Shuai cautiously approached him, uncertain of why she felt a flutter of exhilaration. Yet, She was acutely aware that Chu He had reached the 7th level of the Divine Mansion. Should he lose control, she would be unable to withstand it. Nonetheless, her concern for him compelled her to move closer. Hesitantly, she arrived opposite Chu He, only to find him remarkably calm. Could it be that he had already resolved his turmoil? Luo Shuer pondered in disbelief. To exert such control over one's desires was truly a formidable challenge. I still need some time to cultivate. You should wait over there. Remember not to stray too close. Chu He managed to utter, resuming his efforts to suppress his inner turmoil. Oh, Luo Shuer replied, retreating to a distance where she began to observe him. Truth be told, Chu He was quite handsome, exuding an air reminiscent of a swordsman. With sharp features and a prominent nose, and upon closer inspection, he bore the demeanor of a cultured scholar. Before long, Luo Shuer felt her cheeks flush crimson, pondering her own thoughts. Time slipped away, and Chu He's aura gradually stabilized. Rendering him exceedingly tranquil, he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief, finally managing to quell the restlessness within him. Otherwise, he might have acted impulsively. Although he had yet to find a true companion, he could not simply choose anyone to relieve his desires. That would be an irresponsible act towards both himself and the other party. Standing up, he turned to see Luo Shuer, who had been meditating with her eyes shut. Have you finished your cultivation? Hearing his voice, Luo Shuer opened her eyes to find him before her. I have been waiting here for you these past few days, with nothing else to do. I continued to consolidate my strength, she replied. Chu He nodded. In that case, let us explore elsewhere. We are fortunate that no one else has entered during this time. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits, as we would not have been able to exert our full power. Luo Shuer agreed, nodding her head. Indeed, let us proceed. This place truly feels like a paradise. I am now a practitioner of the Divine Mansion. Chu He gave her a thumbs up. Well done. You are indeed impressive, but we have only explored the majority of this statue. There are still other areas left unexamined. Perhaps by exploring the remaining locations, your strength will further improve, and your master will be exceedingly pleased upon witnessing your progress. With that, the two set forth towards the exit. Just as they reached the mouth of the cave, a figure appeared before them. I had sensed that someone was inside. I never anticipated capturing two at once. A practitioner, upon spotting Chu He and Luo Shuer, smiled slyly. Chu He scoffed derisively. So, after I have just improved my strength, trouble comes knocking at my door? Are you certain you wish to rob us? You appear to be merely at the 5th level of the Divine Mansion, yet you dare to rob others here. Who told you I was alone here waiting for you? The practitioner retorted, clapping his hands. Soon, several practitioners emerged behind him, all at the 4th level of the Divine Mansion, with a few just like the initial one at the 5th level. The first practitioner, brimming with arrogance, gazed at Chu He. I now present you with two choices. Either surrender all your treasures, or leave, taking your lovely companion with you, and we will spare your life. His gaze lingered on Luo Shuer with a lecherous glint. Luo Shuer scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. I reject both of your choices. I choose the third option, to slay all of you right here. Allow me to remind you, you should be aware of Lin Hao. He met his demise at my hands not long ago. A smile spread across Chu He's face as he regarded the practitioner before him. Upon hearing that Lin Hao had been slain by Chu He, the practitioner was taken aback. So you're the one who killed Lin Hao. You must be the Chu He who entered the Immortal Emperor's secret realm with that key. Ha ha ha! The practitioner erupted into a cruel laugh. You still do not comprehend your predicament, do you? You are already being pursued by Lin Tian, who is now searching the entire statue for you. Just before Lin Hao met his end, he shattered the communication device he shared with Lin Tian. Lin Tian learned that his brother had been killed by a practitioner from that remote place in Qingzhou, which infuriated him. Consequently, he has issued a bounty for you, offering 3 celestial-grade treasures to anyone who can provide information on your whereabouts. Chapter 81. An intercepted robbery. If you do not wish for them to discover your location, you would be wise to leave promptly. I can choose to spare your life. With a smile that exuded a sense of confidence, he fixed his gaze upon Chu He, convinced that Chu He would inevitably comply with his demands. After all, no one wished to offend that illustrious prodigy. Chu He, exasperated, rolled his eyes in disbelief. He had articulated his thoughts with utmost clarity, yet the individual before him appeared utterly oblivious, akin to a fool unable to comprehend his words. In the next moment, the Qinglong sword materialized in his grasp, an imposing aura emanating from his being. If one intends to commit robbery, there is no need for such superfluous chatter. Make your move. Although he could not fathom why his heart remained calm in such dire circumstances, he was confident that his prowess would suffice to eliminate the individuals standing before him. Oh, you little brat. Feeling bold, are we? Then prepare to meet your demise. With that, the group of cultivators brandished their respective weapons and charged directly at Chu He. I shall find a place to conceal myself. Leave this to me.